Fire for your mind. Motion clinician.
Show we will be interviewing Ronan the Traveler. Why did he and so many men deed to cast their nets in other countries? Have the world gotten so bad that men are going outside of the country for peace, freedom, and mental health care? Here's the real reason men are becoming passport
bros.
bros.
My name, check no restraints, I'm obsessed with the pain. I ingest, I retain, assess and I change. Possessed by the thought I'll be free one day from society's restraints. Money, clout and fame, mud, disease, a plague. We all love to hate, have to play the game, have to make a name. All our insecurities are on display. This is war with the enemy, think that it was meant to be. Living in a time where disease is on every screen. I won't let them fester me, I know most are festering. Negativity is a plague for the mentally weak. No mercy, all I got is working. Never stop searching, never quench the thirsty. I'm toxic and psychotic with this logic, you can't stop it. It's been chronic since I was a boy, so
Black Men with
and
Passport
chaotic.
is an inspiring movement that aims to encourage and empower black men to explore the world and broaden their horizons through travel. In a society where there are often barriers and stereotypes facing black men, this movement seeks to break down those walls and showcase the incredible experiences and opportunities that travel can offer. The idea behind Black Men with Passport is to challenge the limiting narrative that black men are only confined to certain spaces or activities. By highlighting the stories and journeys of black men who have traveled to various parts of the world, this movement aims to redefine what it means to be a black man in today's world. Through social media platforms and in-person events, Black Men with Passport shares the stories and experiences of black men who have embarked on travel adventures. These stories not only serve as sources of inspiration and empowerment, but also offer valuable insights and tips for other black men who may be curious about exploring new destinations. By showcasing the diversity of experiences, cultures, and people encountered during their travels, Black Men with Passport hopes to foster understanding and acceptance among different communities. It also aims to encourage dialogue and promote the idea that everyone, regardless of their background, has the ability to navigate the world and embrace new experiences. This movement seeks to highlight the individual journeys of black men who have broken free from societal constraints and discovered the beauty and richness that travel has to offer. By doing so, Black Men with Passport hopes to inspire other black men to step out of their comfort zones, challenge stereotypes, and explore the world with an open mind and a sense of adventure.
Black Man Exposes. In under 3 minutes, when a man goes through something, nobody gives a damn. Is it true? And how should the world respond to the suffering of men in crisis? Watch until the end, you won't believe what he said. Should men check out, or should the world care?
This before you. Choose wisely.
When a man go through something, don't nobody give a damn. I'm being honest, bro. When a man need help, everybody tell the man up. Get a better job. Get more money. But when a woman need help, everybody cool with it. The first thing they say is, where your man is. You know what I'm saying? The man should be doing it. You should be doing it by yourself. It's the man. The man. The man got to be the strongest person in the house. But when he weak, who helping that man be strong? You know what I'm saying? When that man going through something, who helping him? The man can't call on nobody. He got to do it all by himself. Even when he's stressed out, who helping the man? When he's suffering and struggling, who helping the man? He got to help himself. Ain't nobody standing with him, but he stand with everybody else. He pay everything. He do everything. He trying to keep everybody in order, trying to keep the kids in order, keep himself in order, keep his spirit in order, keep his mind in order. Who gonna keep the man in order when he out of order? When he needs somebody to help him. But a woman help everybody cool with it. Nobody say shit. Everybody got their back. But when a man go through something, he get stepped on, he get beat down, he get degraded, he get insulted, he get dragged down through the mud. You wonder what's wrong with these men. They going through it. They stressed the fuck out. They hurting inside, bro. Men get tired of every time something going wrong with them, everybody shut down on them, bro. Everybody turn around, turn their back, and like he ain't nothing because he a man. It feel like you ain't human when you a man. Like, bro, I gotta act like I ain't hurt. I gotta act like I don't wanna cry, bro. I gotta sit in the room and cry to myself, wipe my tears away, and come outside and smile at my kids and white face like I ain't going through shit. Like I ain't dealing with nothing. I know men feel like that sometimes, bro. You try to be tough, bro. I don't care how strong you think you will, bro. But when your heart get hurt, bro, it's different, bro. When your people laugh at you, bro, when you suffer, that shit different. That's a different feeling, man. It's a different feeling. I don't think anybody understand what the hell I'm talking about right now. No! It ain't always the man's fault when they should fail. It's because they failed him. When somebody failed you mentally and physically and emotionally, they failed you, bro. You try to spend time, they don't want time. You try to love them, they don't want love. They don't want a kid, they don't want nothing. They push you in the corner, bro. People push you in the corner and they expect you to smile while you in that corner hurting. You own family, they don't know you. Friends, they don't know you. You don't care about it, but damn, am I a bad person like that? Where everybody look down on me when I'm hurting? What?
It's a hard thing to admit, but it's understandable why they would choose to go their own way. And that's what's scary, is there's actually a rational reason why they would do that.
Men going their own way. And you can think what you want about it, but this is a really big problem for women, for us, for our future, for families.
$1,000 a month. What more do you want from me? Somebody let me know. $1,000 a month. What more do you want from me? Oh my God.
We gonna do the Umar Johnson donation.
Hey, he gets some heat right now, bro. He gets some heat.
Yeah, man, I definitely appreciate it, man. But he's right. We gotta look. If we don't tell our own stories, same thing in the black community or whatever. So you gonna get mad when somebody else tell you story. We gotta tell our own stories and our own experiences. So that's what channels like this is for. That's how everybody got their own walk. I tell dudes all the time, what I experienced, DR, you might not experience. Sarge might have a whole different lifestyle. He got his own. Miguel got it. Everybody got their own program and how they move. I love my life. I see Sarge jumping out parachutes and says, I know he's enjoying his life. So everybody's enjoying their life. So my whole mission, bro, was always to follow how Charles Tyler did. Charles Tyler came in the game. Hey, man, this is an option. That's all he said. He didn't tell you nothing. This is an option. Right. You can come to Brazil. You want to date they're black women here. That's what he said. I was like, wow, that's cool. Then the brother dropped that Frustrated. I watched Frustrated, bro, and that's how I was feeling. I felt like that. And these things save brothers' lives. And then I saw Brother Marcus over there with Taylor Made Dream, them and Sasua. I'm like,
the thought genius.
I'm like, what have I been doing?
Men build the world that you live in.
Oh. Okay.
Who built that house or apartment you live in? Was it a crew of women? Who designed the metal work? Who put in the floor, the plumbing, the electrical system, the heating? Who put that in? The car you drive, was that built by a crew of women?
So women are not capable of doing none of those things. None.
You're not good at it, and we're given a choice. Excuse me, because we're given a choice, because women are free today, right? And you're educated, right? Then why don't we see 51% of the construction workers as women? Why don't we see 51% of the engineers as women? Why don't we see 51% of the plumbers, electricians, military, train operators, heavy, dangerous work as women? Because when given an opportunity, women segregate themselves into more comfortable positions. Men do the dangerous work to build society.
Okay.
That's your place.
That's my place. I should follow my husband. I should follow the man. That's his place. We're not equal. He's stronger than me.
He is. He is. No, he is. He is. Go look at Bear Grylls Island season 2, and they dropped a bunch of men and a bunch of women on a deserted island and gave them some basic tools, and they had to survive for 6 weeks. By the end of day 1, the women had gotten lost and were fractured. By the end of day 1, men got from one side of the island and started building out a shelter. By the end of 6 weeks, the men had damn near made the internet. By the end of 6 weeks, women almost would have died 4 times.
You want to be married and have children? What would you tell women to do?
You gonna let me answer? Because I would tell a woman not to have a baby until she's married. I strongly believe in being married before you have a child. Okay. And but I wouldn't tell her to do it out of fear. I wouldn't tell her to do it because
what age?
I have to be honest, the age that works for you. When you feel
this is so vague. Give me a range. Give me a range, man.
Okay, well, let me say this. This is why I say this. I have college friends. Because, Kevin, I want to answer the question.
Fire for your mind. Kosher clinician.
If it ain't 7, it ain't kosher. Heaven and hell, that's what they told you. Real men put the strap down and we can toss them. Young heads picking back up and young dolphins. This is our culture. Now we talking kosher. Clinician, masculinity issues, absent fathers who miss you, mama drama don't kiss you, all a part of the ritual, this is how they get you, separate the men, women, clipping babies pretend to, damn, lovers, haters, acting like vultures, if it ain't 7, it ain't kosher, if it ain't kosher, ain't right, gotta divorce us, if it ain't 7, it ain't kosher, if it ain't kosher, ain't right, gotta divorce us, if it ain't 7, it ain't kosher, if it ain't kosher, ain't right, gotta divorce us. This is kosher condition. 7 wonders, the whole world gotta listen. This is kosher condition. 7 wonders, the whole world gotta listen. This is kosher condition. 7 wonders, the whole world gotta listen. This is kosher condition. 7 wonders, the whole world gotta listen. Listen.
Okay.
Man, I can't hear you or myself. One of us is mute. You're in mute.
Yeah, you got me? Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah, I hear you now. Perfect,
yeah,
my brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we're going to have a very powerful show, guys, on today with my dear friend Roland the Traveler all the way in Sosua on the other side in the Dominican Republic. This is going to be a very comprehensive show. And listen, guys, you know that I've told you guys several times that there are 7 steps to male optimization. And one of those 7 steps is world travel. Once a man can understand how world travel is not only essential to his mental health, and once a man understands how world travel removes the illusion that men have power in the West, they can begin to see things about themselves and experience pleasures outside that they could never even dream of. Roland the Traveler is an expat, I believe born in Louisiana. The brother's well-traveled. He's a businessman. And I've always been enamored by his work. I've listened to him several times in the background. Funny dude, extremely funny. The Ronin stories, the werewolves. And Ronin is a Charles Tyler disciple. He was inspired by Charles Tyler, and a lot of other men have been inspired by him. And as you guys know, I was in the movie with Frustrated 3 with Brother Al Grease. So without further ado, Roland, tell me about yourself, man. What makes you so passionate about world travel? Why the Dominican Republic is the new paradise for black men if they understand how to move and also how to respond?
Well, firstly, I think Dominican Republic, man, it's always been an awesome place. Like I was with Brother Flip Flop today. Shout out to that brother. Say he been here for 19 years. So brothers been doing it. Then I've met a lot of military brothers been here even before then. So brothers been coming over here for a long, long time. But TaylorMade had a lot to do with me coming here too, and one of my uncles. Mm-hmm. My uncle, with the whole Brazil thing, Charles Tyler was the man that I looked up to for a long time. Look, even before then, my first hearing of Brazil and men traveling, NPR did a hit piece. You know, they always do this stuff about black men travel. NPR did a hit piece, and it was covering that Essence. Right. Remember Essence came out with a hit piece, and they had a guy who was the news reporter. He went to Brazil, and he found all these like black men going down there. He said it was going down there for sex and prostitution, but this guy was in the LGBT community, so he didn't really understand it. He was coming in there as a gay black man and not a black man. So it's two separate views that we're going to have. He was saying in there that we couldn't handle a strong black woman. That's why we went to get women that were in poverty. You know what I'm saying? That we couldn't handle a woman in the United States. I'm like, you're supposed to handle a snake. You handle,
right.
You handle a lion at the zoo. You know what I'm saying? You handle an animal. Well, I'm not trying to handle anybody. So these are the things that's kind of happened to me to make me want to go. So look, to get to DR, my uncle, right? My uncle is married to a Dominican woman. He went through a terrible divorce in the United States. And one Thanksgiving or Christmas, he came in there and stopped the show out of the blue. He come there with his beautiful Dominican wife, hair down her back, gorgeous. And what she did, she served his food. Hair almost broke loose at the house. My aunts and everybody was looking at these women came from that era where they fixed men food, but they had been single so long, they had forgot to serve a man. You know what I'm saying? They had forgot to serve a man. So when she came in there, I saw that. My old lady was with me at the time, the one I had then. She even looked like, I dare her. I dare her treat your uncle like a king. But I saw everything. And he put me to the side and he said, hey, man, you have options. And he saw how miserable I am. He said, listen, I know you're trying to be a good father. You're trying to take care of your kids, but nobody deserved to suffer. But I came from a broken home.
Yes.
Thank God my mama married again, but I came from that. I didn't want to put my kids through that. So I stayed in there and suffered, and I lost anyway. One day she still say, like Coach Greg Adams say, I'm not happy.
No, I'm not.
I'm not happy, no matter what.
Right.
Me and you them talk privately. Man, look, went to church. God built the American dream and still wasn't good enough.
It's still not good enough.
Not drinking no liquor, everything. Did I clean myself up to as clean as I can? And I think that backfired on me in a major way. I think by me going, and it wasn't the church, it was me, by me changing and locking the werewolf up there, she wasn't attracted to me no more. I realized
Right.
And maybe you can touch on that too. This is something that a lot of men suffer.
Yes.
When we try to do the right thing, you get kicked down the stairs anyway.
Right. And so one thing, I'm glad you brought that up, Rona, and I'm going to explain it to you. In the clinical world, we call it contraindication. Contraindication is a fancy way of saying what you thought would work goes against. Is contra means against. It goes against what you thought would work. What women and men, what men don't understand about how women are wired. Women by nature at the top. We know there are other things at the bottom that may matter, but women by nature only respect power and strength. I talk to guys all the time, Ronan, in private, in my practice, but also men on the outside. They be singing that damn song by James Ingram. I gave my best, but my best wasn't good enough. And they buy houses, they buy them cars, they do all the things the women say to make them feel safe. But what they don't understand is that by nature, a woman want a man she can look up to. If a man makes a woman her purpose, then that woman loses respect for that man because that man is the lifter of her head. And so if he's constantly trying to chase her validation instead of standing on business and being the man that he needs to be, women don't respect that. A woman respects a man that can say, listen, I love you, but I'll get rid of you too. Like, I'll give you an example. I just flew back home from where I'm from, man, talking to my mom. My mom got mad at me, and I don't know how your wife deal with you. And I said, I don't know how damn daddy deal with you. I don't know how he deal with you. I said, I don't care because you my mama. Just because you my mama, I love you. But you're wrong. If you're wrong, mama can get this work too. It's not because I don't respect my mom, but I'm not one of those men just because you my mama, I'm going to be quiet. You're not going to son me. I'm a grown man now. We can have a conversation. I can respect you as a man. But see, so many men have a gynocratic mind, Brother Ronan, to the point that they have been conditioned in the clinical. We call it introjection. Introjection, meaning they have been conditioned to identify with their mothers. And so once they become introjected, then they project, or they become introjected, and then that introjection turns to internalization. Internalization turns to identification. And then when they see masculine men, they go against that narrative, then they project out of anger because they don't know what masculinity is. Masculinity is predicated in principles. And so you're right. The more you do for her, she don't respect it because she didn't earn it. I had a woman in my counseling session, and she just said emphatically, she said she's the prize, but her husband had given her everything, bought everything for her, did everything for her. So women don't respect men that don't let them know at damn any point you can be replaced. But somehow men have become so entrenched by the love of a woman, they have minimized that masculinity. And you know, Ronan, living here in the DR, in the DR, I've been there, 5 times, plan to come back again. Hopefully you and I can chop it up if I go back. They believe in machismo or machismo. They don't care about you. They'll get rid of you. That's why women in the DR respect their men so much, because they don't care. They don't care how fat your butt is, because it's so much beauty density in the DR. If you don't act right, fine. I got 5 more up the street. That's right. Because
10 more.
10 more, right. Because in the DR, they don't have a deficit mindset. In America, men got a deficit mindset. They get with chicks that have been blowed out, big backs, kids by multiple men, ran through, and they think, that man is doing her favor. Ma'am, you're not doing me a favor. See,
hey, hold on. He's saying, they're saying that the volume low. They can't hear you for some reason.
You can't hear me? They can't hear. Can you hear me?
I can hear you good.
All right. Ask them, can they hear me now? Can they hear me better now? Ask them if they can hear me better.
Are y'all brothers able to hear him now?
Can y'all hear me better now?
You might have to get closer to the mic.
All right. But so ran through and all. But let's go back to Ronan the Traveler. When did you come to your great awakening? When did Ronan the Traveler wake up and realize that, you know what, something is wrong with America and something is wrong with me? When did you begin to wake up, brother?
Well, actually, when I woke up, I woke up after I hit rock bottom. Like when I hit rock, now this is when I was on the rebuilding phase, man. And brothers know on my channel, man. I told these guys, man, I came home, I had to work 3 jobs, big dog. I'm talking, I had 3 jobs after the judge had put me paying thousands of dollars in child support. And I go get my Ragley Ford Taurus one night, try to start it. And it took forever for it to start, but I'm riding on the interstate. That mother caught on fire. But look, right. This is part of the story, part of the origin story, man. Right. The car caught on fire. I'm calling my girlfriend. Hey, man, I need a ride. She's not answering. Man, I get out the car and I walk. I walk the equivalent, bro, of probably 4 hours than to get home, like on the interstate. I get to my house, go in there, and it's part of the whole movement. When I opened the door, she was gone. All I had in the house was a samurai sword. That's where the name Ronan come from. Like a lot of guys, all I had was the woman took everything out of the house. All I had was a samurai sword. Right. I grabbed I had a samurai sword and the German Shepherd. right. I walked into my dog name was Hanzo. Man, I walked in the house. Hanzo was crying. He like, she took everything, boss. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, you supposed to be look, I'm looking at the dog like, you let her take you. Look, so look. Right. I grabbed the sword and laid on the floor, bro. I started crying. I ain't gonna lie to you. I was broken. Right. But I looked up at the ceiling. I said, dang, all I could do is get up and get myself together. So I sit there and I started planning on my escape. I say, you know what I need to do first? I'm paying too much child support. I need to get my kids. I need to get my kids, stop the child support, come up with it. Because when I tell you that the judge messed over me, he put me in arrears, so I couldn't leave. So man, it was a horrible thing. But you know what? What you have to do as a man is take responsibility.
Yes.
For where you're at. Don't blame the white man no more. Don't blame no. That's what I did.
Yes, right.
I say, you know what, Ronan, you're losing. It's your fault. You did this to yourself. You picked those women. Nobody told you to pick the women you picked. Nobody told you none of that. So after that, bro, I devised a real plan how I was gonna fix my life. And once I done that, I followed through for the first time, bro. Look, a lot of times I would procrastinate. But this time it was different. I really pushed through and followed a plan. And before you know it, man, this gonna sound like petty and crazy. I cut off women for a while, man. The brothers always know I'm talking about monk mode. When I dived into them 3 jobs, before you know it, man, I saved up a lot of money. I bought one house. I bought a house for it's like $60,000. And I fixed that house up, flipped it, made like 130, 120 something. I walked away with 60 G's cash.
Oh, wow.
And started doing it. Before you know it, man, I was able to quit my jobs, do everything. I won custody of my kids. And then it was the rebuilding. I said, look, man, from then on, we're going to make good decisions. Who you pick in a relationship is such this is the most important. If I can tell you, any of you guys that's young, make sure you pick a quality woman.
Right.
Cause look, there's good women in the United States. They are. I just never had none. I look back over my life, and hurt people attract hurt people.
Right.
I have never in my life had a good woman in the United States.
Wow.
That's real talk. Out of all the women I've had, not one, all of them was hurt and damaged because I was hurt and damaged.
Right.
And the moment I fixed myself, I started attracting better women, but I had already left the United States. So I'm telling you, man, I advise on, look, let me break this down for a couple of guys. If I was talking to my 20-year-old self, I would tell them, don't have kids with women in the United States unless you find a damn good one.
Yes.
Invest in your education. I would tell myself, educate myself to the fullest and invest $100 a week in the stock market, a Roth IRA, or whatever you want to do in the stocks. That's what I would tell my younger self.
Right.
And I wish I had a man to tell me that. I'm telling dudes this now. A lot of guys going to hear this. Invest in yourself. Put yourself, be completely about you, and you're going to win. And look, women will love you more if you're like that.
Yes.
They will love you more. Look, let me just say this too. Look, I had 2 fathers, my biological and my stepfather. My stepfather, he was a good dude, but man, he was about himself. This dude was my mom ran behind him like he was the last ninja on earth. Right. So, when I tell you my biological father was rich, she didn't want him. She wanted my stepfather. My stepfather named Bruce. Bruce had every woman. I had the only father in our neighborhood in New Orleans, right?
Wow, really?
All the women, look, in my whole neighborhood, I'm the only one had like a father figure. And he noticed it. He smashed every lady in the neighborhood.
Wow.
And you know what? My mama didn't leave. She ran behind him. So they tell you how women are.
Right.
She could have had my father who was home every day. She looked at him and said, you always home. Why, you need to go get a life. But Bruce ran the street, Rolling Stone, but he paid the bills now. But my mama loved him. That tells you a lot about women right there. Right.
And that goes back when I said a minute ago, they only respect power and strength. I found this out the hard way. I thought that if you did all these nice things and treat them no, they don't respect that. It's not. Women by default think they're the prize. That's by default because they got a vagina. They think by default that they're the prize. And I tell men they're not the prize. The man is the master prize. She is a special prize. And the reason why I said the man is the master prize because according to theology, whether you believe it or not, the woman was made for man. So how can the woman be the prize by default when she was made for man? The scripture also says that the woman is the glory of man. So how can she be the prize? She's not the prize. The man is the master prize. And if we see favor in that woman, she's the special prize. Now, somebody made a statement that said, whoever chases the person the most, that's the prize. Well, that's in theory. But water always seeks its own level. A woman that's a 1 and a man that's a 1, if that woman want to get married, she can't get married unless that man put a ring on her finger.
Yeah.
So even if she wanted to get married, if that woman is a 1, that man is a 1, she can't get married. And so when I tell men all the time, once you learn how much power that you have, and once you understand that in foreign countries, women will literally worship you, then you don't look at these chicks in the West and put them on. I never put women on pedals in the first place. I respect them, but they don't. How can something that was made for you be better than you as a man? And so many men have been conditioned once again through gynocratic programming but also through liberal indoctrination that the woman is the prize. And what they don't understand, it does not make that woman want him. It actually makes her repel him, because once again, women only respect power and strength. When you stand on power, when you become indifferent, when you let a woman get anxious and understand, listen, you can be replaced. Because see, I know what my worth is. Even if I wasn't a high value man, even if I did make 6 figures, even though I wasn't, like I'm 6'5", 6'6". I don't care if you're 5'2". If you stand on business as a man and you know your worth is so fine, you can leave. She ain't got no damn other choice but to go on about her business or step it up. You can win either way. You might say, how am I going to win if she leaves? Well, it's simple. If she stay with you and respect you, you win. Mm-hmm. But if she leaves, you win, because you ain't got to deal with the headache. Man, you can find a woman who get on. Am I talking right?
Oh yeah.
And you can find a woman else who can get on your program and follow you. And if you don't find a woman, then so be it. Because guess what, women? What are men getting nowadays anyway? Nothing. See, a woman's born with her value, which is her body, her vagina, and then the other things, the other tangibles is her femininity, her cooperation, and how she respects a man. But they're giving their value to so many men. So what are you getting? But yet they'll tell you, you're supposed to love me and make me respect. I don't esteem no woman greater than me. I don't esteem another man greater than me. I respect men, but I've always said the man on this planet is greater than me. That's how confident I am. Do I respect other men? Can I shake hands with other brothers and brotherhood? No doubt. But I know what my worth is as a man. And so I sure as hell ain't gonna cast my worth to a woman to make her think she's better, because they don't respect it. I've seen men their whole lives giving and giving and giving and giving and never get nothing in return. And you told me something, Mona, we talked in private. Our time with this earth is limited. You and I, we already crossed half of our lives. Mm-hmm. We ain't got too many days moving forward. Now, you want to live the rest of the days in perpetuity and live those days in peace. But sadly, Roland, many men have gone to the grave, and you can hear the echoes from the grave, because they did not live out their dreams, because, they thought that the woman that said that she was going to love them, she destroyed them through bankruptcy. She destroyed him through paternity fraud. He found out that the woman that loved him was screwing other men. He found out the woman that he thought was a good woman was ran through. So you're not getting anything. So why do these men continue to give their energy and their strength to a woman where women by nature are not designed to have men chasing them? Women don't respect weak men that challenge them and drag their knuckles. They respect men and say, listen, you can't step your ass up, you can take your ass on. And I'm good. I'm good, because guess what? At the end of the day, we understand that men built the world. We built this world, and you and I understand that. And then you and I understand, Lorna, too, that we have our limits as men. That's why we respect other men, because we know without other men, we can't be in the place to deal with it. Other men gave us the platform to talk and to write and do what we're doing. Shout out to my man Gregory Scotland, guys. Do me a favor, go subscribe to Roland the Traveler. We got 131 in the house, guys. Show some love, support the channel. Subscribe to Roland the Traveler. Gregory Scotland says, salute, Kosher. When you get a chance, please do a review of the podcast clip with the fool Melissa Ford on the Joe Budden Show. She actually addressed Anthony Mackie's comment about masculinity by talking about raising girls. And shout out to Sister Bashir. She said that Shalom, the Kosher in the chat. Question for you: what is your take on Meghan Markle's future influence on black women based on her Netflix show? Well, I haven't seen it, dear, but I will look at it. Do you know anything about that, Roland?
No, but she's good looking. That's all I can say about it.
Yeah. I don't know nothing about it for sure, but I will look into it at some point. I definitely look into it. Thank you for that super chat. But let's get deep into it, Roland. I love your commentary. I love your work. I'm going to go back and ask you the question about who is Roland the Traveler. You gave us a small snafu, but who's Roland the Traveler overall? Who is Roland the Traveler, and how did you come up with that name?
Look, man, I'm just a blue-collar guy from New Orleans, man. Lived in New Orleans, Houma, Baton Rouge. Just a Louisiana man. That's all I am. I'm just a simple dude, man. Blue-collar guy like everybody else, man. Grew up in the crack era like a lot of us did, man. And that's something that we can't skate past. These are part of the traumas that I think men have, and this part, I think part of that's the reason why that we have this system, man, where women rule. We the only community in the United States where women rule a community. And look, here's the thing.
Right.
And this part of who Roland the Traveler is. By me having two fathers, I realized I wasn't like a lot of the black men I was around. They were automatically subservient to women, and I wasn't. My father told me just the truth. Bro, look, I had times I hated my father sometimes. It's hard to say that. I hated my father sometimes because he wasn't a loving man like that. He didn't go talk to you and rub you on your shoulder, say, son, like Simba and the Lion King. But my dad was like, he would come to you like Jesus in riddles. You know what I'm saying? Right. He would come to you. My dad would come to you and just tell you the real deal, man. He would tell you about women, tell you about life, real estate, but he wasn't a loving man. And he made me into the man I am, man. And when it comes to who I am, I look at it like this now. I'm very selfish, and I'm for me. In a relationship, I don't put my kids in front of me no more. No women.
Yes.
Put nothing in front of my happiness.
Yes.
Because the average man dies between like 62 and 76. So we really don't have, and black men die even earlier. So
die even earlier, right?
I want to die on E. You remember on look, I want to go out like Cadillac on Malcolm X. Remember Cadillac? Cadillac had a woman half his age. Right. Go out like Cadillac. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to go out like Uncle Earl sitting in the back room by himself on Tyler Perry, all the money in the TV. He don't know he's miserable. He's staying with his sister. I ain't trying to go out like that, man. So who is Ronan the Traveler? I'm selfish. I'm a weirdo. I tell everyone, I say, hey, look, I know you like me. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm not like most guys. What do you mean? I'm a werewolf. Some days I'm gonna come home, some days I won't. And if you can deal with that, you can deal with all my things. I got you. You're gonna be straight. And what I found with Dominican women, they weren't trying to be in a competition with me. And speaking of that, guys don't understand like Latin women, period. Most men look at prostitutes and try to equate them to regular women. If all you know is prostitutes, you haven't even really had the experience. Now, I'm not knocking that. It's all good if you want to sit there and do that all day, but eventually it's best to build like real tangible type relationships where you get something. That's why I say tangible. You're getting something in return and not just giving all your money. So who am I? I'm selfish.
You're selfish, right?
Yeah, I'm selfish now. That's what I done give all my life to courts, women, and this. No, I'm not doing it no more. Now it's just about me. Look, the only time I will bend if I get something in return. That's it. I'm not doing it at all. I tell you what I want. And it sounds misogynist to people. So somebody said, what's toxic masculinity? Me, I am. That's what I am.
well, toxic masculinity is anything when men have preference. If men exude anything outside of gynocratic thinking, then it's toxic. Yeah, that's toxic. Right. And then they got a name that DSM-5. That's the manual that we use as therapists. They say that if a woman loves her husband, respect her husband, that's toxic masculinity. Yeah. And then if a woman loves her husband, that's toxic femininity, because they say that's internalizing misogyny. If a man stand on business and set standards, they say, well, the masculinity of our fathers was bad. But see, here's the problem. Black men were never given the gravitas to be men. Black men were seen as 3/4 human, and black men were seen as boys. So black men never had the power to be men. So when people say, well, black men never had the power. Black men were seen as boys. We're the only group of men overall that will minimize in expressing our masculinity, because a lot of times we can express it in the home, and we show us we can express it in the broader community. And so I concur with you. I tell my men in therapy all the time, you have to learn to be selfish. I'm not talking about bad selfishness, because people think selfishness is bad, but it's not. Shakespeare said, to thine own self be true. The gospel says, save yourself from this untoward generation. And so when you stand before the Almighty, the Creator, you're going to be by yourself. So you have to preserve yourself, because when you're going to stand before God, you're going to be naked by yourself. Hopefully, you'll be clothed in a robe of righteousness. But you're going to be standing before God by yourself. I'm going to be before God by myself. And so that wife that nagged you to death and they honor you as a man, she's not going to be there. And so I tell men to be selfish. I'm talking about healthy selfishness. And healthy selfishness looking like preserving your mind, preserving your values, preserving your peace. Not selfishness that's exploitative, when you're trying to exploit people for your own gain. I'm not talking about that. When did you come to that epiphany? And guys, do me a favor, share this stream. Go subscribe to Roland the Traveler, guys. To my guys, get the likes, share this stream. This is a powerful show. Brother Roland is a deep goblin. He's funny, and he has a wealth of knowledge. And he's just, the everyday brother that understood the power of world travel. But when did you begin to change? When did you begin to evolve? I know you talked about a couple of times on your podcast after your dad died and your grandfather died. But when did you really start evolving as a man and saying, you know what, now it's time for me to take it to a whole nother level?
I think landing in Santo Domingo, and here's the thing, I wanted to go to like Ethiopia, right? And two men that I was close with, and one of them name was Eddie. He's the one who I'm gonna focus on, and he was the one who tried to push like Santo Domingo. He said, "Look, man, by this time I got myself together. I got money. My house business is doing good. My kids are in college. Now I'm free. I don't owe no more child support. My house is good. I'm in a new spot. Here's when things changed for me. I think I was 40 years old. And the dude's like, hey man, we need to go somewhere. We need to go somewhere different, man. And I was like, well, let's go to Sosua. They're like, nah, we don't want to go to Sosua. And now we're gonna come back around to this. Like, man, Sosua played out. We don't need to go to Sosua. Sosua is, trash. Whatever. And I'm like, well, let's go to, Ethiopia. That's where I wanted to go. And the guys like, Ethiopia might work. And Ethiopia a little too far, man. They said, well, let's go to Santo Domingo.
Right.
I'm like, man, I really don't want to go to Santo. They said, let's go to Santo Domingo. We're going to have a good time. This main dude who was like egging me on to go to Santo Domingo, right?
Right.
Okay, well, we're going to meet up in Santo Domingo in a month.
Right.
Month comes. They don't show up. And the dude, the main one pushing Santo Domingo, he was running behind a girl named Brittany. And he had found out she was messing around with another man. You know, this guy killed himself, man.
Oh my goodness, man. Are you serious?
He had give this woman. Oh, look, he took her, bro. She came from nothing. He put her through school. He did all this stuff for the girl, Brittany. And I'm naming her just on purpose. Like, he put everything into this woman and nothing in itself. That's why I believe in being selfish. Right, he did everything for her. And the moment she got herself straight, she left him for a guy that was in Angola. The guy was getting out. How he found out, he was at the girl Brittany's house, right? At her mother's house. And he found letters. Her mom was in the back. He found letters on the kitchen table from a guy she was dealing with in Angola. And he eventually killed himself over this woman. Wow. So we're supposed to meet up in Santo Domingo. None of these dudes show up. I end up there by myself in a giant city. Santo Domingo is huge. People don't realize this.
Right.
Millions of people there. It's a big place. I don't know where to go at. The guy who told us to go supposed to have planned it out. He knew everywhere to go. I don't know nothing. I end up at the airport by myself. Had to figure it out. But when I got there, you know what? It felt like home. 90% of the people look like me. And I was like, wow, this feels good. Everywhere I went, the people were nice. Don't talk about the dating. Oh, man. After that, look, after you have dated a beautiful woman and you go back to the United States and see them big Berthas, and I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Let's keep on giving it a buck. Go ahead.
Yeah, we'll keep it a buck.
Right.
And it's not all women in the United States, but man, I don't know who reproducing with some of the women in the United States, man.
Right.
Dude, so when I went back to the United States, I saw where I'm like, man, look at this woman's ears. I had changed. Every woman in the United States to me was looking like early off of what's happening now. Everyone was looking like Florida Evans. Damn. Brother.
You're a fool, man.
Here,
right.
Let me tell you something about here, man.
Right.
Dang near 90% of everybody's beautiful.
Yes.
Everybody beautiful. From the
beauty density.
Working in the store to everybody's beautiful. And you can have all of them. So you got the keys to the city. So do you want, like, if you got the opportunity to be a slave or a master, which one would you be?
Right.
Yeah.
We're gonna be a master.
Yeah, exactly. So I learned over here, I was a master. I'm rich. I got everything. I mean, my money quadrupled. Look, I came over here, bro. Real talk. I had 100 G's in the bank, more than that in the bank. And like I always say on my channel, I went out like Tony Montana, and instead of cocaine, you got booty cheeks. So I went out like that, and so after that, I went back to the United States. I still had a job. I say my first day coming back, they say, well, how'd you like your trip? I say, how much vacation time I got left? They're looking like this ninja. They're like, wait, you asking for vacation time? You just got back?
Right.
And they telling me, hey man, you gotta wait. I'm like, I ain't waiting nothing. I'm about to flip over the table. I'm going, no, I need to be free. And that's what made me lead a plantation. Like being able to be free. I finally felt, like brother say, Nat Turner, I felt like a free slave.
Right.
Then you gonna tell me I got to go back to the United States and ask another man when I can take off?
Right.
You call another man daddy? Hey, daddy. Hey, daddy, can I take off next week? No, you need to work. Man, hell with that. I'm like, nah, I'm not calling another man daddy no more. So come hell or high water, I'm gonna figure out a way to do it. Thank God I'd already started flipping houses. That's why I tell dudes all the time, especially black men. I say, black men, buy the ghetto. Buy it. It's for sale. Because you know this, man. Most of our people, we just complainers, man. We gonna sit on the side. A lot of us, we gonna sit. So I tell men all the time, and I mentored a lot of men, man. I'm taught these guys how to fix up houses, how to do these things, man. My whole thing is to free you from the plantation. I'm like Harriet Tubman brother Curtis. I'm Curtis Tubman. Look, dude, buy the hood. This is gonna help you get free. Buy a rent house, buy a duplex. That's what I try to tell cats all the time. But dudes, sometimes they don't listen, man. So that's what it is.
Well, you don't Harriet Tubman brother, so she can free a lot more. And they didn't already know that they were still slaves. You got men here that think they're free, they're not free. You said something that was very powerful about the beauty density. And when I traveled there, foreign women, they tend to be more, very fit. They have more. Some of them not all. Some of the dark skinned is like me, the ones that are Haitian, or the ones that are what you call. You got your zombos, the black Indians, the black and Indian mix. You have the Morenos, you have the mestizos, the white Spanish and Indian, and then you got the mulatto who is white and black. So they're like a mixture of all different ethnic. Like I said, you could pass for Dominican as well. But the beauty density is so strong, man, that like I said, then the men there, they don't care. The average Dominican woman that's a 7 in the DR would do what here in the West Bronx? What would she be in your opinion? A 9 or 10, right.
I'm telling you right now, there's people here I call soul snatchers. Like they will snatch your soul and definitely make you get your passport. And I see dudes. Look, it's so diabolical over here. I see dudes run behind people here, and I even did the same when I first came. But didn't run behind them, but I was definitely impressed by them. We were so used to looking at Big Shirley's. Yeah, I call Big Shirley's on my channel. And I said, get off the couch, Big Shirley. Look, this is funny. I'm walking on the beach today, and I tell you, more than 50 men told me, hey, Ronan, I got off the couch with Big Shirley. And I look back, they're at the table with women happy. And bro, I'm going to tell you, man, I felt good, man. I felt like Moses telling Pharaoh, let my people go. Look, I put the fist up there. Look, I'm not a pro-black type guy. But I'm right. Throwing it up to the brothers, man. Definitely. I love to see men happy no matter the color.
Same here.
I really like to see a black man happy because black dudes be so angry. And look, even white guys watch my channel. You know the craziest thing? Even a lot of Latin men in the United States suffer too.
Yes.
Have a huge Latin population guys. So there's a lot of guys here right now from Arizona. I met. They're like, hey man, hey brother, I watch your channel. Like, let's go. And they like, I come over here and get, I'm like, man, I thought y'all brothers had it good. You're dealing with Latin women. It's not the same. They just like American. I'm like,
I heard the same thing.
Yeah, that's
I
good.
heard I heard the same thing. You got to control the environment, man. You might have one. You got a small percentage of whether you bring them, wherever you bring them, they're gonna be true to who they really are. They're gonna still love you and serve you. But it's a special one. She got to have a strong mind. I would say so. You got first generation. That's like your mom age. Then you got second generation. That's around 40s, 50s, and then you got third generation, which is the younger ones. Which ones would you say were more consistent with still holding on to tradition? Before you tell me, let me read this out real quick. He said, quiet storms and brothers, invest in yourselves, whether it's workout, expanding your education, saving money, growing your network, improving your style, or investing in real estate, stock, and crypto. Invest in yourself. And then my man Gregory Scotland said, hold tight. Gregory Scotland said, he said that the gynocracy of the black community goes back to the 18th century. Just look at how many times black men need to have black women involved in damn near every conversation. Watch many black male content creators for us. I mean, he's right. It's like if they don't get no validation outside of black women, then it's a problem. They're going to always there bring them to the male conversation. And listen, I have a female on my channel every now and then just to hear a woman's perspective, but I don't change my message because a woman's on my channel. If you come on my channel, you're going to get it wrong. And that's probably the reason why my channel hasn't grown to the level that it's grown. You and I talked about it. YouTube don't push male-centered content. They don't. They don't push it. They don't. If you talk real raw male-centered stuff, they're not going to push it. And that's why I tell guys, the same brothers show love and support the channel, support the stream, because running your content creator, it took me hours to put this show together. The special effects, the ideas, it takes time to put this stuff together and to make it pop. Make it pop. People look at it and say, "Oh, it's good," but they don't understand it takes a lot of time. This computer I got here, right here, brother. This computer, $3,000 computer, brother.
Yeah.
I paid $3,000 for this computer. A lot of money. I probably kicked out close to $10,000 my first or my second year doing YouTube. So you want to get a return on your investment, but don't let it be the same guys. Whether you donate to the channel or not, Rona is a powerful dude. I love the dude's work. He's funny, he's smart, he's inspirational, and share this stream so other men can hear his story, because we want to liberate as many black men as we can, because it's a crisis here in America, man. It's a crisis in America. A lot of men are suffering in silence. I'll tell you this story. I met a guy real quick as we're talking in the show, and I met a guy one time, he was a white guy. He said he had 3 kids. He said he hadn't had intimacy with his wife in 23 years. When he asked her for the divorce, she said, "I lie to you not, bro. 23 years." And he said he went to a choir and said, "I can't do this no more. He's not working for him." She said, "Okay." Stone cold. She said, "Okay," because they don't care. Because when he was born, the scripture said, "Cast not your strength to a woman." Men are not supposed to give women their strength. Your strength is your attention, is your time, your resource, unless you earn it. And then a lot of times when it comes out to your innermost secrets, you can't tell them that either. You talk about, they're all snakes. Whether they're poison snakes or not poison snakes. We treat them all like snakes, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But why are men demanding their power back, man? Why are men demanding their power back? And before you answer that question, I'm going to show you this clip real quick in relation to what Charles Tyler did. Let's go look at this clip real quick. Hold tight.
When you date a woman and she may be a potential wife, it's a competition thing all the way. I can't take it no more.
They feel propped up because they feel more beholden to the government. And then their man comes second. That's why they figure that they're strong, independent, don't need no man, because they have the government.
Because the men are failing us, to be honest. Guys thinking about themselves, and they'll think about you after you react.
You don't hear anything about being good wives and all the other stuff. What you hear is you strong and you independent. You can do it on your own. You got black girl magic, black girl rock, but you ain't said nothing about black family.
My mother is like what they consider to be the strong black woman. I feel like I projected that onto the guys that I dated.
Ladies have no idea how stiff their competition really is. You have no clue how black men are viewed in the rest of the world. We are the #1 most sexually desired man on the face of this planet.
They would call Jesus Dusty if he was here living in America, because of the gross narcissism that a lot of our women have.
Frustrated group by Brother Al Green, a friend of yours, a friend of mine. Why are black men demanding their power back? When did you begin to get to a point you say, you know what, enough of this. Like DMX said, I was looking at one of your shows. What a ninja want from me. When did you just start demanding your power back, Ronan? When did Ronan the Traveler say, you know what? I'm demanding my power back. When did you come to that epiphany where you begin to demand your power back?
Well, before I get in there, I'm gonna give you a shout out, man. I like what you just said. Real talk.
What's that? What's that?
So, like, I like how you put it, man. Things are changing, man. They would have called Jesus Dusty.
Oh yeah, they would call Jesus Dusty. Am I talking right?
Yeah, you're talking some facts. They would have called Malcolm X a raccoon. They would have called anytime you anytime you put the lens on us. And now that's something we need to touch on too. But
yes, sir.
What happened with me while I demanded my power back is when I went to go see my child support worker. And she knew I was right. She said, look, everything you saying is right. And I started telling them about it. I'm doing this, paying this, doing this. And she looked at me and say, you know what? It's your own fault. She looked at it and say, you picked her. I was saying all this stuff by her. Man, shout out to On Jay, man. Shout out to my brother On Jay in the building. But she told me you picked her. And you know what? She had a mirror in there. I looked at myself in the mirror. I'm like, damn, she's right. I picked this woman. And that's when I took my power back. I said, you know what? From that moment on, bro, it was almost like Shazam. I'm like, Shazam. It hit me like lightning. Right. And I'm telling you something, man. When I looked at myself in that mirror, I felt so bad. But this is where the werewolf got unleashed at. Mm-hmm. I look back at I didn't know it was Lucia. I always talk about the werewolf. Bruh, I had got so heavy into this church I was going to. I mean, I think I castrated myself. Look, religion is not bad, but there's but some churches are business. And the church I was going to at the time, most of it was full of women.
Yes, sir.
And they catered to women like the rest of the United States. People don't understand the reason why United States itself is a business. It's a
business. Yes, sir.
It's a business. Women spend more money than us. They stick together.
Right.
But if we came together like women do, we would eliminate all the problems that we got. We would eliminate everything.
I agree 100%. I agree 100%.
But that was the moment. I looked at myself in the mirror. I felt so bad, man. I was paying thousands of dollars. And when that woman said that, she went back in the back, man, and I looked. And I saw myself in the mirror, and I was like, you know how Jesus told his mom, behold your son. I like, damn, behold me. Look at myself. I'm in here. I got these dirty dickies on. I had some dusty K-Swiss on.
Wow, man.
2,000 K-Swiss on.
Right.
Riding in a raggedy Ford Taurus. I said, right. I'm going to change my life. And I made a vow to myself, man. And I'm telling you, and I did. I stuck to it, and I even prayed to God, man. I told God when I got in the car, give me the strength, And I'm a guy, who started going to church. I believe in God, but I put that in myself. I said, God, I haven't been following your path.
Right.
I'm not a man, and I was raised a man. I put it to the side, and I'm gonna tell you. And I'm not trying to get preachy or nothing because
no, you're fine because I believe in what you believe in. Go ahead, brother. You good?
No, but I got some devil in me too. I'm trying
to. We all do. We got some. We all got some whip. You got some whip. I got some wine in me.
Yeah, definitely, man. Look, I'm drinking vodka now. I'm doing. But I'm going somewhere with it.
Right.
I started to change, and I'm gonna tell you, man. From that on, man, I became a shark. A shark will die if it don't keep swimming. I started swimming. I call it eating ice cream when you're not doing nothing with your life. You're just happy where you're at. I was eating too much ice cream. I said, you know what? I need to eat some meat now. I got to hunt. I got to start hunting some deers. And when I started doing that, that's the moment I realized. And from then to now, I've been well off. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've been well off. My life. I have all the money I want. I mean, everybody can always use more money, but I went from you definitely ashy to classy. I was ashy, like one who would put a whole bucket of powder on themselves. So I tell any man, you can do it, but you got to have the will. America,
right?
For what all we, for what all we think about America, America is the land of opportunity if you take it like that.
Right.
A lot of guys they sit there and they're stuck. But this is why we need male content.
Yes.
Just why we need, like, even when you with your job and you're helping brothers get through it, brothers need to be able to talk to a person like you.
Yes.
That you can help guide them We stopped helping each other. We started laughing. Look, one of the worst things ever happened to me once I got hit with child support, when my boss told me, everybody there laughed at me. The other men at the table, my boss was like, he could have called me in the office and told me, say, Ron, I got bad news, man. I don't want you to quit. They about to hit you with this child support. It's crazy. All the dudes, man, you got hit with child support. Oh, you should
Right.
I'm not a guy like that. I'm not gonna laugh at you and be like, hey, bro, this is what you need to do.
Right.
From the head on, this me. I'm talking to a dude today. He's telling me when it's process, hey, bro, do this right here. I'm solution based now.
Yes.
I'm not a victim anymore. I don't have victim mindset. When you tell me, hey, this happened to me, I'm gonna say, hey, man, this is what you need to do. Man, my wife trying to take my kids. I start telling cats what they need to do, what I did. And I'm like, bro, you want to pay child support or you want to get half of everything? This is how you need to work. This is the lawyer I talk to. He can help you. Talk to him. So now, since I know you, I'm gonna be doing the same way. Hey, man, because dudes call me like I'm a psychologist. Look, bro, I ain't got these. I just tell you what I went through. Here, talk to this brother right here.
Right. I appreciate it, man.
So that's what we need to do.
Yes. Right. Work together, right. But you know what, one thing I love about you, man, I studied you, and you're a genuine dude, man. You're not pretentious. Your message is consistent. And I was laughing. I said, when I was trying to get in contact with Roland, I was like, who's this Negro? I used to laugh. I said, Roland, like, who's this Negro? But you're a good dude, man. You're real. You love the brotherhood. You're about helping men. I hear you. I know it's genuine because I can hear it in your voice. And your message is consistent. Your message is consistent about giving men solutions and helping men love themselves. See, you're a blessed man. You're what I call an escape slave. You escaped. You ran out to freedom, man. You ran on to freedom. And you escaped, but a lot of men didn't escape. A lot of men right now, as I said earlier, they're in the grave. They're in the grave waiting till the resurrection. They're in the grave. They can never come back and tell their story, man. They died broken. The man you're talking about right now that took his life, he died a broken man. Many men are in the graves with dreams dreams buried in the grave site because they didn't have no man to talk to them. And just like the man I did with the clip, he said, nobody don't care. Folks don't care about men. They see men as a damn means to an end. They don't see our humanity. Men are human doings. Women are human beings. They don't care about our humanity. And so many men go to what a term I call affection deprivation. It makes them simp when they go to foreign countries. That's why they simp so heavy. Because they're not used to a woman cooking them a meal. They're not used to a woman rubbing their head. And you know, well, and I know in foreign countries, shout out to the good women that love their husbands, like, Sister Bashir, a good friend of mine. She nurtured her husband and cooked for her man, good sister. But in foreign countries, that's not a big deal. It's just normal. That's what women do. You're supposed to cook for your man. There ain't shit special about that. No more than a man's supposed to take care of his woman. But here in the West, men think it's a big deal to want to cook them a meal, a hot meal. Tell the story about your girlfriend, how she cooked for you, and don't think nothing of it. To the point, you try to cook, she tell you get out of the kitchen. Tell the boys about that story. Tell the boys. Tell them about that.
Man, this even happened yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, this is a everyday thing that, and Jay is in the building too, and he lives in Cartagena. He deal with the same thing, so I know he can attest to this. When you deal with real ones, look. The problem is culture.
It's culture.
Culture in United States has shifted, especially in our community.
Yes,
where they don't want to cook. And look, even me, I had to understand. Black men, in a lot of ways, we're so liberal. I think we're the most liberal men on the planet.
Very liberal. Too liberal.
We're a little too liberal. So
too liberal.
We don't mind cooking for a woman.
Right.
So when I came here, I'll cook myself. I'm like, hey, I'll make some stuff. I'll wash the clothes. What? Wait, what? The woman told me, hey, listen to me. If you're cooking and you're washing the clothes, what the hell you need me for?
Right.
And that's how they look.
Right.
It's a threat.
Right. That's a threat.
I'm not doing my job.
Right. It's a threat to the femininity. Right.
This gonna sound crazy, bro. Even from the time I wake up, my mother-in-law lived down the street. She bring me fresh bananas every day and whatever fruits. When I wake up, is on the countertop because I like to eat I love bananas. We got bananas right there. No, wait, no Diddy. You know what I'm saying? Look, but she got fresh plantains, fresh everything. in the morning when I wake up, and my wifey say, "Wifey, Papi, what you want to eat?" Every day. And like, I remember suffering and putting up with. It made me think about these things in the United States, man.
Right.
Like, what the hell was I thinking? What happened to me that I would let a woman live with me and don't do, like, excuse me, shit.
Right.
Shit. I don't let women live with me before that don't do shit. And I come home from work, she's like, "What we eating today?" I'm tired. I'm tired too, shoot.
Right.
And I work all day.
Right.
Like, but you make a quarter of what I make. God damn, I mean, don't you understand fairness of the no, but it's just like that the whole welfare state, a lot of these things going our head, and you start to sit there and say, well, why can't, like, you as a man, sometimes you'll sit there and be like, why can't I make something sometime? You know what I'm saying? And then that when you give in that little bit,
right, it's compromise. It's compromise. It's compromise, right?
You're done.
It's compromise.
And I'm telling you, when you compromise, bro, you're done. So now I don't compromise shit. I just don't. I won't do it. What your job is this. I'm gonna pay the bills in here. The lights gonna be on. Everything's gonna be good in here. But if I come home, you better cook something or do something. You better juggle. You better do something. That's how I look at the world now. I told you guys, man, I'm very selfish. That's the way I am. I'm very selfish. And don't you think we've earned it?
Yes.
I earned it, man. I earned it.
I said, look, man, the men that do the work, they definitely earn it. I'm going to show you something, Rona, from when I was in Puerto Plata, and this proves your point. And I was shocked when it happened to me. But shout out to my man Suave. He said, keep up the great work, KC. Guys, share this stream. I got about 22 folks. One of the folks coming in strong on the night. He got 156 in. Guys, share the stream. Let's get this stream up to 300 to 400, 500 folks, man. This is a powerful message by a powerful brother. And share this stream and support the channel. But brother Suave B said, keep up the good work, KC. Shout out to Roland. I met him back in DR in January at Flip Flops. The guy with the suit.
Oh, okay. He was clean. Look, that brother was clean. That brother walked in, the fame. That brother had that David Boy playing in the fame.
Right. Now, Roland, let me show you something real quick, man. I was in Puerto Plata, and I asked a woman to iron my clothes, man. Let me play a little bit of the video real quick, and then we're gonna get back to the show. Hold tight.
And I'm happy for you, sir. I'm happy that you have a Dominican girlfriend. I'm happy for you.
So I was in DR when I was at my hotel. I asked a woman.
I think you guys heard.
I asked a woman to iron my clothes, man, and she was an old woman, man. She was about 52, but I call her Mother Eve. She got to look like Mother Eve. She had the Mother Eve, man, and she was so kind, man. That it shocked me, man, because I said, "Do you mind ironing my clothes, man?" And she ironed my clothes and had a smile on her face. But hold tight, let me show you.
The men rule their countries. They are not egalitarian like American men.
Yeah.
In these countries, in between flights, I understand you. Yes, sir. In between flights, yes, sir. Yeah. And in between flights, you know how they treat you. They treat you different. They treat you better. And I'm happy for you, sir. I'm happy that you have a Dominican girlfriend. I'm happy for you. And you know the vitality, guys, of being around a healthy woman. Listen, being with women that are cooperative, being with women that are feminine can extend your life. One of the things I advocate as a travel therapist, wow, this is a travel therapist episode. I'm about to hit the museum in a minute. But one of the reasons why I advocate for men to travel, because I told you guys there are 7 steps to male optimization. One of those 7 steps is world travel. Once you begin to see the world, the illusion that you have about how men operate is totally different than how you perceive in America. Once you get past the illusion of power abroad, you begin to see the world different. You will begin to see the world different. You will begin to experience differences. Once again, these women cleaned my room. Very kind, very respectful. I didn't have to give the woman any money because look at how fresh my shirts are, brother Roland.
Oh, I see it.
You see how fresh press them shirts are, man. I like the cold kids and say fresh to death. Look how fresh press the shirts are, man. And I asked her, she didn't have an attitude. She said, "Oh, sure." Then, and it's all made me taken aback because she didn't have an attitude. And then I tested her a couple times. I asked her like 2 or 3 times. Never had a problem, man. Did it with a smile on her face. Never had a problem. Look how neat these shirts are. Hold tight.
That's part of that's part of her job. But see, guys, in the West, we reward bad behavior. Some of you men are horribly simptastic. You give women cash apps just for the woman to go out and talk with you, which is foolish, by the way. But here in Dominican Republic, you earn the respect of men. When you earn the respect of men, the men don't mind taking care of you. One of the things I talked about, guys, as a licensed therapist, is behavior modification. I'm gonna walk outside and let you guys see what the outside look like. And in behavior modification, you can't reward bad behavior. As you guys see, these were the chicas. See, this is the chica that looked out for me. Yeah, I'm live here. YouTube. These are the chicas that looked out for me. Very clean. They ironed my clothes. They kept my room clean. And guys, this is how they do it in the Dominican Republic. Mariamo, what is your name, chica? Marona? Lamona. See. And what is your name? See. Lay? Gray. Okay, cool. So yeah, I'm just telling the guys how they treat you here in the DR. Did a great job. I appreciate it, sisters. Thank you. Appreciate it.
And let me tell you something, Mona. This from that little bit, what that woman did to me, man. I gave her cash apps. You remember that song back in the day, "You Make Me Feel Like a Natural Woman"?
Yeah.
Well, I felt like a natural man. Just from that little small token of love and just her being kind. It made me feel masculine. I felt stronger. And what women don't understand is when you give a masculine man strength and you're not stressing him out, you're going to win in the end because he's going to do more for you. But they don't understand that, Ronan. They don't understand that when you serve a man, it makes a man want to serve you more in the back end. But just that little small smidgen of femininity, man, it made me feel masculine. Real kind woman. I gave about, I don't know how many pesos. I think I probably gave her 500 pesos because she ironed my shirts and I was so happy. I said, "Here, go ahead and take this." And she was grateful for it, man. But talk about...
No, that's good money. That's good money here. 500 pesos is I didn't know the value. Now let me just say this. Here's where having a Dominican real girlfriend and not prostitutes changes the game. Sometimes prostitutes only see you as a come up. They but living here and you get a real girlfriend, she will teach you the Dominican experience. Like we look at 500 pesos, we're not really looking at it as what it really is. But 500 pesos is good money over here. People don't make that much money here.
Right.
So you give somebody 500 pesos for them doing something for you. That's great money, man.
That's great money, right?
That's great money. Look, a woman told me, look, I went on a date with a chick, right? And we was in a place in Santo Domingo. After we ate dinner, I did not know the value of money here. I give the guy 1,000 pesos, and him and another guy was about to start fighting because one dude bought my food out and one dude bought the drinks out. So you know me, the guy that bought the drinks, I give him the tip. And the guy that bought the food, these cats about to fight. And the woman grabbed, she said, "Poppy, you can't give that much money to men here. They don't even make, some men don't make that a day.
Right.
Why are you giving them that much money?" I'm like, they're not slaves. This ain't slavery shit. I'm gonna give people money. To us, we don't even know. Look, we don't even know how rich we are.
Yes.
That's what I was saying about putting yourself about the bootstraps and how good we have it. When you say these things in our community, sometimes black people get mad. But I tell people all the time, man, you're not as a victim as you think you are.
Right.
One of our African brothers would love to trade places with you right now. We're winning. Now, I'm not letting America off the hook for shit. I'm just saying we're doing way better than anybody on the planet. We need to realize that sometimes.
Right.
I'm not saying you don't hold mofos accountable.
Right.
But I'm just saying you take that in stride and realize how good we have it too. And this whole part of the whole dating thing. I love my life. I wish I could go back in time and like go back. What that was going back to the future. I put up an old colors on dating. Hey man, run.
Right.
I would say, get in. Don't go back.
Right.
Get your passport.
Right.
Escape.
Right.
I mean, look, it'd have been like Django and Chain. Who that ninja on that nag? Like, hey, bro, you don't have to deal with this. We don't have to go back and forth with these women, man.
You don't.
Shout out to the good women. Shout out to the good ones.
Shout out to the good ones. Right.
You got something else.
You got something else. Right.
These women over here would take such good care of you, man. Look, dude, I woke up this morning. All my clothes on our line, they smell perfectly fine. Everything pressed. Like you just showed your shirts. I wake up to that shit every day.
Every day, right.
Every day.
Right.
When I get up, when I come out the room in the morning, I have fresh mangoes and plantains on the table every day. Everything is just done. Bro, you remember on Tom Cruise, The Last Samurai? Remember when he was in the village and he started to admire the village? That's my life right now. I'm admiring the village. Remember, when you get away from the Sosua Strip and the tourists, people always, Sosua is a wonderful place. And we're going to get into that for a different thing, just like Cartagena and these places.
Right.
Get away from the tourist aspect of it, and you become one of them. Remember how Tom Cruise put that red samurai on? He was one of them. He'll say, once you become one with the community and people, okay, because long as you're a tourist, you're almost just like a lick. But once you become, it's different. You muted a little bit. I think your mic muted. Do y'all hear him? Or it's just me?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you now, brother. We hear you good.
Shout out to my man, the War Report for that.
Oh, you disappeared again. Either he disappearing or I'm disappearing. I'm in Dominican Republic. Y'all let me know. Which one of us do you hear?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but it's freezing. Either you're freezing or I'm freezing.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's this damn thing does.
Okay, yeah. So the brothers can hear me. Okay.
Yeah.
Brother, I'm in the DR. I'm supposed to have a regular internet, brother.
No, I got Google Fiber, man. You know.
Okay.
I don't know this computer must got a demon in it because it shuts off when it wants. I mean, this is a $3,000 computer, man. I got Google Fiber.
Man, I got the same one, man. It's the government. They don't want the message getting out. They don't want brothers being free. It's the government, I tell you.
I think you're right, brother, because this computer has a mind of its own. It'll shut, it'll stop, it'll mute me by itself. I'm like, what's wrong with this thing, man? And it's irritating. You know, I got a whole $700 soundboard, $900 soundboard. So I got the technology, Google Fiber and all of that, but I have to switch it sometime and turn it back on, reboot. I got to figure out what's going on, but I'm not a tech guy. But shout out to my man, the Wall Report for that $25 cash out. Shout out to the Wall Report.
Shout out to that brother.
Yeah, the Wall Report, good brother, man. Always showing love. Shout out to the Wall Report for that $25 cash out. I appreciate it, brother.
The ops are watching.
What were you doing wrong? You talk about what is
yeah. Well, let me tell you, man, I used to be a savage. When I tell you a savage, I think a lot of men were savage like that. When I'm talking about with women, I think a lot of us used to play the field, do these things, and you know how they say that you become a man, you put childish things away. I thought that, hey, I found a decent person like Babyface. We fell in love. Who can blame us? You know what I'm saying? So I had, you know, when a man has a daughter, I had 2 back-to-back. I started really caring about my image, and I'm like, you know what, I got to be a better person. And that's how I ended up started going to church and doing things. And I think that even then, I just locked the werewolf up. That's what I did wrong.
Right.
If I would have kept the werewolf out, you know what, I would have still been married. Because you know what, she didn't love me. She loved the werewolf.
She loved the werewolf. What was different about the werewolf? What was about the werewolf that made her love? Because the werewolf didn't care.
It ain't that he didn't care. He just put himself first. The werewolf is that person, bro. I'm telling you, it's just like, hey, don't make me angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. That's the werewolf. David Bruce Banner, Dr. Jekyll, and Mr. Look. Women love unpredictability.
Yes.
Some days, look, I tell any brother who's married right now and who's in this and you got a decent relationship, disappear sometime. You ain't never see a woman get as wet and creamy and she don't know where you at. Let me tell you something. She gonna be looking for you. You come, she gonna be fussing. But boy, when you walk back through that door, boy, you're gonna have a good night. You're gonna have a good night. You gonna tell you.
Right.
Look, she gonna play Yahoo! Celebration. She gonna be so happy that you came home. But if you always there, sometimes women look at you and like, oh Lord, man, you ain't got no friends.
Too predictable. Too predictable, man.
You ain't got nothing going on with yourself.
Right. Too predictable.
Dog.
Too predictable.
Women don't want you sitting there like no old puppy dog waiting for her to come home. Soon as you see her, your tail start wagging. You know what I'm saying? That's subservient. When you come home and your dog see you, he happy to see you. His tail start wagging. Many men do the same thing. That woman come home from work, you're the one doing it. Your tail wagging.
Right, tag wagging. Right. And it's due to negative conditioning, man. And that's why you gotta get out, man. You gotta get out and travel. Once you begin to travel, you'll never see the world the same again. You will never see the world the same. I told you, because see, men really are under an illusion. They're under an illusion that they think they have feminine women, to the point they're so servile that you know the women don't even respect them. Why do you think Ray Man and Daquan and Shermike and Man get so much respect? Because they're giving them that hard wood, leave them exacerbated, and they go on about their business because they don't care. They're reckless. Yeah. And they love Raekwon and Man because Raekwon and Man, see, a woman want to chase a man's validation. If she can constantly chase, you don't want a woman to ever think she's secure in that relationship. I know that sounds harsh, but the more secure she feels, if she's not a godly woman, and most of them are not godly, and even the ones that call themselves godly, they the same way. But the more secure she feels, the more she has proclivities to take you for granted and to get lazy and the more that step aside. But when you let her know that, listen, I'll get rid of you, and you know what your worth is as a man, it makes her anxious because she don't know if you're going to leave her or stay. Would you agree with that?
Oh, you're 100% facts. 100%. That's why Pookie and Ray Ray wins. Like, we always talk about Pookie and Ray Ray, but these cats are unpredictable. You don't know if he's going to be on the block. You don't know if he at home. You know, that woman happy if she come home and Pookie and Ray Ray sitting there playing PlayStation. We make jokes about that, but she happy to see him because she don't know where he look. The first time I really saw it was a few years ago, right? I was dating this chick. She was going to LSU. She had went back to school to be a teacher, right? She had a one of her best friends' name was Brittany. When I tell you Brittany looked like Apollonia, she was gorgeous. Dude, when I met her boyfriend, right? We went on like a double date.
Right.
Brittany's boyfriend came, pants on the ground. He was sagging in tights. I'm like, how the hell are you sagging in tights? But you know, he was sagging in tights. He had a George Jefferson haircut with braids. The braids were on the side. When I tell you this cat was done, he put the D in Dusty. But you should have saw Brittany. She was all over him. He was the realest. He was the king of the Pookies, right?
Right.
But she was loving him. So I'm talking to him. I'm like, hey, bro, where you work at? He's like, work? I don't work nowhere. I'm like, what the? Look, after a couple of weeks, he had wrecked up Brittany's Mercedes. Brittany bailed him out of jail like 8 or 9 times, but she loved him. Same thing. Like, look, have you ever been on the stopped at an interstate, right? At one of the intersection, you will see this homeless white dude. He could be a heroin addict. He'll be out there with a beautiful white woman laying out there with him. I don't know if you saw this. I've saw this a lot of times in Louisiana and different things. So if a woman love you, she like you, that she will go to hell with you.
She will. Very true.
But a good man who loves her, she won't even go to heaven with him. She'll go to hell with a bad one, but not to heaven with a good one. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that is so true. That is that. If she really, he can be dusty. He can be if that man. See, the problem with a lot of women, Roland, they hard to imprint because they've been with so many men. But if that man imprint her, if she got a low body count, even if she got a decent body count, but she been imprinted, and that's the man that she really want, she'll down there sleep on. She'll sleep on the bridge with him. She'll be homeless with him. She'll give him. He can cheat on her. She'll stay with him. That's why it's so important for fathers to be in their daughters' lives, man. But now in this generation of women, you can try to teach them and train them. They don't listen. They're very rebellious. They don't listen to the fathers. Even when fathers are trying to do things to their daughters in good favor, they're trying to guide them. Because I'm a firm believer that a man needs to sit down with another man and have a conversation. I don't care if the woman is grown, so the father can probably vet that man and give that girl over to that man. Someone might say, I'm grown. It don't matter if you're grown. The honorable thing to do is to sit down with the father. You vet the man. You make sure his value system are consistent with the values that you taught the daughter, and then you give her away. That's the right thing to do. How would you respond to that?
No, you're right. Both of my daughters did. My oldest daughter just married a guy. He's from Nigeria. He's a professor. He's a professor at LSU, and this guy, man, I'm telling you, he's a great dude. Education, this and that. Actually, he helped my daughter with her schooling. He made her even better. And but that's what's one of my main things to do was to raise my daughters. And I raised my daughters to be wives. I didn't raise them to be strong and independent. Both of them are, but I didn't beat that in them. I was so blessed to have enough money to fight. And I got my daughters when they were 14 and 15. And that was just a crucial age for me to get them into it. But I would talk to my daughters like I was a sensei in a dojo. Like, hey, this is what it is. Like every day I would tell them how men were. Look, I'm your dad. You talk to the werewolf. And I would tell them about how men were, how they should be. Do you want to be? You don't want to be a jump off. I told him. I just told him the truth about life. And thank God I did. Right now, one is engaged. The other one is married. And I'm glad. The other one about to get married actually this summer. So I'm definitely happy about that. So I didn't teach them to be strong, independent women. I just didn't. I taught them to want family. I told them, look, this is what I told my daughters. I said, you know what? I showed them this. I showed them the Asian community. And I showed them
good model.
How wealthy they were. People got this confused by white people.
Right.
They also about white supremacy. I understand. White people are not the number one demographic in the United States. You know, I start showing them about the Indians and the Palestinians and different groups, and then the Japanese and Chinese. So the Indians have like a 90% marriage rate, and I think the Chinese, Japanese in the United States are 70%. These are the two richest groups in the United States. Then I think white people are like 50% or something. We're at like 25 or something. We're at the bottom because of this stuff, because of our politics, the things that we believe. So I told my daughter, I said, which one of y'all want to be? Y'all want to be on the 25% or you want to be at the top?
Right.
Both of my daughters said, we want to be at the top. And I said,
we'll be at the top. Right.
You need to get married and stay together. Like you said, you've been with your same. I'm telling you, man, if I can go back in time, I just would have picked better women. If you're in the United States, imagine the amount of money. I'm doing good now, but imagine the amount of money and wealth I would have had if I pick a woman who really fit my mindset.
Yes.
That's the culture we need.
That's the culture we need. Right.
That's the culture we need.
I totally agree, man. And so when I first went to DR, I'm what you call a travel therapist. I got a colleague of mine. I didn't know you could travel, but as a YouTuber, you want to find ways to offset costs. So traveling is part of it. And then also a colleague of mine, she was telling me about travel therapy. So I said, you know what? What's a place that I can go to travel as a therapist, but also travel, do YouTube, but also get tax cuts? Chose DR because it was close. When I went to Punta Cana back in December, I got my training in what's called the Gottman method. The Gottman method talks about the dynamics of couples. So I'm being trained. I got trained in the Gottman method as it relates to couples. And so you're 100% correct. I told you in the back, man, I'm close to paying my house off cash, man. That's how close I am. It ain't gonna be no damn 20 years and they hustling me. I'm gonna be debt free this year because I've been keeping my head down to the groundstone. My business is growing. My business is growing, and then me being a black male therapist, I got a niche market, so I can basically make good money. My overhead is low because I'm a talent therapist, and so I've been keeping my head down. I tell my wife, I say, look, if you take care of this little small stuff on the front end, I'm gonna keep stacking this money. And I said, watch me win. And because of that, man, I don't have no high overhead. I'm gonna be debt free minus my student loans. If I wanted to, I could probably pay my house off this year cash if I want to. That's how close I am. But that took a lot of time. That took years of saving money, and that took a lot of discipline. Listen, bro, I can go buy a car cash right now if I wanted to, but I'm not gonna do it because I don't care about no car. I got an old 1999 Buick Riviera. They got 220,000, 50,000 miles on. I got a Z71 Chevy Tahoe, nice truck, 205,000 miles on. I got a Honda Fit Sport, and that my wife got an old Avalon. And I don't care about cars. I'm stacking my money. I'm getting my house renovated, and I'm trying to be debt free because I can see the vision, man. Because at some point I'm gonna be looking like Chester the Cheetah. Because I don't want to be rolling an old man with no damn Walmart shoes on, them big shoes on, talking about how can I greet you?
Yeah, with those two straps. Remember, you got two straps. You got profile straps.
Right. I'm not gonna be no guy hunchback over, with them big shoes on, talking about how may I greet you? It ain't gonna be me. And then on top of that too, even jumping off topic a little bit, like I told my dad, I said, Dad, I said I love you, but you 81 years old. You're in a stage in your life where you should be enjoying life. And I think about your fathers and your grandfather. You should be enjoying your life. Your time on this planet is limited. And who needs stress? Like you said earlier, stress is killing men. I refuse to let a woman kill me. I refuse to let a woman be disrespectful to me and I stay with her. I'm going to let you go. We can be cool. We can be cordial. But at this stage of my life, I don't know something wrong about 40s and 50s, man, where you just say maybe because your testosterone levels are lower. And as your testosterone levels get lower, you're not blinded by lust and sex no more. You just see it for what it is. And you just don't have the energy. You'd rather have your peace in your 40s and your 50s to be dealing with a contentious woman stressing you out. Because stress actually kills your sex drive, man. You know that, right?
Oh yeah.
It destroys it, man. And so I'd rather have peace. And that's what I tell all men to do is to broker for your peace instead of dealing with these toxic women here in the West. What percentage, Ron, of women would you say are actually wife worthy and dateable? What percentage would you say?
You talking about in the DR?
No, here in America. What percentage? If you had to, this is your own estimate from an anecdotal perspective.
What you talking about, black ones or white? Wait, we got.
Okay, that's fine. We'll talk about black ones and then we'll talk about the white ones. But what percentage would you say are actually wife ready and wife worthy in your opinion?
In black ones that I don't look. Let me tell you, man.
Sir.
I just know you, man. God dang, man, you put me on the spot with
no, it's okay.
We're gonna keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck.
Right.
Me myself, I haven't experienced that many black women who I think are wife worthy. I've experienced some, but the closest I came to it, I was dating a doctor. She's from New Orleans East. Now look. The woman was feminine. I give it to her. She was feminine, but she didn't want me to tell her son anything.
Right.
Like brother said, yeah, your mama black. You say anything. Look, this woman, she was a cool chick. She didn't mind cooking. She didn't mind doing little things. She's the closest I ever met to a feminine woman. And some of that might be my fault too, because I look for a certain type of woman, certain kind of women I like. I like an attractive woman. I just do. But
she was the closest I came to her. But one day, her son, I had spent money on her son. I had paid for him to join football because I'm trying to get out. Look, I didn't have any boys at the time. I only had daughters, so I get this little boy, and I'm putting my money into him because I took care. I went in there, simp on 90 degrees. I'm like, hey man, I'm gonna be your daddy. I'm gonna look out for you. I'm trying because I'm used to having daughters. I put him in kung fu. I'm doing all this stuff, and she was okay with me spending money on him. But when it came to me disciplining him, like he fell off a scooter, right? Like one of those little hoverboards. He fell off the hoverboard. He started crying, and it just did something to me. I say, hey man, what are you doing? You got to be a man. Stop whining like a girl. Like I was raised. She like, that's so toxic. Don't you ever look. This is what she told me.
Right.
Don't you ever talk to my son like that. I'm like, hold my beer. I took the beer, bro. I put my beer on the countertop, put my jacket on, and walked the hell off. I mean, this is a woman I like. I left her and that son sitting right in the house. I was gone. I mean, just that but that shows how much I had changed. I was in this just before I even had got my passport. Dude, I had changed so much before I even got the passport. Dude, I left the beer, the coat, her, and the son. I haven't talked to her since. I saw her after that. I did see her one time. And now guess what her boy is? And I'm not dissing that community.
Oh, yeah.
Last time I saw them in Dillard's. And she was like, hey, Ronaldo, it's good to see you, man. I miss you and all this. And she looking at her son. I don't want to say the son's name. Good Lord. I don't know what his name really is now. He got different. And he was like, hey, this cat had on Daisy Dukes. He was like, hey, you remember? He was like, remember we were playing Call of Duty? I'm like, Call of Duty. I'm like, Call of Duty. I don't play look, I'm like, I don't play Call of Booty, big dog. I do not play Call of Booty.
Call of Booty, right.
I don't play Call of Booty. And yeah, like brother said, what the white women at? So so when it comes to the black women, I haven't had too many. I've had women who will kind of work with you, but they just weren't feminine. And they will sit there. And look, a lot of it is this. This is something we haven't touched on. How much of it is black men's fault because we put up with it? Look, a black woman can say something right now. I look at TikTok sometime or Instagram. She could say something that's completely bogus. I'm talking about complete bullshit. And 100 black men will be like, yeah, you go, girl. You talking right. Yeah.
Right.
And if you say something like, even look at it things on a political level. Like I told you, me, you talk privately. I'm not a Republican or a Democrat.
Same
but here's what happened to like men like us. We're trapped in a corner where you're not really MAGA and you're not a Democrat. I just want men to have rights. And on the right, it seems like you have more rights. And I have had problems with dating women in the United States because I'm like, well, what about men's rights? They start talking about feminism, masculinity. And I'm like, well, what about men's rights? Don't you think that men, well, if he have a child, he need to, I'm like, hold on, but what about her? She had the same decision. What about her if she want to kill a baby? Don't I have a voice? You don't need no voice. That's when shit goes off the rails.
That's where it goes off the rails, right.
That's when it goes off the rails.
Right. Because they don't see you as human. It's a term called solipsism. Nothing outside of self exists. It's a philosophy called they're very solipsistic by nature. But they're also wrong. I call it cognitive dissonance. They're very deaf, and we'll get to that in a second. They are very deaf, and I'm going to show you this clip in a minute. But guys, in the meantime, go support Roland the Traveler. Go check his channel out. The brother is extremely funny. I love his work. Like I said, when I was getting my mom's bathroom fixed, I would be walking on my exercise, walking up the street laughing. So real funny brother, guys. So go check out Brother Roland. And the robot said inflation is high, guys. Get the likes up.
Comes to us in its own time. Fighters, keepers, losers, we.
about women rolling back in the day, you know, I'm class of 90, you probably class of 96, so you like a little brother to me.
Yeah.
You know, but you know, you're not still with Gen X. Women of the past, black women of the past, in my opinion, they weren't perfect. We know that sometimes grandmama, great grandmama was shaking a leg at the liquor store, you know, or at the piccolo joint. That's what they say. But I would say overall, Roland, the quality of women was a lot better than now. They weren't perfect back then either. I'm not dumb to think that black women back then were this innocent. No, they won't. But you have a greater percentage that were better women. They valued their bodies. They weren't ran through. They didn't have a bunch of kids by different men. Even if she did have a kid, she still was a traditional woman. But when you think about the women that you dated, maybe say coming out of high school back in 96 or 95 or 97, what do you remember about women that dated in your early stages of your life compared to maybe in your mid to late 30s and early 40s and mid 40s? What was the biggest difference that you saw, and when did things begin to change in your opinion?
I think women back then were willing to give a man a chance.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have a preconceived notion as much. You know, a lot of them heard black men not this, not that. They did, but I think a lot of women still were willing to give us a chance.
Mm-hmm.
I think what changed was social media. Think about the instant gratification
True.
that we have now.
Mm-hmm.
A woman, she could be a terrible person, but she get on TikTok or one of these things, YouTube or Instagram, and she got a little butt on her, put some tights on and shake around a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
She gets enough gratification to fill up a castle.
Mm-hmm.
You know how many men who will be there, and I've done it too. So like, God dang, girl, look at the titties. You know what I'm saying? I've done it too. But I'm telling you, because now, and that's part of what happened to me. You leave the United States, you see fine women so much, you're numb to it. But
you're numb to it, right?
We're numb to it. We're just today. I turned down at least 16 women. I'm walking to the like any and some of the dudes that's watching this, they were with me today. We turned down. Listen to me. We turned down women that would make a man give them their whole check. A man would risk it all for every day here.
Mm-hmm.
Every day I deal with that. So, but it makes you like a kung fu master. You're like, get on. You're so used when you go back to the States. Some chick come up to me in the States and we talking and she's acting, hey, how you doing today, sister? And sometimes I don't got the point, I don't even speak. I don't got to the point, and I said this on one of my live streams before.
Right.
A woman car had broke down and I passed by her, and I did. And I had changed so much, I didn't even care her car broke down. But when I looked to the back, I saw a boy in the window, a little boy. He was like 2 or 3 years old. That's why I stopped. It wasn't because of her, because of that little boy that was in her. She had caught a flat tire, and I get out there and I try to help her. Not for her, because I would have kept going. She by herself. That's what America done to me. That I looked at. Oh, you want to be strong and independent? Well, be strong and independent. Jack your motherfucking car up yourself. You know what I'm saying? That's what happened to me when I saw that little boy in there. Let me show this boy what a man is. You know what I'm saying? And that's how I am now. I want our people to win, but it's hard for our people to win when our people are controlled by a certain narrative. I want us to be free. I'm like, damn the Republicans, damn the Democrats. Let's be for us winning.
Right.
And there's people on both sides, especially the left, though, that hate people talking like this.
Right.
Like Anthony Mackie was talking about the attack on masculinity in the United States.
Right.
Over here, look, let me tell you how masculine it is here. I see it every day. One of my neighbors here, she has a boy. He got a little job. She has a husband. She takes care of him so much. She does everything. She has a job too. And I'm looking at that. Damn, why you catering to your little boy? I understand you catering to your husband. She caters to the fucking son, does everything. He don't do none of that stuff. This is how life is over here. I'm not used to it. My mom would like, hey, you iron your own clothes. You know what I'm saying? We grow up so different. My mom not doing none of that stuff. My mom just didn't. She just like, nah, She said, boy, look, you eat something, you wash that shit out. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But over here it's just different. It's different.
Right.
I was dating a chick before here who had a son. I came into the relationship like an American culture. She was like, "Don't why you worrying about me fixing my son food? I fix yours first. You know, why you worrying?" I'm like, he can fix his own food. She's like, "Poppy, we don't do that here." So I learned that, wow, okay, it really is a machismo culture here.
Right.
You know, I was the one coming in here out of order telling them that he could serve himself. You know, I'm coming with that Black American feminism shit over here.
Right.
Yeah, so I had to learn, hey, man, flush that shit down the toilet. So now when I meet women in the United States, I can't have interactions with them like that. I'm too far gone. They done lost me. I'm too far gone. They might say, hey, we don't want you no way. But because your mama black.
Your mama black. Yeah. That's what they say. Your mama black. Right.
You hate yourself. And there's always some dude. I was looking at a guy today. He was like, you know what? I hate black men who traveling. These are the men. Look, these are other black men. He was talking about they're weak. They just never had a good black woman. That's why they go other places. They look for weak. And these black women, this is the Umar Johnson type of guy.
Right. The yalla.
Yeah, and these dudes, man, they get a lot of views, and these black women follow them, and that's why they never change the condition. So I do blame a lot of black men for a lot of our problems because these dudes, like I tell people, there's no such thing as the black community. There's communities in the black community.
Right.
Different communities.
Right.
We're not all the same. We're not one big ninja. We're not one big ninja. We all think different. Even in the passport, even in the so-called passport bros, there's different type of guys that's in the passport, like ideology. That we have different type of guys, you know, all in the manosphere. And when you could look at the manosphere, what created all of us, I think the manosphere. Don't you think that the manosphere created a lot of that? Men trying to seek for their own ways?
Yeah. So you said something very powerful and profound. And give me 1 minute. Shout out to my man Greg Scotland for that 5. He said there are not enough SYSB type of black men. Too many agree with Umar, Derek Jackson, Boyce Walker. And shout out to my man, no doubt. And shout out to my man Quiet Faith, always showing love. Stand up, brother.
Yeah, shout out to that brother.
Yeah, good brother, man. Always showing me some love, man. And there's brothers like Quiet Faith, man, that makes me, you know, do this kind of stuff because I'm trying to grow my channel, man. And you know, and like I said, man content, it ain't, if you do this man content, it ain't gonna grow your channel. But shout out to him. He said my tuition for the culture condition. We appreciate the time you're putting in to have candid conversations about the contemporary issues of men and women. Be blessed, no doubt, man, and much love to Quiet Faith. And Quiet Faith, you are the #1 sponsor of this stream. Shout out to Quiet Faith because he's the #1 sponsor.
Brother.
No doubt. Shout out to Quiet Faith. Shout out to Quiet Faith and Gregory Scotland, always showing love, and they're the #1 sponsors of the stream. But you know, you said something about beauty density, and bring me back to what you were saying, Roland. So you were talking about the manosphere, so good point. So let me go back to that. So I always tell people, Roland, that the manosphere was not created in a vacuum to hate women, white or black. It was never created in a vacuum when men just rose up and said, we're going to hate women. No, it was never about that. But the manosphere was a response to men suffering in South. Now watch this, Roland, because I'm going to give you some clinical stuff. Watch this. There's a contemporary theorist by the name of Dr. Irvin Yalom. Dr. Irvin Yalom said that there are 12 stages to group therapy. What you see in here in this so-called manosphere space, because see, I'm a manosphere adjacent. I'm not a card carrying, I'm a manosphere, I got a card. No, I'm an adjacent, because ain't no man gonna tell me how to think. I think the way I want to think. You're not gonna tell me what to think and don't say that. I do the hell I want to do. I'm 53 years old. I wish a man would damn trying to tell me how to think. Because like I said, I ain't trying to be arrogant, but some of these cats are not even on my level. So you're not gonna tell me how to think until you
been where I've been as a man, I can listen to you and respect your position, but you ain't gonna damn tell me how to think, because when you line your credentials with my credentials, there's no comparison. So, but the manosphere was a response to the pain and the suffering that a lot of men were going through. It's called an existentialist crisis. Now watch this, Ron. It's gonna get real deep. So Dr. Yalom said there were 12 principles. He said one was called universality. I call that the universality of brotherhood. When brothers universally were coming together and we were saying, okay, something is a problem. Universally, we were all having the same problem. Dr. Yalom said also in group therapy, he said there was commonalities. But then Dr. Yalom said that, people in group therapy, they compare the evidence. So men were comparing the evidence. My wife cheated on me. I had child support. I was struggling and doing everything that was never good. I was suffering in silence. I was dealing with a baby mom. I was dealing with paternity fraud. And then one of the latter stages of group therapy is called corrective recapitulation. That's a fancy way of saying I got to go back and correct the things that held me a slave. Recapitulate meaning the things that held me a slave, meaning I was submitting to. I got to go back and confront those things so that I can't be captured again in my mind, body, soul, and spirit. And then once I challenge those things, now I can move forward and I can tell other men the story. So the manosphere was a response to the suffering and the pain of men. It was not an affront to hurting women and trying to disrespect women. And so men begin to come together, white and black, and we say something is wrong. And then you got a movement when dating is down, relationships are down, marriage is down, and now they talk about Ronan. A lot of women are coming back saying, we love you, kings. I'm gonna show you this clip, you're gonna laugh at this. But they're coming back, Ronan, and saying, we want you, kings, and we love you, kings, because they're angry birds. Watch this.
Loser ass nigga.
Your video with comments about
He's a
certain
loser.
other female.
Just to let you niggas know, we don't need y'all. We want y'all, but we don't need you.
20 years later.
Our black men, we want all y'all back. Because we love you, we see you, kings, and most importantly, we need you. And most importantly, we need you.
And most importantly, we need you.
You can't.
If you a that's for the streets.
You can't delete the ski. You can't delete the ski.
I know a who used to suck dick every mother night.
You can't
delete your.
You can't delete the skate, and they angry birds, Roland. They coming back in waves and saying we love you, kings. But a lot of brothers got the Doctor Who spirit. I'm gonna do a show on that at some point. They got the Doctor Who spirit. They say, "Who, me?" Because they say I ain't coming back. And then you got some like DMX say, "Lord, show me a sign." They say, "Lord, show me a sign." But a lot of brothers, man, they're indifferent. They don't even care anymore. They are indifferent. They don't care. And a lot of these women are angry birds because they cannot control the conversation. You can call us out of our names. You can call us lame, old. They'll say you can't get a bad B like me. Sweet, I don't need a bad B like you. You're ran through. Because in other countries, there are several bad Bs that'll put you to shame. That's why I said once men know how much power they got running, once they begin to travel abroad, man, chicks that think they find here in America, they are nobodies in foreign countries. They are nobodies. People talking about Halle Berry. Halle Berry is a 3 in the DR. Would you not agree with that?
No, I agree with that. Listen, I see several Halle Berrys every day. Look, let me tell you something. I'm so conditioned. I don't want no woman, I don't want to hurt your channel, brother, but I don't want no woman leave their hair on the dresser. I don't give a damn.
It's the truth. I feel the same way.
I don't date, listen, I don't, and that's even here too. I don't date women with weave. I don't.
Neither do I.
My old lady hair to her ass, and that's just real talk.
My wife natural. My wife natural. I locks through her back. My wife is natural. Right.
Yeah, so why can't a person have, look, a woman told me before, this American woman, that woman told me straight up, she said, I want what I want, and that's what I want. Them motherfuckers like Popeye. She told me straight up like Popeye, I am what I am, and that's the hell what I respect it. So I am what I am. So I don't want no weave. I want to know what you look like in the morning when you wake up with all that shit on. Because I remember hooking up with a chick in the United States. I thought she looked good. And that next day I woke up, she looked like my uncle. Like, what the hell? Once that face was off and that hair was off, oh, hell no. looking like Florida Evans. Hell no, I don't want that. I don't want no woman look like a real mechanic. You know what I'm saying? I want a beautiful, feminine woman. But you know what? Like we always say, your mama black. I'm like, how you know so you know, I start telling women, when a woman tell me my mama black, I tell them, I say, how you know my mama black? I might be white. Right. It might be something else. How you know my mama black? And they stop them. They look like, and they start saying, you know what? This ninja might have a different mom.
Right.
They stop. That's why I stop them now. When they say your mom, how you know that? That's what I tell them now. And even if she was black as the ace of spades, what they got to do with you? I ain't gonna speak my mom.
Right.
What they got to do with you of what I'm talking about? So they build a Shirley. You know, let me tell you, no, I am not trying to build no Shirleys. I don't want any of that. But look, dudes, I think a lot of us just simp too hard. And then look, what you think about this? I think that because there's so many hit pieces about the passport bros, the BBC keep putting them out every day. I want to get your opinion on this. Do you think that the American government will try to stop? Because so many of us are leaving the United States, going out. The birth rates are going to definitely take a hit from it.
Yes,
it's not just black men, white men, Latino men leaving. I mean, the West. Look, a lot of my subscribers come from England and all over the world, South Africa. At least these guys are. Today, I met with dudes from Ethiopia. I met with, and shout out to you brothers, I met with 20 men from Ethiopia today. I'm like, damn, y'all leaving Ethiopia? They're like, feminism is spreading. They're like, brother, feminism is spreading all over the world. So that might, brother, you might be right, brother Gary. He said those travel bans. That might be something. So what do you think about that? You think they're trying to stop us from leaving?
Yeah. So so when you think about the money, you think about revenue, you think about the money that the government is losing, because family, of course, is about money. It's not about support, it's about money. And so, I can see it where they'll come over some crazy spirits and say, if you leave America, you got to pay a certain tax, or if you're going for a certain time, they might try to tax you based on how much time you leave, or tax you even going out, or try to come up with some crazy stipulations to stop you. Because men, by large, they're not getting married. They don't, like even with stores like Jewel's Diamond, they're not buying rings. And they're mad at, red pill content, passport bros, and men in general, because we're educating men to what their power is. The churches are not going to tell them. Most therapists are not going to tell them, because they're woke therapists. A lot of therapists are woke. They're very liberal. I tend to be a conservative therapist. The daddies ain't going to tell them, because they either simps or they scared. And so anytime a man try to have a voice, and really it's a spirit, bro. It's a demonic spirit. Anytime a brother try to have a voice, they're trying to sound. So I think they're going to come up with some kind of stipulations, like my man said, travel bans, or some form of cursory tax, where they try to stop black men or men in general from traveling and enjoying their lives. The crazy thing is, wrong, women can always have autonomy to do what they want to do. Yeah, but it's never a problem till black men begin to do it. It ain't a problem till black men do it. So I can definitely see it coming. So let's go back to what you're saying about explaining about women of the past and dating. So did you see the shift when you were in high school, in the middle, or maybe closer to the back end of your life? When did you begin to really see that radical shift?
I saw it probably in the middle of my life. Like,
in the middle of your life, right?
Like in the middle, when I was in high school and stuff, I didn't really realize it. And I told you, I was saying this earlier, you caught it. I was terrible in a part of my life. Like, my mom one time came home when I was young, and I don't want to say how old I was, but she caught a 27-year-old woman in my bed. 27-year-old. This woman was way older than me. And so I was terrible. I was knocking them all down. That's how I was. I was just devious. And so I didn't notice it until I tried to change. And when I tried to change, I was in my early 20s, probably 23 or 24. That's when I noticed a lot of different things that I saw. I was in my early 20s, and the culture has started shifting again. Man, music is very important. Now we live in an age with sexy reds and Amber Roses. You can't slut shame. And, the left had pushed this agenda where Women, you are free, like the TD Jakes type. Women, thou are loose.
Woman, thou are loose, right?
You can do whatever the hell you want. And if somebody they can't handle it, they are weak. I think that stuff has hurt our community so
it's destroyed
much. But look, you asked me, I'm gonna ask you, why do you think black men accept it? Why do you think we just accept these things and not say, I didn't accept it, I give it the finger and went to Dominican Republic? Why do you think so many other men just accept it? And look,
right.
These are the biggest haters, even with me. My most negative comments come from black men sometimes say, man, you can't deal with no real woman. Like women, black women and black men. I have never had a negative comment from any Latino. No Dominican has ever reached out to me and said, hey, go date women in your own country. Why are you over here? You just no Dominican. And look, I have a huge Dominican audience. Dominicans don't send me. I only get bad comments from black women, mostly from the pro-black community. I don't know why. I don't have nothing against pro-black. Oh, you want to do that's good. But most of my hate comes from the pro-black community. I have no idea why at all. I just don't know. So what do you think about that?
So excellent question, Roland. So it goes back to what I said earlier. I talked about introjection. So part of it is negative socialization. Part of it is negative socialization. That's one of the reasons why black men don't stand up and challenge it. Two, it goes back to so many black men being raised in single-parent homes. So they over-identify with female talking points. They over-identify with female talking points due to an ego defense mechanism called introjection, and then they project in anger towards masculine men like you and I. So it's negative socialization in the form of an ego defense mechanism called introjection, and it turns to internalization. They identify with women talking point and they project like the guy you said had on the Daisy Dukes. That's number one. Number two, the church does not amplify the message of the Bible. The Bible is very masculine. It's very red pill. People think the Bible is a wimp book. No, it's not. It's one of the most powerful books written if you apply it correctly. These weak preachers now, we're not saying all of them, but these weak preachers now have conditioned men to deal with, baby mamas, ran through women, women that got kids by multiple men, women that done all kinds of things with their body. They say you need to come and rescue. I'm not marrying no baby mama. I'm not gonna rescue no woman that had a lot of children by other men. You don't qualify to be my wife because guess what my daddy got, my granddaddy got. They got virgins, wife ready, no children. Granddaddy got the same thing. That was just the norm back in there. I'm sure it was the norm in Louisiana, up in Homer and up there. That was the norm in the South. Black women of the past weren't as ran through as they are now. And then number three, you got the pro-white community that try to shame men. So a lot of it is shaming, and men just don't have the courage to speak out because many times they're lone wolves and they suffer in the silence. But see, when you and I come together, we galvanize men. Iron sharpens iron. And so it's how they've been conditioned to think, and therefore they don't say anything. They're one of this suffering silence to deal with. But I'm not going to damn suffer no silence. I'm going to liberate as many men as I can, the ones that want to be liberated. And they don't want to be liberated, then I'll just let them go ahead and perish by the wayside because you're not going to get all of them. But the majority of it is a lack of heteronormative masculinity, when men speak truth to power, when men stand on business, and when men are coming together, putting aside their pride, their ego, and their petty differences, and standing for a common cause, something what you're doing. That's why, in a nutshell. What do you think about that?
No, that's perfect. I think that men should. I'm telling you, man, the secret to the game is Voltron coming together. Coming together. Look, I was telling you earlier today, walking through the beach of Sosua and meeting all these different dudes, man. I can't even tell you how many men I met today, and they were happy. Hey, man, I'm here because of you or somebody else, and they were like, man, this is wonderful. And they were women, they're happy, even if that's their wife just for the night. They were happy as hell. I mean, like, these dudes were happy, like, man. And you know what most dudes told me, man? I'm going home. I'm going grind, bro. I need to escape. I'm going home and grind. I'm going to build this business. And that's what a lot of times, dude, this is what people don't understand about living here a lot. And shout out to all you guys watching. Most of the time, us that live here, we're not talking about women. Women over here are a picture on the wall. They're not going nowhere.
They're not going nowhere, right?
They are the candles on the cake. They're not the cake.
Right.
Shit, I wouldn't even give them the icing. They just over here because they're not going like so. But what most men talk about, like today, we talked about real estate. You know how good it feels to have 20 men sitting there talking about real estate. It's ridiculous. And to see black men and white men sitting together talking about stocks, man, this is the stock you need to buy. This going up, this going down. And look, later on that night, if you want to go clap some cheeks, there you go. That's how it works here. That's just that's the thing. So why would I go back to a country? And I look, I'm a proud American, proud, love New Orleans, love Louisiana, love it to death. But there's things I don't love. Let me tell you, I had to go visit my mom recently, right? My mom had hip surgery.
Yes, sir.
In New Orleans. Let me tell you, bro. I stopped at a gas station in New Orleans East to get gas. There were I'm talking about rough riders fighting, ghetto mofo. Two women was fighting down. I'm talking about fight. So I get out of my car and I'm like, damn, I need to stop this. One black man was thinking before I was. Now this brings it all together what I'm talking about. He was thinking the way I was thinking, but he got out before me. He go try to stop the sisters from fighting. He's like, hey, hey, we don't need to be doing this. We need to stop. People watching us. A black man knocked him out. I'm talking from the hood. A hood guy who was with one of the women while he was trying to stop it. Now I'm looking at everything. This dude knocked the man. He was trying to separate two black women from fighting. This is the uphill battle that people have. He was a real man. He got out looking like Joe Clark. Don't lean on me. He get out. He got his suit on. He got his white shirt and his tie on. I'm like, damn, that's good. He did it. I don't have to do it. That's why I thought about it. Because I thought about it for a second. I looked. I'm like, dang. Because I know how just ghetto people are, man. Just not knowing New Orleans is terrible. He get out, brother. He tried to stop him. And one of their sons or whatever knocked this man out. Man, do you know I pull off from the gas station? I just left this. I just like, I'm out. I'm done. What can I?
And that could have been you. That could have been you.
I was
that could have been you.
Bro, I was thankful that I didn't get out and do that. I was this close to trying to stop those two. And they were two Georgia Bulldogs. They were huge. They were bigger than me. I'm talking about, they was like, look, I weigh 260. These mug was like knocking on 360. Both of them. They fighting, weave on the floor. But I'm looking at it as a man to say, hey, man, dang, we don't need to be doing this. They didn't give a damn about none of that. That's part of the reason why I don't believe in trying to, man, I'm done with it.
You got to be done with it, man. You can lose your life, man, trying to be a hero, man. Look at the men that lost their lives.
Hey, bro, they knocked the man out. Listen to me. When I say they knocked the man out, they knocked the man out. Somebody called the cops, man. I watched the rest of it on the local news. I just hauled ass. I told my mom when I got back, she was like, what are you trying to do? You're not Captain America. Evidently, I'm not. I'm like, man, that is.
And you could have lost your life. If Raekwon had hit you, he could have bust a vessel in your head.
Yeah.
You could have hit your head on the cement. You could have lost your life trying to deal with somebody that ain't gonna damn change once you break it up. Because I think black men by nature are doers. It's in our nature to fix stuff and do. And that's why I tell men they should do what's called a thought modification technique. What should, like whatever the name is, what should Ronaldo do? Like the saying, what would Jesus do? What should Ronaldo do? And if it's going to cost you a lot of pain and hurt, don't do it. Because they won't do it for you.
Yeah.
You remember the guy that lost his life? He was about to get married. His wife was pregnant. I think he was in the Air Force. And he tried to break up domestic violence dispute. And the guy shot him and killed him. He lost his life trying to break something up, trying to damn protect one of these wild hyenas. I'm not going to damn break him up. I don't care about them. Because they don't care about you. And it's sad you have to be that way, but they are so wicked and they're so selfish, you will be a fool to put your life on the line for these type of model women. Shout out to my man Greg Wisconsin. He said, many of us men who are silent boomers and Gen X's that don't like to admit that black women 40, 50 years ago were traitors. What do you think about that, man? What do you think about that, Ron?
I think a lot were, man. Like, but now here's where look, my grandfather just died. He made it to 100 years old. He would my grandfather, real cat, man. This is my father's dad. I see why my dad was like that. So my grandfather would tell me the truth too. He said that there was a choice to be made and women picked the wrong choice. They chose the welfare state. Now I know some pro-black, yeah, this and that, but there was a choice to be made. So, but at the same time, that we could have tried to stop it. I think that some of the women were traitors, but I think a lot of the men were traitors too. They just let it happen instead of fighting against it. I don't know what we could have did, but I think the men now who we are, I think we would have tried, like we're fighting now. This is a fight. We're swinging. Right. We're just not just accepting the wood. If you go to prison right now and some big dude try to get in your butt, you're gonna fight it. You're gonna give it to him.
Right.
You gotta fight him. So a lot of the men, like my uncles and all up, they didn't fight. Now, here's where I would even give the men excuses a little bit. Did they not fight because they flooded our community with crack cocaine? A lot of my uncles and family members, they were crackheads, man. And then while they were crackheads, the government pushed a lot of welfare, a lot of these different programs that destroyed not all Black America, but the lower tiers of what it is to be Black America. You know what I mean? So these are deep questions, man. This is deep stuff, man.
It's deep stuff, man.
It's deep stuff. This not no surface level thing. So the key thing is like how we get out of it, or do we run from it? And that was the thing. That's the biggest question. You gotta
run from it.
I'm like, man, it's like I got tired of it. I got tired of these things, man.
Right. Listen, you remember that song about Usher said, "Let it burn."
Yeah, let it burn.
You gotta let it burn, man. Listen. Jesus said that you can't take new wine and put it into old wineskin. That's what he said. You can't take new wine, Roman, and put it into old wineskin. So you got to get new wineskin. So how do you get new wineskin? It got to de-evolve so it can re-evolve.
Yeah.
It got to de-evolve, Roland, so it can re-evolve again. And the way it do it, men just got to become indifferent. Yeah. And I know that sounds harsh. People say, well, men need to work and say, but listen, if I had to write a book, Roland, this is a book that I'm thinking about writing. I'm going to call it Black Love Without Consent. You can't have a Black community when you don't consent to the Black man and ask him what he wants. The problem with the world, Roland, is that the world keeps telling Black men what they want. And so they're asking Black men, what do you want? When you ask Black men what they want, then Black men will give it to you if you serve them. But they don't want to serve them. So they want taxation without representation. That's what they want. They want taxation, Roland, without representation. And so because of that, masculine Black men are saying, you know what, enough is enough. We're not going to keep taking mediocrity. I'm talking about the masculine ones because, you got a lot of simps. You got a lot of simps because when you got 70% of Black men voting for a woman that's a liberal, that's a problem. Yeah. But that's enough.
How many voted? I mean, a lot. I know a lot voted for her.
7 to 8 to 79%. Then 80% of Black men voted for Kamala Harris. Yeah. Voted against Black family, voted against the Black community, voted against raw masculinity. So you have to let it burn.
Yeah.
No different than when Israel was out in the wilderness. What did God do? He had to let them suffer in the wilderness. He didn't go and change it. Am I right or wrong?
No, you're 100% right.
They suffered in the wilderness for 40 years because they were disobedient. And so sometimes the only way you modify behavior, you have to let them suffer. You got children that don't listen to you and they're disobedient. And you love them. You love them from afar. You love them. You want to be there to save them. But sometimes you got to let them suffer. You have to let them suffer the recompense of their error. When your children disobey you, don't listen to you, and don't honor you and respect you as their father, because this generation of kids now don't respect the fathers. And you gotta let them burn, let them suffer. And you know something else I notice, Roland, when I hear kids talk, they don't say honor thy father and thy mother, which is the right thing. They say honor thy mother and thy father. Because they've been conditioned not to see men as being power brokers in relationships and also power brokers in the home. So you have to let it burn, not because we want to let it burn, but you have to let it burn. Shout out to my man, the War Report, once again for that $10. Shout out to him. And also shout out to my man, Ray Johnson, for another 10. Let me ask you a question, Roland. What did you learn from the Black men in your life about masculinity? I know you talked about the brother that was a masculine dude. Well, what did you learn about masculinity from the men in your life?
Well, the first lesson I got from my father about masculinity was this, man. This is crazy stuff. And I've shared this on my channel before. This was my first lesson from my father. I wanted some Jordans, right? And my father looked at me. I said, Dad, I want these Jordans that just come out. I want them. So my dad get in his van and he leaves, right? And he goes to one of the malls in New Orleans. I think it was like Oakwood or one of the malls in New Orleans. He's gone forever. He pulled back up instead of some Jordans, this ninja got a lawnmower in the back. I start crying. I'm real talk. I'm a little kid. I start crying. And he walked up to me. First, he punched me. And he's like, "You done?" And I looked up at him and I'm like, "What about the Jordans?" He said, "Look, this lawnmower costs more than the Jordans." I'm like, "What that mean?" He said, "You owe me $165. And I'm crying down. He said, "Listen, look across the street." I look across the street and the neighbor had a house. The grass was high as hell. He said, "You're going to go walk over there and you're going to tell them you're going to cut their grass for $10.
Mm-hmm.
And then he said, look down the street. He said, "Look at the other yard. That grass is high. You're going to go to them and tell them you're going to cut the grass for $10. Look down the street."
Mm-hmm.
His voice started raising. And I saw what he was saying.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, "You're going to pay me back my money.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to go cut all the grass and you can buy all the Jordans you want." That was the first lesson. And guess what happened, man? I went cut these people's yards. And you remember the old Tootsie Roll thing and the crayons? Remember the big crayons and Tootsie Roll? I had a bank like that. Before that summer was over, I had filled that giant Tootsie Roll. It looked like the big crayon up with nothing but money. Not only did I buy 2 pairs of Jordans, I bought the black and the white. These were the elephants way back in the day. I bought my Jordans, I bought my sister some, and I bought all my school clothes and my sister's school clothes. I had piles of money. He said, "You see, if you learn to take care of yourself, you'll never be subject to nobody else." That was the first lesson of masculinity he gave me. My dad didn't look at me and say, "You know what? Because of white supremacy, you can't do anything." Because of slavery, my dad said, "You're going to get out there and you're going to take care of yourself." He gave me the lesson a man must know. And you know what my dad did, man? He slammed me against the wall one time and told me, "Ain't nobody owe you shit, not even me." I mean, he slammed me against the wall hard as hell. He was trying to get something in my head because I had my mother telling me the opposite of what. Now, she loved me. She meant well, but she was telling me the opposite. My dad knew what I was going to go through as a black man. He knew.
Yes, right.
He didn't cut no chase. Look, you know what else he did me? This is second lesson. I was working for my father, man, doing janitorial work, cleaning up, painting, doing all kind of stuff. He gave me my first check. It made me think about this stuff. We stopped at one of the little po' boy places in Louisiana, right? And I put my sandwich on the counter. He looked at me, he said, "Didn't I just pay you?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Buy your own damn sandwich." That was bro, I would never forget these lessons. But right. He made me where even when I got weak and I want to simp out, those lessons that a man told me how to take care of myself, I never forgot. Mm-hmm. These are what we need to install in men now. Take care of your fucking self.
Take care of yourself. And you know what? But it's hard to do. Think about the doctors when you were trying to instill masculinity.
Yeah.
Think about the doctor when you were trying to instill it. They don't want it. They don't want heteronormative masculinity. What a lot of women want is masculinity that's smothered in gynocratic thought. They want masculinity, like I used to tell my kids sometimes. I say, y'all want a damn a weak dad. Y'all want a be-made dad. Y'all want a dad that's gonna protect you on one end, but do what you say based on how you feel. And then when I don't do what you say based on how you feel, then I'm the bad guy. But they don't understand that God gave men something that most women don't have, and that's called spatial reasoning. And that spatial reasoning, Ron, means we got the ability to see things up the road. Our brains are wired. Part of a man's provision is his ability to see things spatially. Mm-hmm. We can see if you go in this angle, then this is what's going to happen. Men tend to have that ability. And that's what your dad was teaching you. He was harnessing your spatial reasoning. But when you're trying to lead them and guide them, they don't want to listen. Give an example. You talked about specifically how your dad told you. I remember listening to one of your podcasts. And your dad said, "Boy, don't marry that woman." Tell the audience about the woman that you not to disparage the woman, but what was your dad trying to say about this woman and why you shouldn't have married this woman?
He just saw something I didn't. Boy, I will, bro. This moment plays in my head at least twice a week, right? So I'm happy, loving her, fine, look good. I bring her to my father, and instantly he's sitting there and he looks at her and he let her talk. He don't say a word. He just let her talk. He let me talk. And then in front of her, he tells me, don't marry Terry. He said, no matter what, he said, I know how you feel. It won't last. He said, y'all two completely different people. He said, son, don't make these mistakes. And you know what I did? I listened to my mother. My mother said, and this is the worst mistake. So a lot of men hear me say now, I don't listen to women at all. This is why. Nothing against them. Anytime I listen to them, I got kicked in the balls. When I don't listen to my first mind or I listen to women, bad things have happened to me. But men have never steered me like wrong like that. They're like, hey man, you messing up your life. My dad said, hey man, she might be a nice person, but she's not your nice person. Let it go. And he tried to save me years of suffering, but I dove into the pot. And so I tell any guy, don't dive into the pot, man. You'll ruin your life. Listen to grown men telling you some stuff. Listen to men. They will lead you right. My father tried to tell me, and I didn't listen. And boy, I gave my balls in the vice for years.
Wow.
For years.
Wow. What did that do to your mental health and overall? Did you ever have suicidal ideation?
Yeah, man. I done had thoughts where, hey man, let me tell you, I went through so much. And we getting back on the werewolf stuff, man. The only thing I had with the werewolf. Do you know, man, I would, and this werewolf and lion talk.
Right.
I went through such a mental health breakdown. Dude, I would get in the mirror, whether I was in my car or in my house, and just scream and roar and howl. And I was trying to stir up masculinity. Dude, and look, I know your profession. Does that make any sense to you? I feel like I had lost it. And I was just trying to bring it back. So I would just scream. I'm talking as loud as I could. And eventually I found it. But does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. It was your war cry. It was your primal man trying to manifest itself to the purpose. Some call it affirmation. You were doing what was called vocal affirmations. That's what you were doing. You were vocally affirming the unconscious part of yourself that you suppressed as a man, and you were trying to bring it back to the surface. Because many times in the West, our masculinity have been suppressed, either due to feminism, either be due to gynocratic thought, either it be to projection by weak men. Because it's like I said, man, we're not gonna say this thing because there's too many simps in the black community. It's just too many. It's too many. From the yada yadas, from the Umar Johnson. I like Umar in some areas, but he be pandering hard. He's a simp. He talking about black men. And you know what I find so crazy, Roland? One man think he speak for all black people, which I find highly offensive.
Yeah.
Well, you think your ass, but yet you got two bastard kids out of wedlock, and you ain't married none of the black women that you call yourself advocating. Well, he got two kids out of wedlock, but none of those women, Roland, he decided to put a ring on their finger and marry those women. So you were trying to bring back to the surface the masculinity that you have repressed for so long. And a lot of men have repressed their masculinity. A lot of men have repressed it. Is masculinity Roland under attack, in your opinion?
Oh, hell yeah. I think that for the last couple of years, somebody said 10, maybe longer than that. I heard somebody say today that masculinity been on attack. That could have been Anthony Mackie talking about 10 years. Did he say 10 years about that? But I've seen it for longer than that. That it's been on a. I want to hear what you think about that too. But I know personally myself, I saw it being under attack, and I ain't see anybody on the right or left try to stop the attack. And I started noticing it myself through media. If any TV show I would watch, they started making the person either a woman or they would make them gay or something. And I'm like, why they making Doctor Who gay? What's wrong with that? Or why they make? And I started questioning, man. It's one of the things that got me. Or any show I watch, like you can watch a show. It could be a drug deal, two drug dealers, and they about, hey man, I got them keys. You got them keys? Yeah, I got the keys. Next thing you know, one of them got the other one kissing. I'm like, what the hell? What did I watching? You know what I'm saying? So they start slowly but surely putting little things in to dismantle masculinity. And I don't care what it is, man. I said this on the podcast. I was babysitting one of my little nephews, my sister's youngest child, and we're watching the Disney Channel, and he got some show on, And he's sitting there with me, and I'm watching it with him. And his two little boys. Hey, Jeffrey, it's okay if we have feelings for each other. Hey, man, what the hell is this? And look, that's what America is. And I turned it on and said, no, we're not gonna watch that. I'd rather let him watch booty butt cheeks than let him watch that stuff, booty butt cheek. I would rather my nephew be indoctrinated that way than that way. You know what I'm saying? So yes, man, there has been an attack for over years. And I think, look, even Obama, I like certain things about Obama. I think he ushered in some things too. What do you think about this thing? But I got to go to the bathroom, but
go ahead, bro. Go ahead. We'll get to it when you get back. Go ahead, man. All right, guys, we're gonna play this clip real quick. Shout out to my man CB. Shout out to CB for that $20 cash of super chat. Brother CB say hard times create strong men. And hard times create strong men create good times. M. Hoff, we strong men rise to the occasion. No doubt. I appreciate it, brother CB, for that 20. Always showing love, the intelligent engineer, brother. But masculinity is under attack. It's been under attack for a while. And it's continuing, sadly, to be under attack because the world don't embrace masculinity. I'm going to run to the bathroom right quick, guys. I'm going to play this clip. Give me 1 minute. Hold on.
$15,000 a month. What more do you want from me? Oh my!
We gonna do the Umar Johnson donation.
Hey, he gets some heat right now, bro. He gets some heat.
Yeah, man, I definitely appreciate it, man. But he's right. We got to look. If we don't tell our own stories, same thing in the black community or whatever. So you gonna get mad when somebody else tell you story. We got to tell our own stories and our own experiences. So that's what channels like this is for. That's how everybody got their own walk. I tell dudes all the time, what I experienced, DR, you might not experience. Sarge might have a whole different lifestyle. He got his own. Miguel got it. Everybody got their own program and how they move. I love my life. I see Sarge jumping out parachutes and says, I know he's enjoying his life. So everybody's enjoying their life. So my whole mission, bro, was always to follow how Charles Tyler did. Charles Tyler came in the game. Hey, man, this is an option. That's all he said. He didn't tell you nothing. This is an option. Right. You can come to Brazil. You want to date they're black women here. That's what he said. I was like, wow, that's cool. Then the brother dropped that Frustrated. I watched Frustrated, bro, and that's how I was feeling. I felt like that. And these things save brothers' lives. And then I saw Brother Marcus over there with TaylorMade Dream, them and Sasua. I was like,
the thought Jesus.
I'm like, what have I been doing?
Men build the world that you live in.
Oh, okay.
Who built that house or apartment you live in? Was it a crew of women? Who designed the metal work? Who put in the floor, the plumbing, the electrical system, the heating? Who put that in? The car you drive, was that built by a crew of women?
So women are not capable of doing none of those things. No.
You're not good at it, and we're given a choice. Excuse me, because when given a choice, because women are free today, right? And you're educated, right? Then why don't we see 51% of the construction workers as women? Why don't we see 51% of the engineers as women? Why don't we see 51% of the plumbers, electricians, military, train operators, heavy, dangerous work as women? Because when given
All right. Give me 1 minute. All right, Ron, you were saying what now, brother? We were talking about masculinity being under attack. You were talking about, and I jokingly said the Teletubbies. But
no, I was talking about the Disney Channel and a lot of different things. Look, even this, I noticed this, man, whether it's The View, on The View, whether it's CNN, a lot of different things, man. Like you look at, and we're gonna get into, can we touch on politics a little bit? Man?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead, brother. Yes, sir.
Here's the thing, and again, most of us, we're not Republican or Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a registered independent, but
same here.
I don't see on the left a lot of men. And look, if men, most men I see on the left, man, they're not really strong men. Like they're not speaking for our thing. Look, if I was Democrats right now, I would push black masculinity. I just would. Right. But they just don't. So because a lot of the stuff that Trump does, I don't agree with too, but some stuff I agree with. But I want us as a community, as a men, not the overall, because they distinguish themselves different from us. Remember when Ice Cube had that plan he came out with?
Yep.
Vivica Fox and them was like, well, what about black women? First thing they said, he was like, aren't you black? We supposed to be working together. And this is another question I have for you. Do you think that they will ever work with us for like talking about the women of that country? Because I don't completely abandon it. But
So
I'm
when you
talking
say women of that country, what you mean? Of this country, Ron, or what do you mean?
Yeah, of United States. Will they ever get to the point where they work and say, look, for the betterment of black people in the United States, let's let that part go and work with the men, like every other group does?
That's an excellent question. After a war catastrophe or a natural catastrophe happened, like Trump cut some of these government programs, that's in part, yes, they're gonna do it out of necessity, not necessarily because they're genuine, but they're doing it out of survival, because women by nature are survivalists. They have survival instincts, and so when those survival instincts start kicking in, they're gonna revert back to either being trad cons or being, fake feminine to get you back in the fold, because they gotta survive. But the $1 million question is it really genuine?
Yeah.
And so I would say that it's not genuine. I'm gonna tell you another reason why we're wrong. I was at UNC Chapel Hill. I got my master's back in 2011-12. Most of the literature now is extremely woke. It's extremely woke. It's anti-traditional heteronormative black male, white or black. As I said earlier in the show, in the DSM-5, they said that masculinity is toxic. They said masculinity is a construct.
Well, hold on, let me stop you. Look, I want you to
Yes,
answer.
sir. Go ahead.
Can you break down? I know you're a very educated brother. Can you break down what? Because we know woke black people. Woke means something different to us than what it means now overall. Right. Can you break down what wokeness means?
Right. So woke basically means get on board, get on ship with what I call the new Aquarius. The new Aquarius is the spirit of this new age. We call it the zeitgeist. You remember back in the 60s, they made a song called "It's the Age of Aquarius." Aquarius. So basically, woke means either you get on board, meaning you eradicate or get rid of old things that were pertaining to traditional masculinity and traditional femininity, meaning that men and women now are quote unquote equal. Women have full autonomy of their bodies. We're not going back to the quote unquote patriarchy. If you're a traditional male conservative Christian, black or white, you're not woke. So they used to say go woke, get woke, or go broke.
Yeah.
And so woke basically means LGBTIQA plus MOUSE. Woke means black men. They're no longer husband and wife. They're partners now. They don't say husband and wife no more, Ron. They say you're my partner. They say it with emphasis. They don't say you're my. They say you're my partner. I'm my partner. You're my partner. That's all I hear in therapy. Partners, and I'm like, what's a partner? Because I remember back in the day, partner was for alphabet men and alphabet women. That's what partner was. Right. Am I talking right?
Oh, you're talking fact.
That's what partner was. And so now it's all in the lexicons of academias and all pedagogies. They say my partner or my partner. When I'm talking to men, they say my partner. And so that goes back to what you said now. It's called egalitarian. Egalitarian relationship means we're equal. It basically means they want equality of power, Ron, but they don't want equality of responsibility.
Real talk. Now, wait. You did that. Now that's real.
Yeah. They want equality of power. See, Roland, they want to build it. They want to be the leader in the relationship along with you.
Yeah.
But when it comes down to doing traditional masculine stuff, then they'll say, Roland, you're the man. Real men will change the time. Real men will pay a woman all the bills. I've always said, Roland, I'm not paying all those bills. We're gonna prorate it. If you're not a virgin, you're not getting all bills paid, because virgins got all bills paid. I'm just being real, Roland. That's what I remember. So we're gonna prorate it based on your body count. If you've been with under 5, and we might do 90 to 85%. If you've been with 7, we might do 85 to 80. But you've been with 10, you damn near 70 to 75. I'm not paying full price. You tell me somebody to pay full price for something that's used.
Hell, I don't know nothing. But look, all right, speaking of that, let me give you a question.
Right.
I know offhand right now 5 men, 2 of them was close to me, who married women with, I'm talking about married them, not talking about dating. In the United States, married women with 5 and 6 kids. Why you think a person would do that? You think he done lost all, like he just lost everything in his mind that he feel like that's all he can get? I'm talking about even the woman look good.
Well, ask me that question again. I got distracted. I really want to come.
All right,
I apologize, Roland. Go ahead.
I know a bunch of guys who married women with 5+ kids.
Yes.
In New Orleans and stuff, I know men who came in and married women. I'm talking about dudes I know, 5 or 6 kids. Now the women are attractive. I give him that. Do you think he just give up on life and he said, "This is all I can get"?
Right. I see your point. Right. Well, a lot of it, Roland, is he hasn't traveled. You know, Roland is a traveler. You know, when you think about the sperm of men, it travels at 1,000,000 miles. I'm being funny up the birth canal and up to the fertilizer egg. Once again, as I said earlier, once men begin to travel, it begins to remove the illusion. Men think that they have some equality in the West. That means it's an illusion. Now, Ron, if you take them to DR, I'll take them to Brazil, I'll take them anywhere, you go take them and travel, or I meet you and they travel, and they still coming back dealing with subpar women, then they are delusional.
Yeah.
Then they're delusional. And so most people don't travel outside of their domicile. They don't travel far. So if they don't travel far, then they don't have an expanded experience like you have and other men that travel. And so because they don't travel far, they think what's in their domicile is normal. Not understanding if they travel
far. You just said something profound. Listen,
right. Yes, sir. Go ahead, bud.
I want to stop you, but what you just said means so much because I heard this today, and I want you to expound on it because of your education.
Yes, sir.
I heard today that man, you hit something real just now. That the average person, I saw this today, that the average man and woman in the United States dies 30 minutes to an hour from where they were born at.
Yeah, right.
So man, what you just said makes a lot of sense. So
right.
And then when you look at the passports and you look at it from the Black community, boy, it's so small. You know, we like to say, "Oh, it's big." You know, they treat it like
it's small.
They treat it like every man has a passport. You know,
right?
Everybody but that's not true.
It's not true.
It's not true. Now, my job is to make sure every man has a passport. I'm gonna tell you, hey man, get your passport because what you gonna go through, and it's growing, but it's still minute.
It's very minute. Shout out to my man Gregory Scott. He said, "Actually, the attack on masculinity goes back to the 1930s. Watch the Blondie film. Dogwood was made to be stupid." I don't know about Dogwood. You know anything about Dogwood?
No, but I'm gonna go watch it. I mean, I love information. You know, like
right.
I love certain things like that.
Yeah, you're a sapiophilia, man. A sapiophilia is a person that loves intelligence. That's why I love talking with you, because you love intelligent conversation. I could talk to you for hours because you're a deep brother as well. Real Love said, "How are you supposed to know the body count?" Well, it's simple. You won't know it, but this is how you find out. And you're gonna laugh at this, Roland. If a woman is really serious about you being her wife, and I know this is gonna sound very extreme, make her ass get 3 lie detectors. Make her get a comprehensive lie detector test from 3 different polygraphers that are top notch, and you know she ain't gonna pass. If she passes all 3, then more power to her. Because listen, men go do extremes to marry subpar women.
Yeah,
if you're gonna give your life away to these modern women, then you make her go through extremes. So if that's important, you can see in some cultures, whether you're a Muslim, a Christian, a Jew, or whatever, you know, they're taught to be virgins. And the gold standard in a lot of communities was, if you want to have your bills paid, you gotta be a virgin, no kids, and wife ready. But you got women now that damn demand, all of that baggage, and they want a man to pay. I'm not paying all bills for women that are not virgins. I'm not going to. And even if she is a virgin, she still got to be wife ready, and she still got to have emotional regulation, something most women don't have. Now, if she got all of that, she's a godly woman, she's traditional, she got elders to hold her accountable, and I can afford it because most men can't pay all the bills because they don't make the money to do it. I can do it probably. But most men, it's because of inflation, they just don't have the money. To expect a man to pay all the bills in this economy is stupid. And then they'll say, "Oh, I can rest in my femininity." That's a lie. I know men that paid all the bills, and some men said, "Well, the only way a woman gonna submit, you gotta have money." That's another lie. Look at all the money. Am I talking right, Roland?
No, you talking facts. You talking it. I tell people all the time. I've heard women have told me this on this channel. Women say, "Hey, listen, If I meet a real man who's masculine, then I'm gonna be feminine. I said, what about that man who say I'm gonna be masculine when I meet somebody feminine? Look, I know what the man say. I'm feminine right now, but when I meet a woman who's feminine, I'm gonna be more masculine. Do that make any sense?
Right, exactly. Masculinity is we masculine because that's how we're wired to do.
Yeah.
Like think about what you just said. You were about to put your life on the line trying to break up 2 elephants in Louisiana. You were about to put your life on the line because you're just a masculine man. 2 hyenas. Yeah. And so you just say, well, I'll be more masculine when I have women surrounding me that supporting my needs. You just did what a masculine man did and was about to probably get your head rocked or particularly get hurt or killed, trying to protect strangers.
You know what I like about here? Masculinity is expected. Now, I'm not talking, I keep telling people.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about visiting. I'm talking about living. Masculinity is expected here.
It's expected.
It's expected.
You mean the DR here in America?
I'm talking about in DR. It's expected.
Right.
Respect you like that. Like, look, I don't live in a tourist neighborhood. I live in a real Dominican. You might hear the noise now. I don't know if y'all can hear this.
I hear the puppy, yeah.
Look, not only the dog going off, there's music playing on the corner. I live in an all real Dominican neighborhood. It's raw. So with that, if some shit happened, if somebody come in his yard, some bad shit happen. They ain't looking nobody else. I gotta protect the house. It's your job. Then
right.
Something happen. Look, same way with the bills. Now our bills cheap. I pay them, but guess what though? It's worth it.
It's worth
everything.
Because it's reciprocated. It's reciprocated.
Yeah.
Right.
Man, if a woman look, thank God a woman ain't treat me this good in the United States. I've probably been married for 50 years.
You're right.
Boy, I tell you, I ain't even 50 yet. I've been married 50 years.
Right.
Treated me as good as I get treated here. So what I tell men, now this one of the dangers of being here in places like Cartagena or whatever, is that dudes are not used to this level of
they're not used to it. Yes, right.
Oh, so the wrong woman to come there and make you some plantains and pollo, and you go back and you talking about woke. You really woke. Your eyes open. You go back to the United States. Next thing you know, you sending this woman all your money while she over here.
Right.
With a whole different family. And you think, and look, to some men, I understand that might be good enough for you. You might make a lot of money and you might say, hey, man, that's all I need. You're all I need to get by. And I understand that, but I tell guys, look, I start trying to tell them to be like sweet morning dew. Hey, hold on, brother, wake up. I took one look at you. He ain't listening to me.
Right.
That's all he hearing is that Marvin Gaye. I'm like, dude, listen, man. You don't have to send them your money. You don't have to do that. No matter what she's going to be waiting for you when you come back. You don't have to be that dude. You don't have to buy a woman like that here. Because listen, we're so, and again, it goes back to what I was telling you. We're so rich over here.
Yes.
When I tell people, man, you're like, you know that meme, LeBron James. Listen, you LeBron James.
Right.
But dudes so used to being dusty, they don't realize what they have over here.
Right.
Yeah, that's my whole thing. Look, my whole mission is to tell brothers they LeBron James. Hey, bro,
tell LeBron James. Right. You know what I love about you, Roman? You don't tell a partial story. You don't sell men dreams. You sell them the real. And on that note, I want to ask you a question. Dominican women are better because of this. Now, before you tell me, I want to play this clip real quick. Dominican women are better because of this. Because people are saying, well, they all got issues. We know Dominican women are not perfect. We know Dominican women got games. I tell men, if you're a simp in America, you'll be a simp abroad. If you don't understand female nature here, you won't understand female nature abroad. The difference abroad is that it's controlled. It's controlled by, some will call it toxic masculinity in foreign countries, but those men are traditional men. And then also, I heard Latin men have so many women, most of them don't even care. I hear Latin women all the time saying they don't take care of their kids. I don't know if it's true. They say they love American men better because American men are more egalitarian and they don't demand as much. But over there, they have 4 and 5 different women. They'll knock them up and keep them running. Is that true?
Oh, that's 100% true. These dudes don't give a hell. Look, Enrique will come with them tight ass jeans on. He don't give a damn. Enrique don't care. He'll pull up on that scooter and knock all of them down. He don't care. Like, and he got him. He got him because look, let me tell you something. It take a real masculine dude to make $17 a day and don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
That's
right,
masculinity.
Right.
That's some real masculinity to make
Mm-hmm.
$17 and don't care what a woman say. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And they don't even make you make $17 a day?
I'm talking $17 a day. You know what I mean? Like,
oh wow, that's all?
Man, look, the average dude makes about $375 a month. The average.
Come on, man.
No, bro, it's real talk.
How many pesos? That's about what? 3,000 pesos. That's
look,
about.
let's do it in real time. No, wait, let's do it in real time.
No, that's about 10,000 pesos, right?
Any of you brothers that's in Colombia, y'all can do Colombia or Brazil, but I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna put it 100%.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna do some real time. Let me see. American money, $375. That's 23,000 pesos. That's like the average cat. That's average. Not everybody. You got a few make more, but nah, they don't make that much money.
Oh, sorry. So 375 American dollars to pesos is about
23,500. It depends on the day. This says 23,000 pesos. It's not that much. Like it's not that much at all.
So basically, they're making about you do that, divide that by 4, that's about what? That's about $70 a week.
They're not making that much money, man. Yeah, about 70.
Wow.
So on that's on average. Again,
right.
You got people make lower than that. You got people who make more, but even the top paid mofo might make $1,500, $2,000. I'm talking about top paid people in the government.
Yeah, like doctors and lawyers, right?
Yeah, the top paid. So you got a cat like me or you or anybody, we make thousands of dollars. You're not LeBron James, like LeBron James. So, like my brother Avery say, I'm Michael Jordan. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Cats don't realize how much power they got. It's a good and bad to it because people can just see you as money, but don't women in the United States just see you as money?
They all see you as money.
Yeah, see you as money, but just I'd rather get something out of it. And this was the whole thing about tricking and all, trick shot, trickeration nation. This is the whole thing. The brothers say, hey, man, I don't mind tricking if I getting something out of it. You know what I'm saying? You're always tricking to a certain degree. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah. Because whether you're married, you got a woman, you're taking care of the kids, you're doing all this stuff. You're doing that for a reason, and she's doing it for a reason.
She's doing it for a reason, right?
Yeah, she's doing it for a reason. Most men do it because they love their family. We're more loyal. We're more loyal to everybody than anybody. Man, men are loyal. We old hounds. We're very loyal.
Very loyal, right? Because the masculine is doing. But see, the problem is, Roland, men in the West don't demand anything. Frederick Douglass said that power never conceded to anything without a struggle.
Yeah.
He said it never have and it never will. Men don't demand anything. But men in those countries demand stuff. And it goes back to what we said earlier. Women only respect power and strength. Let's talk about, Roland, Dominican women are better because of what? What makes Dominican women better? Because you're going to break it down. You're the Dominican expert. But Dominican women are better because of what? What core principles? Give me 7 layers. Give me seven principles to make Dominican women better. Not that they're perfect, but go ahead.
Well, look, let me give you something.
Yes, sir.
Just real talk. The best women I've ever had and the worst women I've ever had have been Dominican. Now, look, the worst woman I ever had was a Dominican, but from the United States.
Mm-hmm.
It was a completely different experience than a Dominican from here.
Right.
And then you got to break it down to cats who dealt with women from here. A lot of cats get the surface level relationship. Look, the biggest haters of relationships in United States or Dominican Republic are men who fell in love with the wrong woman. Shout out to Mr. Flip Flop. Mr. Flip Flop told me this. You know Mr. Flip Flop?
Yeah, I heard Mr. Flip Flop. Yep.
Yeah, Mr. Flip Flop told me this a while back, and it's true. He said, a lot of guys you're gonna hear hate on Dominican women are dudes who dealt with the wrong woman. These cats them fell in love with working women, prostitutes, or whatever. And then he find out she's not who he thought she was. Then he said, oh man, Dominican woman, all the women are prostitutes. No, ninja, all you do is hang in the red light district. And that's fun. That's cool. It's a good time. But if you want to deal with more substance, you got to find a real one. So, but I didn't know feminine energy, that aura, until I came here, where I seen a woman who just did something just because. Hey, I'm going to make you some pollo and plantain just because, Poppy.
Just because, right?
Just because. That's what I do. You deserve that. A lot of us don't realize that we deserve to be treated.
Yes.
Good. That's something mental in us. It's a block. We feel like we don't deserve it because we've heard you got to have a job if you be with me. Going on, but the rent.
Right. I got clips of it.
And doing it. That's why a brother can go to Brazil here or whatever, and they feel like a star. You know what I'm saying? That's why you do it. So you asking what are things that I like that was different. The culture's different. Nobody's gonna give you no food stamps or welfare here. That shit is gone. You're going to have to communicate and work with a man. There's no way that you can live. Like, think about an average woman, right? She makes that same amount of money. She can't pay for a place on her own. She can't do none of those things like that. She can make it with her family. That's why family is so important here. The number one reason why family exists over here is because, and in the West, a lot of families not as close because we don't really need each other like that.
Right.
We love each other, but I don't need my sister to help me pay my rent.
Right.
Over here, your brother and sister and your mom and y'all might need each other to help pay bills. So a woman's going to respect if you're a provider, unless you are just a simp ass ninja and she done lost respect for you, a woman going to listen to whatever you say. I have never experienced it's about to be 4 years. It's 4 years I've been over here. I've never experienced a woman look at me and say, hey, I'm not doing nothing. I'm like, what? I have never experienced nothing like that at all.
And that goes back to what you were saying, Roland, about, and we're going to talk about that because, you know, even though it's paradise for you, you had to kiss a lot of frogs to get you the good woman that you got now. I got a special clip for you, man. I was laughing at you in the background, man. I thought about you, so here we go. We'll take it.
You got to have a J-O-B if you want to be with me. I don't want no scrub. The scrub is a guy that can't get no.
And so that's what black men got to deal with here in America, man.
Yeah.
That's what we got to deal with. You got ain't nothing going on but the rent. You got to have a J-O-B. And you know what was so crazy about that song? Sadly, this woman passed away. She had uterine cancer. I forgot her name. She passed away of uterine cancer. Was only 48. And then, TLC said, I don't want no scrub. A scrub can't get no love. They were denigrating black men when you and I were teenagers growing up. And we were taught to be simps, listen to Babyface and Keith Sweat, make this last forever. And then, women that want the bad boy, they want a roughneck until you see them down 25 years from now. I saw girls growing when I go home and they say, I like it at you. They got big backs now, they got fupas, weave, but they say I like it at you. I mean, you didn't like it to me. You didn't like it to me. If you didn't like it to me with an ED on the end when I was in my younger years, you don't like it to me now because I don't want you. I won't even look at you. I won't even look back. Because the good book said, if a man take his hand to the plow and look back, he ain't fit for the kingdom. So I don't look back on these modern women because they don't offer you nothing. What man in his right mind, you and I were talking about women, the typical American woman that's been ran through, and don't offer any value to a man. So Dominican women are better. You give them some breakdowns about Dominican women. They could be on the extremes. You said you met the worst Dominican woman and you met the best Dominican woman. Reiterate what you mean about you met the best, worst Dominican woman. Then give the brothers a breakdown of what you saw in the best Dominican woman.
Well, the worst Dominican woman I ever met, I met her in United States.
Oh, United States, that's right. I'm sorry, man. I apologize.
She was in United States, not here. Look, the worst Dominican women here, you gonna already know what time they on in 5 minutes. She gonna be begging you for money. She gonna be showing you refrigerators. Like those are like, because these are the women. Now you got to look at the odds, right? These women play play the market like we play the stock. So what the worst Dominican women do is this: they get online all day. They mainly on Dominican Cupid more than any of them, and they're gonna cast a fishing line. And what they're gonna do is find a lonely man. Some like these are the 90-day fiance guys. I tell people these are not passport bros. These 90-day fiancés. These the most loneliest ninjas in the United States. And she gonna cast a line. And once he responds, she gonna look at him and say, she gonna send him pictures. She like, God, this girl's beautiful. And 5 minutes later, she gonna send you a picture of her refrigerator. She'll say, Papi, I'm hungry. I don't have no money, and my mother is in the hospital. And these are your low-hanging fruit.
Low-hanging fruit, right.
These are the women you gotta avoid at all costs. What I would tell a woman like that, hey, I don't have no money, but I see you when I get there. If you come see me, you can work for it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Eventually, you meet solid women. So I say the best women, including the one I have now, I have never had a woman this good. I mean, sometimes I wake up and like, damn, do I deserve it? I've never, ever, and this is saying a lot because I don't know how many I've ever had. I couldn't even. I mean, I'm Will Chamberlain numbers double. You know what I'm saying? And a brother, look, we talk about this today at the beach. If a brother say he's doing Will Chamberlain numbers here or Brazil, that's light work. That's light work. But that's light work here. But I don't in the United States. That's hard work. You're like, nah.
Right. So why is it light work? Tell the brothers why it's light work.
Because you're the king.
You're the king. Gotcha.
LeBron James.
Gotcha. I see the point. Right.
All right. Answer this question. How many women you know in the United States would turn down a multi-millionaire?
Right. That's true.
No, but think about it. I mean, can you answer me? Even a lot of women who dudes are married to, if T.I. pulled up, how many of them gonna jump in the car with T.I. or whoever it is? Them women would jump in and look, the women who you think are faithful to you. If what famous celebrity, whoever it is, I don't care if it's Steve Harvey, Coach Prime, whoever. I'm just saying that. But these women who you love will hop in the car with them. And they tell them, baby, you can have whatever you like. That's who you are here. Think about the richest black man you know. And I'm talking about people like me who have money, people like you. We're not stunned. This is our lifestyle because it takes a certain. Right. You got to have a lot of money to just go move to another country.
Yes.
I don't have to go to work Monday. No, God forbid. I don't have to do any of that. So a woman knows that. She ain't crazy. I'm not a weekend warrior. I'm not leaving tomorrow. She knows that. So do you think that they wouldn't do everything you want? So I hear American women say this all the time. I've had this in my comments. Well, if you give me the same opportunity and pay all the bills, I'd do the same stuff. No, you wouldn't. I done been through that already. What you think about that, brother? What you think about that statement there that a lot of American women, especially black American women, say, well, if the passport bros took care of me like they take care of women overseas, I'd be submissive too.
No, it's a lie, and I'm gonna tell you why it's a lie. Let me tell you something. If your heart is not right, then it don't matter. You know, let me tell you something. I'm going to tell you the story wrong. I met a white guy. He was a neurosurgeon. I was giving him therapy, and I was trying to save him. When I tried to save him like Jesus tried to save the rich man. The rich man came to Jesus and asked him, said, what must I do to enter the kingdom of heaven? And I was trying to take him to the kingdom of man. And Jesus said, sell all your earthly possession, your goods, and take up your cross and follow me. And so I get so many men, Roland, that go to Simon University. In football, they say after, they're about to transfer to Portland, they say after careful consideration, I'll decide to forego my last 3 years of eligibility and go to LSU University to play for the LSU Tigers. Well, the same thing happened with a lot of men that are simps. When I tell them that they have ego defense mechanisms in the form of rationalization, intellectualization, when they try to intellectualize stuff, they go to the simp portal. They say, no, I ain't trying to hear that. And they go to the simp portal. And listen, I met a man, Roland, one time. He was a high-end man. I want to make sure I'm keeping the confidentiality. But he was a high-end man. He was in a high-paying field. He paid all the bills. Probably made damn near 150 to 170. Didn't get no cooperation. I met a neurosurgeon. He was making damn near $1 million.
paid all the bills, Roland, didn't get no cooperation. So you can pay all the bills that you want to. Jesus in the new kingdom gonna put folks in paradise, and the devil gonna come for a season, and they gonna all turn against God. So unless the heart is right, unless a woman have emotional regulation, you can put her in a new environment. It doesn't matter. That's why I said money don't mean nothing if you're not maintaining masculinity in that damn relationship.
Yeah.
If you don't let that woman know at any point your ass can get replaced, you can have all the money in the world. But when you let that woman know, if you don't damn do what I need you to do as it relates to me as a man, you can take your ass on. It's really that simple.
Yeah.
Because once you travel abroad, you don't worry about no women.
No.
You don't worry about a woman trying to sass you and disrespect you because you're the king in foreign countries. They even if you don't make six figures, if you make, like you said, $25,000, $30,000 a year, if you can live on $30,000, if you can get a steady $30,000 a year in the Dominican Republic, you're the king. Am I right or wrong?
You're 100% right, because that's good money over here.
That's good money, right?
Oh man, you got $30,000 a year following you from the United States. Oh man, that's good money over here.
Lamar Sanders said, DR Brazil because my vacation's coming. How would you respond to that?
I never been to Brazil, but boy, let me tell you, you got one spot. It depends on how long your vacation is. Look, if you got 2 weeks, go to Brazil. You got 1 week, come over here to Sasua. It depends on how long your week, how long you got. You know what I'm saying? That's what I would tell her. How long is your vacation? Yeah, because look, man, I talk to literally, I got over 24,000 people. I have to hit 25,000 subscribers. I talk to a lot of those guys. These are just not numbers to me. Like, I have a lot of guys I talk to, and they've been all over the world. We were talking about Thailand today, Thailand, Brazil. But a lot of them keep coming back to DR. Especially Sasua. For some reason, Sasua is one place that get a lot of hate, but boy, it got a lot of love, man. Dudes, like, let me tell you, man, you can't go wrong in Sasua. You're going to have a good time. You just got to be ready for Sasua because it's crazy. It's a crazy atmosphere. You know what I'm saying? It's different because you know why a lot of guys fall victim when they come over here? Over here, you might have chicks run behind you. You have to turn them down, and people they're not, in the United States, men run behind women. Hey girl, what's up, red? What's up, black? Over here, they're gonna be looking at you like hey, what's up, Poppy? They're gonna be running behind you. So a lot of guys, Poppy, don't call me Poppy. You calling me Poppy? Hey, you like me? You want to be my wife? Oh yeah, I'll be your wife. Next thing you know, he said $500 a month. These dudes, man. So that's the danger. So I always ask guys, like your kind of job is to figure out who this person is, what trauma has he went through, because some dudes, man, have suffered so much through child support and a lot of different things. They are done.
Right.
They're going with the first woman they meet, and you be like, hey, man, that might not be the best woman for you. No, man, she's good, man. She made plantains. I'm like, dude, anybody make you plantains here? And just because a woman tell you me or more, women here call everybody
me or more, right?
In conversation, listen. Yesterday, my old lady was getting her hair done. The lady was at the house doing her hair. They called each other me or more like 37 times.
Right.
No, me or more. No, me. I'm listening to that. Like they call each other that a lot. So we so love deprived in the United States. A woman say, hey, yes, me or more. Oh, she called me Mia more. He's so damn.
right.
They turned the color me band. Dream on. They go.
right.
They go.
It's over with. Right. Your first day in DR, Ron, what was it like? What did you learn about DR, the DR women? Maybe your first couple of months in the Dominican Republic. What should men know to say you talking to men that never traveled before? What did they know about circumnavigating through that dangerous maze? Because there are a lot of snakes. Because I was under the presumption that I used to tell men to foreign women by default are better, but that's a myth. I think you can find them out in the country or in the province somewhere, in the remote country areas. But the city areas, you got to be careful how you move. So how should a man move? What did you learn about the DR your first couple of weeks when you went there? That's number one. And how should men move their first couple of weeks if they're new to the Dominican Republic?
Well, come here and take your time. The first thing is not to jump on the first ship going anywhere. Like, again, when I say be selfish in the United States, that's applicable to here too. You
Right.
have to be like put your own needs first, like you like, and the more a person give you, then you give back. If a person's really like this, one I learned when a person gonna tell you, no, Poppy, this person trying to take advantage of you. When you go a place and somebody's trying to sell you a beer for higher than what it costs somebody else, that's a real one. If a person trying to, you got to make people got to work. Look at it like you starting a new job in the United States, right? You have you got a proving phase. The person got to get through proving phase. You know how they say you got 90 days? You have to do the same thing. Before you even think about when you're trying to get a 401k, you got to be at a job 90 days before they even allow you in. The same thing with women. You got to put her through like hell almost to see where she at for 90 days. If a woman make it through 90 days here and she's solid, boy, you might have something because these chicks will run with the next thing smoking fast. You know what I'm saying? It's just a time-tested situation over here. And if you got this, if you can stay the test of time, you'll be okay. But I tell men, unless you're moving here, why are you trying to be in a relationship with a woman? Why? Because you're going to be in the United States. Same thing. I don't care if I'm in Texas and a woman is in Louisiana. Why am I trying to be in a relationship with her and I'm not seeing her like that? Why don't I just get somebody in Texas? So if you're going to be in the United States and you can't move here, or if you're going to bring a woman back to the United States, which I've only saw done successful a couple of times, it can happen because you bring, remember Eddie Murphy, what have you done for me lately, Eddie? Yeah, you bring a person in the United States. Feminism in the United States is strong, man. It's
strong.
The dark side.
It's the dark side. Right.
It's the dark side. A woman, like, so my uncle, the reason why he had such a successful relationship with the woman, and they still together. They got 4 kids. They're doing very well. They live in Katy, Texas, outside of Houston.
Yeah.
The reason why they're winning, his wife didn't have to go into the United States and get a job. He had a business where she just assisted him with his business. And they're going strong. But imagine if she had to go work at Costco, right? She's working at Costco, and then women gonna get to her. Man, you cooking for him every day? Why are you doing that shit? You're not tired?
Right.
And they change. So to answer your question, I would tell men to definitely be selfish. Clap as many cheeks as you can. Now, this is gonna sound. Remember, I just said I'm toxic masculinity from the jump.
And you're talking about single men, right?
Yeah, single men. Clap all the cheeks you can, because you know why? Because it nullifies you. It makes you where the dark side won't work on you anymore. You're a real Jedi. Remember how when Luke Skywalker tried to put that shit on Jabba the Hutt, that nigga started laughing. Luke come in there, wave his hand, Jabba, nigga, I'm Jabba the Hutt. Women start doing stuff on me. Poppy, my refrigerator broke. They ain't gonna work on me. You can't tell me.
Right. I see your point. Right.
I don't give a damn if your scooter broke. I don't care about none of that.
Right.
You know what I tell them? What that mouth do to? Now this sounds bad. Now look, this is the toxic part. This is the toxic.
Yeah, because they try. And see, let me say something wrong there. One of the biggest lies is that American expats are going abroad and they're exploiting women. But based on your experience, it's really acts the opposite. Really, they try to exploit American men. Yeah. What people don't understand about tourism is that, like, when white women go to what's that place in Africa? I can't think of the country.
Guyana. Guyana. They go to. Yeah, Guyana. Guyana. They go there. They go to sisters. Go to Brazil. Look, they do it here. Listen.
Right.
White women do it here. I was looking at them today. I was on the beach today. These chicks from Europe, Hungary, or something. I couldn't even make out what language they were speaking. I think they were from Austria, Hungary, one of the places. They were with young Haitian and Dominican men today, hugged up, and I'm looking at the guy. Like, okay, get your paper. Look, the same way I look at a woman over here that's with dudes, get your paper. But I might tell a brother, hey man, don't trust this as this is real,
right?
With them. Now, if you want something real, you got to leave outside of the red light district. Everybody in the red light district even in Sosua, I tell people, Sosua is not just Pedro Clasante. Pedro Clasante, well, action that's the red light district. Outside of that, it's different. You know what I'm saying? It's different. So dudes got to realize that part of the game. But these women, man, they getting that, man, they slinging that crunchy munch everywhere. They do it. They like white women, black women, it's all the same. They out there slinging that crunchy munch, man.
Crunchy munch.
Yeah, get crunchy munch, you know.
Right.
For YouTube purposes. Crunchy munch.
Right,
you know?
crunchy munch. I like that. And you're right. And so like Bashir says Gambia, that's what I was trying to say. And so solicitation is when you go to a country with a specific intent to solicit to people in those countries, in my opinion, where it's not legal. That's ex-tourism. You're literally going to a country with a specific intent to solicit people for services, like those white women do. They go with the intent to solicit those black Gambians for services. But when men travel abroad, maybe to like your country where you're at, that's not necessarily the case. Some men are going for wives, some are going to travel, and some are going for fun, whatever you want to call it. But when they go to those countries, those women try to solicit the men. Am I right or wrong?
No, you're 100%. Look, that's what happened to me. You know, brothers always laugh. I talk about Dirty Diana and whatnot. That what happened to me my first trip. I wasn't coming to look. I went to Santo Domingo first, not to Sosua. I wasn't coming to the red light district. Wasn't coming for any of that, right? So when you get on these dating sites, you don't know who's coming to meet you. You don't know. So I met a chick. I met two chicks at the same time. One was regular and one was like Lady of Night. Lady of Night, she can't ride up on a purple scooter like Prince. Little red Corvette. She come pull up like that. Look, she come to the place like that dude.
Right.
You know, I call Dirty Diana. Dirty Diana. Oh, like real talk. So I don't know this person is I'm gonna tell you, man, I was green as some grass. I didn't know how none of that stuff worked. I'm not even on that at all. I didn't come for that. It just wasn't what the whole thing was. Because you coming for that, you're gonna go to that where that is prevalent at. I didn't go to a red light district. The red light district come to me. So these are the things that we got to worry about. And the average man is like that. He's not seeking that. That's why I started calling it getting your reset. You're just coming to get a reset from the United States. These are my words that we go through hell. A reset or recharge, you need to re-jump your batteries.
Right, re-jump your batteries, right. I totally agree.
You know how much men suffer when you're able to come to a place where we can just look. I see dudes that's every day that they done took that midget off their back. Because black men, and look, even all men, we carry a freaking midget. Some of us got two midgets on their back. The midget's just a weight. And you know what I realized when I went back to the United States, I was in the Atlanta airport. I put the lead jacket, the midget, back on my back.
What's the midget? What's the midget?
Bro, it's just the weight of the United States. Let me give you an example.
Gotcha.
We have people, and this is a political thing. My first trip, I didn't think about who's the president. I didn't give a damn about blackness, whiteness, any of that. I just was about me having my fun, chilling. My first day back, right? I get into the ATL airport. As soon as I hit, I see CNN on there. Black man was shot. White man, this way. It's just black, white. Right. As soon as you get there, they work you into a freaking frenzy. I see why we hate each other in the United States. I understand race relations because the country does that to keep us fighting. So we're at a point where poor whites fight and poor blacks fight each other, and both of us losing to Asians. That's really what the United States is. But over here, that doesn't exist like that. There's nobody talks about, people make fun of Dominicans all the time with race stuff and all, but I don't hear Dominicans here ever talk about race, ever. If they say something, I'll ask them. They'll tell you, I black, I Taino, and I'm Spanish. That's what they'll tell you.
Right.
Average person they don't look at it like that. So
right.
America teaches us that keeps us divided.
Right. And you said something very profound, Ron. I just thought about it. Very powerful what you just said. See, Black folks have been always in a very precarious predicament because, see, in other countries they don't identify based on some abstract like skin. They don't say I'm Black. They say I'm Dominican. We were supposed to be seen as Americans. But see, in America, they never saw us as American. They saw us as Black. They saw us as 3/5 human. Everybody else was American. We were Black. We had the scarlet letter. So watch this, because I'm gonna drop some fire for your mind. Black folks get mad at Dominicans when they say me no Black, me no Black. I understand what they're trying to say.
Yeah.
Because see, we use race, we use color as a descriptor. They use nationality as a descriptor. It doesn't mean that they don't have African roots. Of course they got African roots. You can pass for Dominican. So when they say me no Black, they're right. They're not Black, they're Dominican. But if you ask them the right questions, oh yes, see, was you abuelo? Was she negro? Was you abuela? Spanish? Oh yeah. Mi abuelo, she was negra. Mi abuelo, he was Spanish, or mi abuelo was Taino. Right. So you gotta ask them the right question. But Black folks get mad, like they say, when they say me no Black, because Black is not a nationality. What is Black? Anything is Black. Indians are Black. If you talk about skin color, and Black is just like, if you talk about Black, you're not Black, you're brown. I'm chocolate. But you're brown, you can pass with Dominican because you look like a Creole. So just like you look like a Creole, the Creoles in America would have been called Zambos. You look like a Black Indian. That's what you look like. You look Black Indian or mulatto. Yeah. So that's why you easily look like you're a Dominican. When in their country, you can easily fit into their culture because your bloodline, I promise I wouldn't ruin this bloodline. If you live near Homer, you probably got some Homer Indian in you, and you probably got some African, and you probably got some white blood too. You all three. So you could pass for a Moreno.
No, that's facts. That's
am
what
I talking right? Am I talking?
No, you
right?
hit it. You hit it right on the head. I told you my mom was from Homer, and the same thing. My dad and them French and Black. I had the same. Yeah, so you hit it 100%.
And so they get mad. And so what folks don't understand, there are Dominicans that look dark just like me. Some got more Haitian blood. Some of them are from Haiti, but then some of them are actually just Dominicans and they do a lot of mixing. But then there are dark Dominicans that are Black Indians. They're dark skinned, but they got straight hair and curly hair like you. My grandmama on my dad's side, my granddad folks had straight Black hair, but they were dark skinned. I had a cousin, he was jet black, but he had straight hair, fine hair. My Uncle Bernard was jet black, had fine, straight, wavy hair, straight hair, but he was dark. He looked like one of them Sikhs from India. So we get caught up in skin color.
Yeah.
And so don't get me wrong. We know, listen, is there caste systems in the Dominican Republic? Yes.
Yeah.
That's why some of the Dominicans say they're not Black.
Yeah.
Not because they're not Black, because it's about status and privilege. And so the caste system sometimes was shamed. It was called the whitening of the Dominican Republic. So they were shamed the darker skinned Dominicans. But if you look
and they allowed what the president's name was, Rafael Tahiel. Like he allowed different groups to come over. He's tried to whiten the Dominican Republic. They brought a lot of Jews. Like I tell people, Jews started Sosua. Like Jews came in the 1940s. They're the ones that created Sosua. But he let other races come in. And this guy was actually part Haitian himself. But he wanted to lighten the mix. So, anywhere that was colonized, they went through it. So like the brother Dre said, he definitely experienced. I experienced a little racism, but it wasn't from Dominicans. It was in I think it was Cabarete, right? Which is not far from here. Some German people had a little bar or whatever, and they were a little restaurant / bar. They were standoffish. Me and some dudes came in. It was like 4 of us, and they weren't. I'm like, look, man, let's go. They're like, why we got? Look, this ain't the civil rights movement. I ain't in a rush to get nobody who. I'm not begging you to take my money. You know what I'm saying? I just went on somewhere else. But Cabarete was the only, and they didn't come from Dominicans. But I acknowledge that because Dominicans might see me closely related to them. They don't treat me, somebody else might, but that's why you always hear me say my program, I have never experienced me. So I never speak for anybody. I can't speak for my Haitian brothers. I don't speak for nobody else, but I have never had any problems myself. Any of them. Even with the family I'm linked to now, they treat me like one of them. Never, nothing else different. No, nothing.
I want you to reiterate, Rona, how do you vet a Dominican woman for a wife, and what should a man know? How do you vet a Dominican woman for a wife, and what should men know about the vetting process of a Dominican woman?
Time, man. Let me tell you something. Women lie all over the world, and I always tell you, I treat women like snakes, even here, everywhere. I just expect, and it just sounds bad, women always say, "Who hurt you?" Yes, I've been hurt before. Yet I just don't trust people, whether it's women or men. Time will tell, and I've learned that men think by logic and women think by emotion. A woman might tell you something today, and she really mean that. She really mean what she says today, but tomorrow her emotions change. She don't mean what she just told you. So
right.
Here you will find that actions speak louder than words. So a woman tell you, "Hey man, I'm digging you," she's going to show you that. When I met the lady I was with, we just clicked. It was just it. It just was it. Like me and her got together. How I met the woman I'm with now, I was exchanging money. Man, Dominicans speak so fast, dude. Look, I'm in the place trying to exchange money, and they're like, I'm like, what the hell? And she turned around and say, "Hey, they need your paperwork." I was in a place that they need your passport in, and she spoke perfect English. And she's like, "Hey, this is what you need." She came help me. I said, "Thank you for teaching me." She said, "Oh, because I'm a teacher. That's my job. I'm a teacher." And from then on, we'd been damn near inseparable. And like what she did was anytime something happened, she like, "Poppy, don't do that." She cared about what was going on in my life. She never cared about my money, never asked me for nothing. "Hey, this is what you need to do." She explained the culture. Like, you know what? Done, this is about some real stuff I'm about to tell you, man.
Right.
You know why a lot of men have problems dating women here? They never get into the culture. They deal with ladies of the night. And look, I'm down. Like what they're saying is, I'm not only a member of the hair club, you know what I'm saying? I'm the president of the Trickeration Nation. I did all that. I'm down with it. Look, it happens to me often. I'm down with it. But it's a different about women in the streets and women in your sheets that you live with. You know what I'm saying? It's a big difference. But when you find a real woman who wants you to win, to show you the culture, to teach you the language, if a woman just trying to take from you, get away from her. If a woman is trying to give to you, you stay with her. That's as simple as that. I don't care if you're in the United States, especially here though. A woman who's trying to add to you, I don't care what it is, whether she's cooking, doing it, teaching you language, doing it. A real woman going to teach you the language. Every day, we in the house like Karate Kid and Miyagi. I'll say the word wrong, thinking I'm saying it right. She like, give me a smack. Like old Chinese man. "Bobby, please, you're saying the words wrong." Then she'll ask me something. Look, she'll speak in Spanish to me in the house, trying to get me to understand Dominican Spanish. I said wrong. She's like, "Ron, please." Oh, Lord. She's trying to teach me to speak Spanish. So a woman who's going to care for you going to be a giver.
Right.
And then men, some things are our fault too, because a lot of us don't want to learn the culture.
Right.
Whether you're in the DR or Colombia, we want to leave with our wallet. We big Willie. Yeah, we have a lot of money. That's good. But you have to make some, and you know this about the kind of job you in. We got to give a little bit too. We got to try to learn the language. Look, I would tell anybody, if you're not trying to learn the culture, man, you're going to have a hard ass time.
Yep.
You're not going to win, man. You got to learn the culture because it's different than ours. American culture, a lot of black people think we're not American. Man, you're an American. You find out quick when you start living over here, we're spoiled, man. We're different.
Yeah.
We're different. Look, one of my first cousins live in Africa. He tells me all the time, "Hey, man, I'm an American." You learn fast, man. We are Americans. You're American. Look, your ancestors died for you to be an American. You're American. They try to make us something else, but we're Americans.
We're Americans, right? And that's why I tell people to understand precisely. We are Americans. I'm not black. I'm American. They happen to have African roots. I don't say, oh, you know, I'm black. No, I don't identify as black. I identify as American because my ancestors got it from the mud. So I see myself as American first.
Yeah.
I know I'm from the diaspora based on my bloodline, but I identify as American, you know, and I think once people start addressing their national sovereignty, even though we understand that America has not always treated us as Americans, then we'll start walking in our power as a man. One of the bad things, Roland, about living in the Dominican Republic, one of the bad things, Roland, because like you said, a lot of travelers, a lot of guys that do travel content, they don't tell the good, bad, and the ugly. They just only tell the good and travel, have fun and all that. But you got to tell people the whole truth. What is the bad?
The infrastructure.
About living? Yes, the infrastructure is trash, man. And
The
in some areas,
man,
it's trash.
Look,
It's trash.
Even my house here, I had to make it a place I can live in. I bought something called an inverter. So there's nights the whole neighborhood is black with no lights, but I have lights. An inverter is something like a generator. I'm talking when I tell you I live in a Dominican neighborhood, the lights go out, and these are simple problems for us as Americans. Now, this is where your money and your privilege kicks in, American privilege.
Right.
That's high. Like that thing was like, it's $600, but I added 2 more batteries. It's $800, right? The average Dominican don't have $800 laying around. You know what I'm saying? They don't have $500-600 laying around. So these are things I did in this neighborhood. A lot of people don't have air conditioning like that. They just leave the house open. I have air conditioning. When at night, I want to sleep good. These are things. So the infrastructure, another bad problem is the traffic. These especially in Santo Domingo.
Yes, sir.
Santo Domingo is like what that movie is called, man, the Thunderdome, Mad Max. These ninjas don't even damn, they will run you off the road. They don't follow traffic. Like, even here in the Sosua Puerto Plata area, cats don't need motor controls coming through. At least once a month, somebody dies. Somebody on a moto, he cuts in front of somebody. I was in a car last week. He's bringing me to the strip. A dude just ran in the back of us. He was on a dirt bike. He damn near rode up the car. And the guy I'm in the car with, he didn't say nothing. He looked at him like, damn, bro, it's crazy. He didn't bother him at all. So this stuff is just like crazy. So the infrastructure, potholes. Now look, living in New Orleans most of my life, these are things I grew up. I'm just used to it. I'm used to hurricanes and the power cutting off. I'm used to bad. Anybody tell you living in New Orleans, we got some bad roads. Even Louisiana, bro, we got potholes. I was in Gentilly recently. There's a whole street where the street just disappears. So I'm telling you can just like the street is damn near, it's gone, it's cracked all in. They had cones around it. So the problems in the DR, I'm kind of used to them. And the only other problem you can get into kind of with the infrastructure, we got a lot of stray dogs. Prostitution can be a problem, but only if you're trying to love these hoes. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't trying to love them like that, it's good. It's good living. I mean, you good. So they small problems to me, man. To me, they like little mosquitoes. I had to get used. Look, bro. Now this is one thing I had to get used to, man. Now this is something that was bad to me. Rest of you brothers, this might not bother. Dude, in the Sosua area, dude, I had spiders coming in my house. Now let me tell you, man, I saw this years ago on somebody's video. A lady was from England, and she was like, I just got to get used to the spiders in Dominican Republic. And I'm like, spiders? Dude. Spiders. Now, this is where I live at right now. I never saw this in Santo Domingo. I have spiders sometime I done seen big as my damn hand.
No, say what?
It's called they have them in Australia too. It's called a hunter spider or something. I mean, guys, y'all help me call a hunter spider. Dude.
Are they poisonous?
No, they don't even bother you. Like people here used to them. But I care everything. I'm like, I come in that mother like Terminator. Dude, I spray the whole house. I ain't playing with that. Dude, let me tell you something. I walked in the bathroom, lights off. I'm in there taking a leak. And I could just feel something is not right.
Right.
Turn the light on. This nigga got a Jerry curl in the back corner. God, Spider got a Jerry curl. Brother Spider got a Jerry curl. He got 8 Jordans on. He got 8 Jordans.
Probably smoking the blunt too.
He got a do-rag on. I'm like, oh, dude. I turn around. I'm talking about wood. I almost destroyed the bathroom. Trying to get out of there. So, this was the funny thing. So, my lady family in here. I'm coming. I'm living like an escaped slave. I'm gonna tell y'all. I'm telling them about the spider. Like, that's nothing. It kills the cucarachas. I'm like, cucarachas. I'm looking like,
what's a cucaracha? What, roaches?
A roach. Like, it killed. I'm like, oh hell no. Nah, bro. Nah, big dog. Look, I wouldn't go sleep with that spider, bro. They had to go give me some pest control. I killed the man. I was here like Terminator. Do. Nah, it ain't going down like that. I'm not closing my eye with a spider the size of my shoes running in the house.
How about rats? You got a rat problem in DR? You don't see rats that much.
I don't see him good, but we got a lot of like cats around this neighborhood and all that. But nah. So here in Santo Domingo, two different worlds. Like, so the problem in Santo Domingo is definitely the traffic. The traffic, and where I stayed in Santo Domingo, we didn't have as many power outages. I think the worst over there is the traffic. Just the all out traffic in Santo Domingo is crazy. Hey, bro, you have never seen traffic. I thought America had bad traffic. You have never seen the traffic like you've seen in Santo Domingo. I mean, there's
I seen that when I was in Puerto Plata, man. Rona, it literally gave me a headache. All that smoke and smog. I was about there. I was about to cuss because, you know, like you said, they ride up top of you. And you're walking on the sidewalk. These stupid jackasses riding their bikes on the sidewalk while you're walking. Won't stop or try to run over. I told you I fell in the pothole, skinned my leg. You saw that nasty cut. My leg got skinned up, jacked up. I was walking, and I literally slipped into a pothole. Look, I didn't break my leg, man. And you know, there were a couple of times when I was trying to cross the street in the middle. They don't have no stoplights. You can't cross the street. If the traffic is bad, you could be standing in a spot because it's dangerous, man. Like, some people just walk across the street waving their hand, and I'm like, man, I'm scared, man. You know, it's risky walking in the middle of the street. Now, sometimes you get in the middle and getting in, like where the road split, you might can do it, but it's dangerous, man, walking in the street because they're stupid. They'll ride right over you, man. And they hit you, the government ain't gonna do nothing. You know, it's like the Banana Republic.
Listen, if somebody hits you, your fault. Like, Dominicans ride hard. Now, that's part of having a woman on your side, having a real one. Like, if you have a real Dominican woman, like, she's your wife over here. Like, you've been with her a while, she's your wife. She'll go to bat for you. They're not going to get you. They're like, I'm telling you, bro. Like, it's crazy, brother. You got the vibranium. Yeah, man.
Luke Cage.
Yeah, you need that over here. But other than that, bro, and look, even in the richest neighborhoods in DR, right? You could be in Piantini, my favorite area in Santo Domingo. Dude, if you're not watching, I've had times I've been filming and I'm walking around down the street. I'm talking about regular on the sidewalk, and a manhole cover is just missing. I could have fucked myself up. You know, like, you could have damn near killed yourself because the manhole is open. There's no cones around it. In the United States, look, bro, we got a lot of problems, but dang, the infrastructure works.
Infrastructure works, yes.
The infrastructure works, man.
Yes.
Here, they're trying to do it. They're trying to get it. They're trying to get everything going, but man, they got a little work. They definitely got a little work. But still, all that being said, if I have to pick between here and New Orleans, I'd rather pick here.
All right. Next question. Why simping ain't easy? You know, we talk about treat them all like snakes because you can't trust them. You got to properly vet them. We talked about if she ain't pouring into you, you know, she's an enemy. And I agree with you. You know, once you understand female nature, it don't mean they're bad people. I like when somebody say you can either understand a woman or you can love them, but you can't do both. I'd rather understand them. You understand them, then you don't allow yourself to be vulnerable to the wiles of the machinations. Why simping ain't easy in the DR? Men paying for bills, men taking care of other children, not children, we say children in the South. Men like I remember the story you told me about the white man that gave a woman $15,000. Men falling in love, thinking if they give these women money, they love them. The stories are like you were talking about on WhatsApp. You know, they sending pictures and videos, and a lot of times they're fake videos. Why simping ain't easy in the DR, brother? Why simping ain't easy?
Well, most of the people who simp are not cats who live here. Look, these dudes that live here full time, you talking about some Jedis. These dudes have been through all of it, so they know the game. But most of the men who simp coming to DR or any one of these other countries are men who are sex depraved in the United States. Look, you could be like you actually touched on it earlier about men being married to a woman. I think he have sex a year, but on Jay and them did a live stream with a man who didn't have sex for I think 2 years with a woman. Even me, I done been with women who wouldn't give me sex for whatever reason. For why I'm different. You know, I'm different. I'm gonna go somewhere else and get it. But that's the problem. Men not having sex on the regular in the United States. Then when they come here and a woman give them some, that's what makes simping easy. You say it ain't easy. It's easy here because you're dealing with Marcia and them here. And I'm gonna tell you something, brother. These women over here are fine. We used to Big Shirley's over there. Just today on the beach, I'm just looking. There were so many fine women. I can see why it's happening to men. I'm talking about big boot, you know, like BBD say, never trust the big butt and smile. That girl, boy, yeah, these cats come in here trusting the big butt and a smile, no matter what we tell them. So I think a man sometimes need to go through it, but that's why I tell men sometimes sleep with a lot of women. Again, I'm toxic. The reason why I'm saying this because somebody go say you're toxic telling men to sleep with a lot of women. They need to sleep with a lot of women because it's going to immaculate them too. Like you're going to understand what life is over here. You need to get that out of your system first. So once you slept with a lot of women, a pretty woman won't mean that much to you. It's going to help you find a good woman. Now this I know it sounds like Vampire in Brooklyn. Evil is good. Evil is good. I know this sound like, remember that? Remember when Eddie Murphy came out there? Oh, let's get out of this church. Buy yourself a piece of evil ass. You know, I know it sounds like that, but after you done dealt with so many, it kind of helped you to find a real one. Did that make any sense to you?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. It's almost like the process of elimination. Have you known the men running to taking their lives by falling in love with the wrong woman?
In the United States, but not here, because here you might be heartbroken and the brother's gonna clown you, but you had a brotherhood. That's one thing Sosua has better than any other place. Bro, we got a brotherhood, man. We would today, I don't know how many deep. I don't know how many guys deep. Now, that's the advantage I give here over Santo Domingo. Santo Domingo, my favorite spot on the island, but boy, Sosua, the brotherhood is so deep. We just sitting there drinking, trading war stories, and new brothers coming up, and we're talking to them about these things. Hey, brother, I mean, it's the Jedi temple. It really is a Jedi temple. Brothers teaching you techniques and things you're going to go through. Brothers like, hey, brother, don't listen to this. Clap them cheeks and leave. And look, so you got Master Flip Flop over here. You got Master Roll. You got Master this. Each one of us got a different technique. I'm like, thou shalt bust them cheeks. You know what I'm saying? So I'm telling you this. Another brother telling you this. So everybody got, you know, we all students or something. Like you say, student of Charles Tyler. Definitely a student of Charles. And then you take what you learn from him and you twist it. I'm like, I'm the person. If Charles Tyler and Taylor Made Dreams had a baby, you'll probably have me, and that's how I view the world. So we just try to tell the cats the right thing, and once they get that out of their head, and you start having more sex, because we were talking about not having sex. When a man not having as much sex, sometimes they don't think right.
They don't think right,
And
right.
that's why a lot of guys simp so hard. We was
Mhm.
talking about the simping aspect.
Mhm.
Do you think that men simp so hard because they don't have access to sex and they're thinking they're going to get access to sex? And that's not the women don't want them anyway.
Right.
What do you think about that?
You're asking me the question. Yeah, I think that goes back to the affection deprivation. They overcompensate. They get the validation from a woman, and therefore, there are two types of simps, Roman. I created two types of terms, and one is called the conscious simp. The conscious simp stands for sacrificing important masculine principles. Adam was a conscious simp. He knew what God told him, but he still disobeyed anyway. He knew that he should have not allowed. He knew he should have never cast his strength to a woman, but he did it anyway. David was a conscious simp. He knew what the Most High told him, but he saw the Mother Eve hips of Bathsheba, whatever her name was, and she probably had a small waist and curvy breasts, and he fell for it. But then you got what's called the unconscious simp, like a lot of men. They supplement irrational male patterns of behaviors. And I said male intentionally because they're not men, because men stand on business, men stand on principle. So they supplement. They buy the AC for the woman. They supplement. They take care of other men's children. They supplement. They give the woman a car. They supplement. They don't get nothing in return. It's irrational to give your money to a woman that's not giving you anything back in return. So they supplement irrational male patterns of behavior. It's a pattern of behavior because it's predictable. The only thing she got to do is know how to tell them what they want to hear, and they sending. You got a group of men now, Roland, that send women cash apps just to speak to them.
Yeah.
Send them $100 cash apps just to speak to them. But yet you are not dropping all this good fire, and that's why I say a lot of times with male-centered content, it's good brothers to show love. But if you just do male-centered content on YouTube, you're not gonna make money. If you just be straight men, because sadly, we got damn near almost 170 strong here tonight. You should have been giving some love and support as well as me. But they just don't support it consistently. Some men do, but they just don't. But if I was a woman that had wide hips, big titties, they would be damn giving dollars left and right. So we keep talking about support, but you don't support black male content. So why put your neck on the line where you can lose everything trying to support black men? But yet a woman can come up here and don't really add anything to what you and I say, and they'll get hundreds and thousands of dollars. So that's why that's one of the reasons why, even though I still do male-centered content, I'm gonna start doing different things. I'm gonna mix it up. I'm gonna still do it, but I'm gonna mix it up because brothers don't support it. You can't convince me with the amount of people we got in here tonight. You should be getting more support and me as well. But I ain't tripping on it. Thank God I'm a professional. Thank God I make my own money. Thank God. Thank God for the good brothers to show love. The Quiet Storms, the St. James, the brother Quiet Face, the Gregory Scholars, the Raw Reports. Thank God for those good brothers. Because if it wasn't from them, I'm not going to waste my time putting shows. It takes a lot of time to put these shows together, man. But cats don't support. So thank God I make good money. I'm a licensed clinical therapist. I make pretty good money. So thank God for that. Because if I had to rely on YouTube to live, I'll be damn standing on the outside saying we'll work for free with a damn sign. Because brothers don't support black male-centered content. They don't. They just don't. Either they dry hate or they just, they just tight on their money. But if I was one of these female content creators, I had big boobs and I was being all sexy and flirting, butterfly eyelashes, be getting cash apps left and right, be getting money left and right.
Let me tell you, man, I was watching something. Some of the newest millionaires in the United States are females on OnlyFans.
Mm-hmm.
Men are throwing them. So even with like Fresh and Fit, I know a lot of people don't like them, but I was hearing them break down their strategy. They didn't start making a bunch of money till they started bringing bimbos on the show.
Yep, exactly.
That's when they started getting more money because at the end of the day, men want access to women. Even on things like, even here, the biggest YouTube videos are creep cam videos here in Sosua especially. I was looking at a brother today, creep camming. So you can take a camera here and walk behind like prostitutes, and you can make as much money as you want on YouTube. I'm talking about thousands of dollars because men just like that. So no matter what we try to tell them, and look, I do have good supporters. I will be honest. I got a good channel membership. Shout out to all the brothers in it, but it could be better. Look, let me give you an example. Now, I'm about to tell you some real stuff. I'm about to tell you. I have nowhere near this what my cousin showed me. My cousin is a nurse. Now, she's pretty, beautiful girl, old Creole girl, Louisiana. She have a YouTube channel putting on makeup, right? Do you know how much money she gets a month from her putting on makeup? I'm about to trip your head out from the memberships, not YouTube, just for channel membership. And she told me most of her people are men. She gets $10,000 a month.
Doing what?
No makeup.
Wow.
Dude, let me tell you something. Because of her channel memberships, men joined her channel to watch her put on makeup. She's not taking off her clothes. She's not twerking. No, none of that shit. And like, I'm sitting there thinking I'm doing something because my cousin was like, hey, man, watch your channel, YouTube and all that. I got way more subscribers than she got, but she made me look stupid. She was like, at the time I had like 16,000 or whatever. She like, yeah, that's good. Yeah, see, look how much money I made. I'm like, God dang, I closed my laptop.
I agree.
So women will always have us beat where men. Now look, this is another side of it. White dudes, even white dudes here, a white guy can make a channel like you, me, or whatever else. He will just get 10 times the support. Now, I have a lot of now white, like many of the guys in my membership are Caucasian. They're white dudes, and they support the channel. Got a lot of cats. I got a lot of brothers too. I won't be honest with you. Got some brothers, and shout out to them dudes, man. I would never, but some of the brothers, we just don't support each other. I support brothers, but a lot of cats don't, man. Anybody tell you watch my channel, I bring dudes on all the time.
You do.
Don't even have nowhere near the subscriber. I'm like, hey man, come get on with me.
You do.
Help break the channel. Dudes will tell you that, man. I always try to help. I always try to help
you do.
all the time.
You do. I saw that in you. That's why I respect you, and I definitely will be supporting you again whenever you go live again, because you're a good brother, man. But I tell people, somebody told me you got cats like Dr. Ryan Teraband. He's a doctor in psychiatrist, psychologist. Got a doctorate in psychology. I got a license in clinical social work. I mix in clinical concepts with urban topics. But I don't get the kind of bandwidth those guys get. But I'm not gonna worry about it, because I'm gonna start flipping my channel at some point. I'm gonna still do man content, but I'm gonna make it more expansive. And they can never say I don't want them. I didn't get into YouTube to put take all this time. You saw the special effects, Ronan. Putting all that stuff together.
Good job.
Yeah, putting all the stuff together. I said, okay, how can I create this show where it's gonna bless Ronan, bless me, and bring credibility to the show? But they don't understand it takes hours to put that stuff together. It's not easy. It takes a lot of hours to clip it, to plan it. Hell, I was coming back from home an hour, almost 2 hours away from where I'm at the RDU to get back so I can do the show. I got here at 5:30 and it was still clipping and planning. And so I said, why continue to put your neck on the line as a black man? You're highly educated, highly competent. And that's why some male content creators, they stop focusing solely on black male content. Cats will get mad at you if you say something they don't like. You can do 99% of things good. You say one thing they don't like, they stop supporting. Or they'll dry hate on the background because they don't have the talent to do it. And so I say, why keep putting my neck out on the line, man? Doing all of this where I can make more money, being more expansive with my audience. I could easily scale back and just tell women what they want to hear and whatever. But I try to support the brotherhood. But I realize it's not merited, because a lot of cats hide behind avatars. You and I putting our face out here in the forefront. We're not hiding our face.
Yeah, it's real when you put your face out there. And I know
you put your face out there, right?
If you turn to Derek Jackson right now, you'll get so much support. If you turn to Derek Jackson and say, "Hey, man, woman, you are loose." And look, you could take your education if you were diabolical like that and switch it to women. Man, you would be the biggest steak smoking.
Oh yeah. How to love a black woman in 90 minutes or something like that. Black women need to be loved more. I don't do that because
imagine the two things. You could take your education and the Bible. That's so diabolical. You know how many women? I'm thinking about that because our women proclaim to love the Bible. But if you picked out scriptures And if you talk this kind of content to uplift, especially black women or any woman, boy, you'll be at the DNC talking. you'll be a bad dude.
I mean, man, listen, I could have been rich woman a long time ago if I changed the game, but I'm not impressed with riches because you're not going to take it to the afterlife. I'd rather be a real dude, man, and die with dignity than a damn die rich telling women and telling men what they want to hear. I ain't never been. I've always been a real dude. You know, it's just who I am. I don't try to be fake. I got to be real. I like making money. Of course, who don't want to make some money? But how much of myself do I compromise for the sake of making money? I could have been rich a long time ago. But what I am going to do, and I'm going to continue to talk with you and I in the back, I'm going to start, you trying to figure out how to diversify my content because I didn't get in damn YouTube for no damn 20 and 30 folks watching. That's an insult to me, and I know some other male content creators had to switch it up because when they did their content only for men, they didn't get a lot of support. They did, but they didn't. But when they started diversifying their content, they still did male content, but they diversified it. They started getting more bandwidth. And like you said, you're a content creator. Tell the audience, if you do only male-centered content, when YouTube push it, tell them the truth.
No, it's true. They're not going to really push it. You gotta have something where you tie women to it. Look, I have a YouTube rep now, and he was even telling me, hey man, you need to talk about this. You need to tell. Look, I don't care what nobody says. Sex sells. Sex sells, and they know what it is. You got to appeal. Look, this is crazy. What I thought recently. A lot of my story times, women like it more. That's why I pushed up.
Oh, I love the story time. It's funny to me. I love it.
Like it too, and you would think because a lot of women sometimes get mad with me about things. They get mad with me for telling men to escape the matrix or plantation, but they watch the stuff too. Sometimes they hate watch. But you're right. They don't push,
you have to hate watch, right?
They don't push male-centered content at all. But if you're talking about, that's why you see people like O'Shea and all them start switching to celebrity stuff, and they'll switch to that type stuff, and that stuff get thousands. Look,
they get thousands of views.
If you're going, even like me and some of the guys in my squad, we talk a lot about the travel centered content, and we even talk about because they get tired of talking about women as much. They're like, do we need to let the channels die and start new ones and talk about and walk around and show like we were talking about today? Hey man, there are some good restaurants. I know you want to see some titties, but damn, man, good restaurants over here too. You know what I'm saying? But I tell guys, man, you got to realize too that men are deprived of women. So that's kind of what men care about at the end of the day. Men on some caveman shit. They want to talk about women and see. I get a lot of criticism from men. They want me to show women is more. I'm like, dude, I show my face. We just talked about this. You're living in a different country, and you want me to actually show these women on camera in a bad light? Think about that. These dudes want me to show these women in a bad light while everybody in the country know who I am. How crazy that is. So there's a lot of creep cam guys over here, but nobody know who they are. They don't show their face at all. But as a person who shows my face, I got to be careful how I move. People throw my ass out here.
Yeah, exactly. And could get jacked up, could get jacked up. It's wrong in purple pill. Because we know the difference between the red pill, the blue pill, purple pill. Purple pill, well, you know what purple pill is. So tell the brothers why you purple pill.
No, I tell brothers this all the time. I am infinity pill. They said, what that mean? My possibilities are infinite. You know what I'm saying? You might see me go anyway with whatever. I can do whatever I want. I realized that recently. I'm like, man, you know what? I'm like Thanos hand snap. Tomorrow I can wake up and I say, I want to go live in Japan. I got enough resources to go live in Japan, Madagascar. I don't never have to go back to America if I don't want. And thank God through hard work and determination, I can do that. So for us being purple pill, here's where I identify with the purple pill. I do like having a steady, real chick, right? And I understand a lot of things with that, but I'm two different people. Like me and you talk about that. We're that's so much a part of me. Cats will hear that and they don't understand, but that's exactly now. The woman I live with will tell you that. I'm so dualistic. She don't know who I am from day to day.
Right.
So I could be talking to you Monday, right? And I might be in Afghanistan. I mean, like, this is really who I am. I'm that person. So that's what it is, man. So if I'm purple pill, yeah, maybe so, but I'm infinity pill because the possibilities are limitless. I might
Right. And basically what it means is that you understand women, but you're not so blind to women that you're just gonna drop your guard and just fall in love. That's when you talk about the snakes. You know, men of the purple pill, they deal with women, but they understand female nature. Men of the red pill, they see it for what it is. They can either be with women or not. Those of the black pill are now listening. They see everything is bad. I'm not dealing with women at all. You know, all women are bad. So you understand female nature. You just know how to move with it. This is the last one. You did a great job, man. What did Charles Tyler mean to you? What did Charles Tyler mean to Roland the Traveler?
To me, Charles Tyler was my X-Men. He was just real talk. Like, let me tell you, man, this guy came into my life at a time that I really needed him. And look, this is crazy, man. I got into the pro-black space, right? I got heavy into the pro-black space, man, listening to the brother Sinetta, and I had on my red, black, and green, you know, Pan-African stuff. And I noticed that this is gonna sound crazy, man. And to you guys that still like that, man, look, I'm sorry. I noticed that they didn't do anything. They just talked. They would talk about ancient Egypt and this and that all day. The white man. I just got tired of it. And it just didn't click as good to me. But boy, one day I was on YouTube and I saw Charles Tyler and he talked about that option that we had. He was doing something. When I saw Charles Tyler talking about doing something, man, I was like, wow, now this is it. He's saying I have an option. I don't just have to take it. He was showing how pretty Brazil was. He was interviewing other brothers. And because of that, I found Al Grease. And I look at Charles Tyler and the frustrated thing kind of similar. And even O'Shea kind of took a show. O'Shea put him out.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I see that all as one Dragon Ball Z. That they're all coming together and hit you. They hit me together. And I was like, you know what? The red pill and all that is one thing. Because men will sit there, but we'll sit there all day and debate philosophy, and women are this. They like pookies. But these guys was like, hey, man, just get your passport.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, that was it. And that's what Charles Tyler mean to me. He saved my life. So you will always hear me say big ups to that brother. You always hear me big up, frustrated, tailor-made. These are the things that predated me, but it helped push me. So now when brothers tell me the same thing, man, you saved my life. I'm like, man, Charles Tyler saved all our lives.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I tell this to brothers to this day.
Mm-hmm.
So when brothers with me and they telling me that, I'm saying, hey, man, go watch Charles Tyler, man. They still got videos. This is the man. I tell brothers, I said, man, I talk about Taylor Made too. I know he closed his channel, but I said, but this is a guy who helped me too. I said, I talk about my uncle. I'm always going to give credit to where credit's due. And that's how I see him. He was a hero to me. And I think he is one of the Mount Rushmore of the passport movement. You know, we say passport bros now, but these guys were the original. And military, shout out the military guy. The military guys are the original passport bros.
Right.
And I don't know if Charles Tyler is one of them. But man, these were the guys who showed us the way. And it's on us to uphold it. Now anybody is accused of being passport bro. They get some weak cat. You know how they would come to the hood and they'll just find some cat with a Jerry curl bag. Yeah, I saw it. I seen it. He don't represent the real community. That's what they do now with us. They'll find some old dude off TikTok.
Right. Right.
Travel community and then he not gonna do it any justice. So I have people reach out to me all the time to speak for Passport. I say, look, get with BMT. He's an articulate brother. He's smart.
Yeah.
Go call him. Don't you call that brother, because if you're gonna talk to me, I'm gonna speak for me as an individual. I'm not gonna speak for every black man, or damn sure not every Passport bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell dude that. So Charles Tyler to me is a hero. Much love to that brother. Real talk.
No doubt, man. Ron, this has been powerful, man. You're a funny dude, man. You smart. You can talk. That's what I love about you. I could be in the plane. You the pilot. You could talk. You could probably talk another 8, and I could just sit back and be on autopilot, and Roman can go. But the thing I love about you, man, you're a smart dude. Like I said, you're a sapiophile. A sapiophile is a person that loves intelligent conversations. You and I both are intelligent men. Iron sharpens iron. That's why I could probably talk to you for another 4 hours. But what did you get from this conversation, Rona? And where do we go from here as black men? What did you get from this conversation? Number 1, where do we go as black men? Number 2, and I think the last one is we're going to get married again, and then we go in it.
Boy, that's a tough question. I feel like I'm married now to a certain degree. And she even tell people that's my husband. She's like, and my husband, but you tell everybody, and my husband. It takes it takes a special woman to deal with me and my shadow. The werewolf is the shadow.
The werewolf is the shadow. That's your alter ego.
Yeah, I would never lock it up again.
Right.
You're dealing with me. You're dealing with Bill Bixby and Luther Rigno. That's just
right.
it. I mean,
Right.
Really, what it is. So to answer that, that's a hard question. I would say no, but if she stay in there long enough, maybe so. But what else was your other question? What I get from it? Oh man, I got a lot for. I think intelligent male conversation, and even in our comments, they were all uplifting.
Yes, they were. Yeah, the brothers uplifting. Yeah, the brothers did a good job. Shout out to your people. Your brothers came through strong, man. I ain't damn getting no more than about 22, 25. That's why I said
it don't even matter. We in here together.
We in together. Your brothers came through, man. Your brothers came through.
Well, what it is, these could be your brothers too now, man. Go make sure you guys subscribe to that brother. They all come through. Like I was telling you, man, I can't really get on them as much because I got good dudes. They're gonna come through.
They came through. Your brothers came through. They came through like soldiers, man.
Yeah, I got some riders, man. Them dudes are gonna come through. So I can't get on them as hard, but I learned that we need to do this more intelligent. Like my whole channel has always been just like you. You have a job. I have real estate. I don't live off YouTube. I get a good YouTube check, but I don't live off it.
Right.
So to me, the brotherhood has always been more important than money. Men will tell you. When I tell you I talk to dudes every day, I don't charge them. One dude sent me $100 after I talked. He said, look, I'm gonna send you this. You didn't ask me for nothing. That's why I'm sending it to you. But I just want us to win. I want black men to be free. That's what I want. Deep down, I want all men to be free, but
all men to be free. Right.
But especially the ones that I caucus with. You know what I'm saying? I want us to be free, and I'm gonna tell you, man, we're gonna win that way. So that's what I got from it. I want us to be independent thinkers. I think this was a step in the right direction. We need to do this more. We need to. I got other brothers I can introduce you to have on the channel, and we should do this more. That's what I got from it.
No doubt, man. But listen, we got another show, man. We'll do another one again at some point. Or I'll come and support you whenever I have time. My man, Mr. Darkest, the Navigator, said, "How does your exes feel about you being in DR?" That's a good question.
Oh man, they hate it. Like
that's a good question.
No, that's a excellent question. Look, I was telling you at the beginning of the conversation, my daughter married this guy from Nigeria, he's a professor, whatever. I saw my ex. She was staring. Now look, she's remarried to a dude, but to her, he's not me because now this is crazy. But you know what this man told me before? He said, "So you're not Superman?" Like Superman. He said, "All she does is talk about you like you Superman." Like, and he said it kind of in a hating type way. You know, this woman still has my name tattooed on her leg. Ain't no way in hell I would lay in the bed with a woman with another man name tattooed on their leg. But he said, so you're not Superman. But she hated it, man. She was staring at me the whole time because she never was able to get to the level of wealth we had. We had a 4-bedroom house on a lake. She had the best car. She had everything. And when she felt like she ended up with a dude older. Now, you know, women say, I want a man this tall, and this. He's shorter, older, with less money.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she ended up with. So how she feel? She hate that. She hate it. But to me, I looked at her smirking. It ain't nothing to cut that beauty off. That's how I looked at. I was looking smiling. I was happy. I got my suit on, looking like $1 million.
Right.
Smelling like some fresh Armani and cantaloupe mixed together. You know, when you be over here in DR, man, you get that mango cantaloupe smell. It's part of the skin. You know what I'm saying? So,
Right.
That's how, because I look way younger than her still. Yeah, she didn't really like it. She did not like that at all.
Yeah. Because in their mind, even though you can show them all the damn evidence, they think by default that they're the prize. They don't think they got to work for nothing. They just think they got to show up with that used box. And they think they're the prize. And I just laugh at them. Like I said, man, if I was a single man in the game again, I would never date the typical American woman. Is there a small percentage that's decent? Yeah, but I'm not going to waste my time trying to parse through BS to get the quality. I'm 6'5", 6'6", UNC, University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill educated. I got 3 degrees. I make good money as a therapist. And I'm gonna start there making more money because I'm gonna start diversifying my talent, and start being. I'm gonna get me a consultant, and I'm gonna take this thing by storm. I'm not just gonna waste hours for mediocrity. If I'm gonna do YouTube, I'm gonna be successful at it, and I'm gonna do what I need to do to be successful. And and you giving me some gems already. You and I bringing back talking, but I would never at 53, man, waste my time dealing with the typical American woman. When you got 92% of black women that vote for Kamala Harris, there's no way in here. That already tell me what they believe in. I got family members that got mad at me, Ronan. They said they traditional Christians. They voted for. Nieces that voted for. Got mad, blocked me, and I'm fine with it. Go on damn block. You don't even damn think about unblocking me. Because until you come and take ownership for your BS, that's fine. But you know what I find so offensive, Ronan? The same people that block you or get mad at calling you the truth, you can show them what the scriptures say about justice and righteousness and in God's word, and they ignore it because they have severe cognitive dissonance. You can't tell them nothing. So I like what you said. Moving forward in my life, with the time I got left on this planet, I'm going to be selfish. I'm gonna take care of me. Like you say, even damn kids. I love them, but I'm not going to put my happiness aside for their happiness damn more. And when they were babies, I worked hard like a slave. I gave my all for my family. But I'm not doing it no more. My focus is going to be. I'm from a new damn fraternity called Me Fi Me. And I'm gonna take care of me, and I'm not gonna worry about it, and even some family members, because you know what, Ronan, when I was coming up, man, I'll share this with you real quick before I let you go. When I went to graduate school, I didn't get a lot of support. What I've learned with educated black men, the black community don't support educated black men. There was a group of guys called the Three Brothers, and they were talking about when they went to school to be doctors, they didn't get no love and support. But Ray and Man got damn support. They got support, but the educated brothers didn't get no support. I have family members that went to my niece's graduation, but they didn't come to mine. They didn't support my graduation. They didn't give me nothing. They made excuses when it came down to me, because in their mind, I was the nemesis to what they had already constructed in their mind about what a man should be. In their mind, a man should be fawning after them and telling them what they want to hear. But in my mind, I don't fawn after no damn body. It's not a man or woman that's playing. I'm a fawn after. And so because they can't control you, when you 6'5", you educated, you got a crisp mouthpiece, you stand on business as a masculine dude, you ain't gonna back down, you're a threat. I'm like a trifecta. Even when I was in graduate school, almost got kicked out. Not because I did nothing wrong, but the professors told me, they said, you're very articulate, which is an insult. You're very, you speak very well. One professor told me, he said, he was my field advisor. He said, I'm Coach K and you Michael Jordan. So I didn't do nothing wrong, but because I'm a big dude, he felt threatened, and because I didn't talk, I didn't, start, how they do that white talk. Oh, hi guys, you see that tall guys. I'm not doing that goofy ish. I am who I am. I'm not gonna damn change my authentic self to make your ass feel comfortable. You're gonna accommodate me But I'm not going to, because you got assimilation means when you blend into a new culture, accommodation, when you set aside other things about your culture to accept their culture, and then adaptation. I'm not going to do it. So because I didn't adapt, I was a rebel. I became public enemy #1, and they did everything in their damn power to try to kick me out of school because I didn't tap dance or bow. I'm okay with it, but I'm always damn thinking 3 steps ahead of the game. When you're a black masculine man speaking the truth to power, they got you on the witch hunt. You remember the girl by the name of Sister Soldier? She used to speak out
I remember
back in the day. Remember Sister Soldier?
Yeah, I remember that.
But it wears on you, Rona, because you're alone in the wilderness. You don't have no support, and over time it will wear on your psyche. So you either do 1-2 things: you either play the game, or you just disconnect altogether, and you just focus on yourself. And that's why I tell masculine black men that know what their worth is to learn to be selfish, because preserving self is the first law of life. That's the first law of life. When you're on that airplane flying to the DR, that plane about to crash, they don't say, Rona, don't look out for that old woman. I'm sitting on the side, said, Mr. Rona, can you help me, baby? Can you help me, baby? No, Grandma, you're going to have to figure this out.
Look, she'll be in trouble. I'm putting that mask on myself. Look, I'll be like, look, all that sugar, mama.
So Grandma was coughing, I can't breathe, baby. You gonna put the mask on? You gonna let her die?
My mask on myself, bro. It's bad. Look, if we was on the Titanic and me and a woman got a pick, I'm like, go ahead, mom. You had your chance. I'm saying, hey, bro, it sound bad. I'm telling you, it sound bad, but it's self-preservation now. I don't give a damn. I'm in DR. I'm in, I could be in Iraq, Nigeria. It's me first. I don't give a damn. I don't care where I'm at.
Hey, same here, man. Same here. Listen, man, what you got planned for the night, man? I'm about to look at some college basketball, man. Y'all can look at basketball over there?
Man, I'm going to take my old lady fried chicken or whatever. She fried something. And we got to eat some pollo and rice, man.
Some pollo.
No, we eat pollo, rice, and beans all the time. That shit tastes like the first time I ever ate it. And look, there's music playing here in the party all night. I'm going to eat. And I'm going to sit on my front like I'm act like I'm in Louisiana. Go sit on my porch, listen to some Dominican bachata, and relax. Drink some liquor after that. Then I'm gonna go to sleep. You know what I'm saying, or whatever. I'm not. Look, all the brothers texting me now, man. We at the club with the. Some days I don't go out all the time. I gotta really be in werewolf mode. That's why I call it werewolf.
That's
Most of the time, I'm chilling.
Right.
Werewolf mode. That's what it is. You got the quiet storm.
Yeah, the quiet storm. Yeah. But listen, what I'm gonna do, man. I might even come down there, man. I'm gonna show you some love, man. When I come, give you a little love offer, man. When I come, and I know you don't ask for nothing, but I'm gonna give you something, man. And I'm gonna get you to be my escort. Show me around Santo Domingo. I always wanted to go. I be getting Santo Domingo confused with Santiago, but I'll probably go. We do a show together, man, at some point. And just show me around the city, show me what to look for, tour, give me a tour. A lot of time I go, man, I want to see things, but I don't know what to do, where to go. And I'll give you something for your time, man. You just give me the game, man.
I got you, man. Yeah. I'm actually working on right now. I'm going to give it to all my members. I'm working on a PDF. It's going to be downloadable. Now, this is something you can offer to on your channel that can help. I'm offering to all my members for Santo Domingo, Sosúa, Santiago, different places of the DR, and I'm gonna get with my brothers that live in Colombia, Medellin, and Cartagena, and I'm gonna do a man's guide to these countries. And I'm about to go to Cuba, so I'm gonna do Cuba too, and I'm gonna put these things out for the community. Where if a brother traveling in Santo Domingo, I do it now with guys. Hey man, stay here, do this, give them the game. But I'm gonna have something where a brother will get it. He'll just be able to download it. Hey, I'm gonna stay here. You have a list of Airbnbs, list of restaurants, list of this, list of that. Everything gonna be straight. And that's why I started. I have a big Facebook group. It almost got 9,000 people in there, man. And the brothers just trade the game all day. It is crazy. It's just it's a good thing, man. So I have a good group of guys, man. I appreciate those guys, man. So that's what we're gonna do, man. We got to work together. It's the brotherhood for real. It's real talk.
Yeah, no doubt, man. And you're a real one, man. Like I said, I've studied you, man. You've been consistent. You genuine. You the same rolling off film as the same rolling on film. And I just listened to your stuff, man. I said, yeah, that's a good brother, man. And you know, it's hard to find real ones, man. They hard.
Right.
It's hard to find real ones, bro. It's like them, you know, guys you thought were real. You find out a lot of times these cats got agendas. They be trying to play you and use you for their own. And see, the thing about me, I don't say that. I just study your ass for a while, but you won't play me. Yeah, if I see that you damn trying to play me, I'm gonna call you out. And you get in my face, we might have to damn move some furniture. Oh, yeah. I don't want to fight at 53, but you get in my damn face and think you can try to J man.
They ain't messing with you.
Yeah, we might have moved some furniture wrong. We might have to move some furniture,
man. You too big. They ain't messing with you.
Yeah, we might have to move some furniture. Cause like I said, man, I don't mess with nobody, but you're not gonna play me, you know. And you know what makes me angry sometimes, man? Like I said, I used to work in law enforcement. I was a CO for 2 years, man. And cats be trying to play you, thinking you're stupid. But if you got gut instincts a lot of times, you just study people. You know, what I learned about being real one, if you're a real person, the fake ones eventually show themselves because you'll start seeing things and those and things, and you'll realize they're fake. My man Marcus B28 said, I will watch the replay after the game. Can't wait to get back to Santo Domingo. Zona Colonial.
Zona Colonial. That's like the Zona Colonial is an awesome place, man. It reminded me of the French Quarter in New Orleans. That's what it reminded me. It looked the same way to me. Yeah, man.
Quiet Storm crazy, man. He's a lot of jails here in Santo Domingo. Coach will be coming the game.
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, man. No, he's right, man. Look, man, you see a cat that big because look, right. I just tipped 6 foot and I'm big over here. You know what I'm saying? Right. Look, they got Dominicans that's tall, like the guy.
They do. I've seen some. Yeah, I seen some. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So the guy that cut my hair, he's probably like 6'3" or something. So they have me, but it's not everybody. They got the Indian blood. Right. A lot of them are a lot shorter. So they look at me as tall. So you come through like, God damn, where you come from?
Yeah. I saw a lot of them when I was walking down the strip in Puerto Plata, man. You know, they were looking at me, you know, sort of strange. I don't know if they were sizing me up, you know, because I remember I was walking at night one time, man, and but like I said, most folks they don't mess with me, you know. They don't mess with me.
You over here because we got my brother Sarge. So Sarge is like, I think Sarge like 6'3". On Jay them was here. On Jake say, don't you like 6'1", 6'2"? Them brothers were tall. Oh, the brother said what name of the group. It's called the Blue Book Passport Cartel. It's a big group. It got thousands of people in there. Now to see that group, I started it because when I first went to Santo Domingo, dude, I'm running into people. I'm thinking of Black Americans, but I'm telling you, when I first went, I was lonely. Like, look, you weren't lonely from a woman level. You're lonely for that brother talk, right? And, I see these dudes sitting in a club, and I walk up to them. I'm thinking they straight out of, you know, any Houston or whatever. This brother looked just like us. I said, hey, man, what's your name? He like, ¿Qué hace? He like, they start speaking Spanish. Them cats didn't know no English at all. I'm like, damn, I thought they were American Black dudes. And so that's why I started that group. So when we get there, we have somebody you can meet up with. So if you hit Santo Domingo, hey, brother, you here? Yeah, I'm here. I didn't know it was going to get as big as it got. So it's so many people. Just like today, I felt like Fight Club. I'm in Sosua. Hey, man, I'm in the group. You in the group? I'm in the group. It's thousands of cats that was in our Facebook group. So that's the crazy thing, man. So yeah, man, it's real. It's real. We winning in a lot of ways, but just leaving overseas. I wish that brothers in the United States can get on this. Anytime there's 3 or 4 of us together in the United States, somebody fighting, they shooting it, chest. Ever since I've been a little boy, you put more than 10 black men together, somebody fighting. Right. But here we don't do that. Bro, you get a lot of us together, we together. And I love it though. We feel like a gang over here. You mess with one of us, man, you might get we like some Bloods and Crips over here, man. Right. They're not gonna mess with us, man. You might get clipped over here messing with one of us.
Yeah. I saw some guys, man, down, you know, I saw some expats, they were showing me love, man. You know, they were actually at the airport, I saw a lot of brothers traveling, man. And they were showing a lot of love, man. They were cool, man. They respected me, man. And it was good, man, seeing, you know, black men happy with smiles on their faces and just living their lives, man. And that's what it's all about, because I refuse to with the next, I'm 53 years old, I'll be 54 this year, man. I'm not going to live my next 25 years. You know, I look at my dad, I love him to death, good man. But I said sometimes dad's, you know, and I love my mama too, but I said sometimes the stuff you allow, I would have never allowed that. I would have never allowed it. I would have been gone a long time ago. And if I didn't go, I would have been plotting my escape at some point. Because you know, when you got women, man, that are contentious, they won't respect you, they don't want to follow your leadership, and you still paying bills and doing all this stuff, that your life is more than damn being servitude to an unthankful woman, an ungrateful woman. Your life is worth more than that. And some women, I would tell men, moving forward, don't ever put a woman first. You put your God first and your purpose first. Those two.
Oh, yeah.
God, purpose, everything else take care of itself. A woman's supposed to compliment you in your journey, not be a pain in the ASS. And a lot of times they're a pain in the ASS. They are a pain. I mean, a pain in the ASS. And it's a struggle for a lot of men, man. And they just die off early, or they suffer in silence. But anyway, man, powerful show, man. You killed the game.
Great.
You can take this show run if you want to. I've done some clips. I can send them to you. Or you can take it and clip it up, and you can put it on your shows. Up. You do what you want to do with it, man. I don't mind doing it. And I appreciate you, man, being so gracious with your time, being gracious with your brothers, man. Your brothers came through. And, man, we'll be in the background, man. You'll not be chopping up in the background at some point, man, if I decide to come back, because I need a vacation, man. I can't believe one. Can you believe, man, it's already April, man.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, it's going by.
The year just started. I'm like, you know, because I was actually in Puerto Plata. I was back in Puerto Plata back in March of last year. That was yesterday. Then I went back to Punta Cana in December, and so that's been almost from December to almost a half a year, like 2 months or a month for being a half a year. So I'm like, where did it go right? And so I don't know, because we're getting older or this time is accelerated, but time literally flies, man. It was like yesterday I was a little kid, man, you know. And so, but anyway, I'm gonna let you go, Roland. Love you, brother. I'll see you on the rebound, brother. All right, man. Yes, sir, brother. All right, be good, man. All right, guys, y'all take care. All right.
$15,000 a month. What more do you want from me? Oh my!
We gonna do the Umar Johnson donation.
Hey, he getting some heat right now, bro. He getting some heat.
Yeah, man, I definitely appreciate it, man. But he's right. We got to look. If we don't tell our own stories, same thing in the black community or whatever. So you gonna get mad when somebody else tell you a story. We got to tell our own stories and our own experiences. So that's what channels like this is for. That's how everybody got their own walk. I tell dudes all the time, what I experienced, DR, you might not experience. Sarge might have a whole different lifestyle. He got his own. Miguel got it. Everybody got their own program and how they move. I love my life. I see Sarge jumping out parachutes and says, I know he's enjoying his life. So everybody's enjoying their life. So my whole mission, bro, was always to follow how Charles Tyler did. Charles Tyler came in the game. Hey, man, this is an option. That's all he said. He didn't tell you nothing. This is an option. Right. You can come to Brazil. You want to date they're black women here. That's what he said. I was like, wow, that's cool. Then the brother dropped that Frustrated. I watched Frustrated, bro, and that's how I was feeling. I felt like that. And these things save brothers' lives. And then I saw Brother Marcus over there with Taylor Made Dream, them and Sasua. I was like,
the thought you.
I'm like, what have I been doing?
Men build the world that you live in.
Oh, okay.
Who built that house or apartment you live in? Was it a crew of women? Who designed the metal work? Who put in the floor, the plumbing, the electrical system, the heating? Who put that in? The car you drive, was that built by a crew of women?
So women are not capable of doing none of those things. None.
You're not good at it, and we're given a choice. Excuse me, because we're given a choice, because women are free today, right? And you're educated, right? Then why don't we see 51% of the construction workers as women? Why don't we see 51% of the engineers as women? Why don't we see 51% of the plumbers, electricians, military, train operators, heavy, dangerous work as women? Because when given an opportunity, women segregate themselves into more comfortable positions. Men do the dangerous work to build society.
Okay.
That's your place.
Yeah, it's the women done going.
You a woman yourself.
I'm a woman myself, but I don't do half the things I see these women do now.
They don't care no more.
That's when the men don't respect them. That's why. Let me tell you something, Amber. You got to give a man respect to get respect. You understand? You got to give your husband respect to get respect. Because as long as you respect him, ain't too much he gonna do wrong.
Women on average tend to have a cynical expectation of men. It's this posture of, you have to prove to me that you're good enough, while simultaneously expecting that he assumes that you are good enough. Most women aren't coming to this proverbial table acknowledging their faults and saying, this is what I need to work on. Most are coming saying that this is what you need to work on. So even when a woman is encountered with a man who was raised by both parents, there's still an assumption that he has some emotional shortcoming or he doesn't express himself properly. Some women talk to men from a place of emotional or intellectual superiority, and it sets that precedent, and that's what makes him defensive, because now he feels like, oh, what? Challenging. You're challenging me and you're expecting the worst out of me. If men are being asked to have grace for women, do our due diligence to understand all the intricacies of what the woman has been through, even her natural cycles and the whole nine, and how that affects her disposition. There needs to be that work done from the female delegation for men. I'm hearing from men that that's not the case. Women are assuming that they've already done the work.
The only thing men really need to learn is that you will never be able to make a woman happy. You just can't. If you last too long, then that's too much. But if you last too little, then that's too little. If you want too much intimacy, then you're being pushy. If you don't want intimacy at all, then you're cheating. You can remember to take out the trash, but she's going to remember that you didn't do the dishes. You can give her child support and you can give her over that and pay all of the in-between, and it's never enough. But when you pay nothing, then you're a deadbeat and she's still not happy. You could plan the perfect date, but if you didn't spend enough, then it's still not good enough. But if you don't plan a date, then you're a loser that puts in no effort. Women who don't have boobs want boobs. Women who don't have ass want ass. Women who have too much ass want a smaller ass. If you text too much, then you're basically a simp. But if you text too little, then you're a loser who doesn't care. You could buy her exactly what she wants, but if it's the wrong color, then it's still not exactly what she wants. You could give her all of the affirmation and all of the emotional support, but she's always going to remember the one time that you didn't. If you work too much, then you're not spending enough time with her. But then if you cut your hours and you're home with her more often, but you're making less money, then you're broke and you're basically a loser. If you watch too much football or have a hobby with the guys, then you're not invested in her. But if you don't have any hobbies or any other interests other than her, then you're a simp. Until you understand this as a man, that it's not your job.
You got to have a J-O-B if you wanna be with me. I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy that can't get no.
Black Man Exposes. In under 3 minutes, when a man goes through something, nobody gives a damn. Is it true? And how should the world respond to the suffering of men in crisis? Watch until the end, you won't believe what he said. Should men check out, or should the world care?
Faith is before you. Choose wisely.
When a man go through something, don't nobody give a damn. I'm being honest, bro. When a man need help, everybody tell the man up. Get a better job. Get more money. But when a woman need help, everybody cool with it. The first thing they say is, where your man is? You know what I'm saying? The man should be doing it. You shouldn't be doing it by yourself. It's the man. The man. The man got to be the strongest person in the house. But when he weak, who helping that man be strong? You know what I'm saying? When that man going through something, who helping him? The man can't call on nobody. He got to do it all by himself. Even when he's stressed out, who helping the man? When he's suffering and struggling, who helping the man? He got to help himself. Ain't nobody standing with him, but he stand with everybody else. He pay everything. He do everything. He trying to keep everybody in order, trying to keep the kids in order, keep himself in order, keep his spirit in order, keep his mind in order. Who gonna keep the man in order when he out of order? Huh? When he needs somebody to help him. But a woman help everybody cool with it. Nobody say shit. Everybody got their back. But when a man go through something, he get stepped on, he get beat down, he get degraded, he get insulted, he get dragged down through the mud. You wonder what's wrong with these men. They going through it. They stressed the fuck out. They hurting inside, bro. Men get tired of every time something going wrong with them, everybody shut down on them, bro. Everybody turn around, turn their back, and like he ain't nothing because he a man. It feel like you ain't human when you a man. Like, bro, I gotta act like I ain't hurt. I gotta act like I don't wanna cry, bro. I gotta sit in the room and cry to myself, wipe my tears away, and come outside and smile at my kids and white face like I ain't going through shit. Like I ain't dealing with nothing. I know men feel like that sometimes, bro. You try to be tough, bro. I don't care how strong you think you will, bro. But when your heart get hurt, bro, it's different, bro. When your people laugh at you, bro, when you suffering, that shit different. That's a different feeling, man. It's a different feeling. I don't think nobody understand what the hell I'm talking about right now. No! It ain't always the man's fault when relationship fail. It's because they failed him. When somebody fails you mentally and physically and emotionally, they failed you, bro. You try to spend time, they don't want time. You try to love them, they don't want love. They don't want a kiss, they don't want nothing. They push you in the corner, bro. Oh, people push you in the corner and they expect you to smile while you in that corner hurting. You own family, they don't know you. Friends, they don't know you. You don't care about it, but damn, am I a bad person like that? Where everybody look down on me when I'm hurting? What?
Before there was the manosphere, I was. Before there was the internet, I was. Fire! The kosher mission.